Welcome to a story built on love, heat, tension, and that kind of pull you can't walk away from. Turn up the volume, lean back, and let yourself fall into the moment. Let every emotion hit exactly where it should. Don't forget to subscribe. New audiobooks every week. Want to win a free bundle of 3 audiobooks? Just comment Dark Mafia Romance below for your chance to win. There's no limit. Comment as many times as you want. 5 random winners will be chosen.
Kept Quiet Dark Mafia Romance. The Glass Cage Series Volume 2. Daisy Fox. Published by Daisy Fox 2025.
Victoria. Knox didn't save me. He claimed me. Now I'm trapped in a soundproof penthouse where every door locks from the outside and every touch reminds me who holds the power. The city believes I vanished. The Syndicate believes I'm already dead. I should hate him for the cage he built around me. Instead, I feel myself unravel every time his hands find me, every time his voice lowers and tells me exactly what I am to him. Loving him could cost me my soul. Defying him could cost me my life. Either way, there's no escape without blood.
Knox. Keeping her alive made me a traitor. Wanting her made me weak. But letting her go was never an option. My father wants her erased. My enemies want her as leverage. The city wants me to clean up my mistake. Instead, I've chosen chaos. Victoria is my weakness and my weapon, and anyone who comes for her will learn exactly how far I'm willing to go. I didn't just cage her. I caged myself with her. And I'll destroy the world before I let it pry her from my hands. This is the second book in the Glass Cage series. Reading order: Kept Close, Kept Quiet, Kept Forever. Chapter 1. Knox POV. My face is mashed into the cold-ass marble, and all I can smell is the metallic tang of my own blood and my old man's overpriced suffocating cologne. Marcus Burke is standing over me like he's the fucking king of the world, savoring the sight of me pinned down by his hired muscle, and honestly, the sheer clown behavior of him thinking he's actually won is the only thing keeping me from blacking out. One of the guards has his knee buried in the small of my back, right where a bruised kidney is screaming for mercy, and another one is twisting my arm at an angle that's deadass about to snap my humerus like a dry twig. I can hear the vault door sliding open, that high-pitched expensive whine that usually means money or secrets, but right now it just means Victoria. I catch a glimpse of her through a haze of red and dust. She's naked, wrapped in those silk sheets I bought her, looking like a goddamn ghost in the middle of all this violence. Seeing her like that, exposed to these subhuman pieces of shit, makes my heart do this weird violent thud against my ribs, a cocktail of pure unadulterated rage and a level of possessive desperation I didn't think I was capable of. Marcus steps closer to the vault, his polished shoes clicking on the floor, and his shadow falls right over her. He's looking at her like she's a piece of furniture he's about to throw in a dumpster. I see him spot it, the bruise I left on her hip, the one that says mine in a language only we understand, and his lip curls like he's just stepped in something foul. He's probably thinking about the Hennessey legacy, and how I've dragged it through the mud for a red-headed accountant who knows too much. He taps the glass of the vault with the toe of his shoe, a casual disrespectful gesture that makes me want to rip his fucking throat out with my teeth. He says some shit about the cost of my sentimentality, calling her a used asset, a pathetic soft little whore, and I swear the room goes cold. Every word out of his mouth is a nail in his coffin. He thinks he's cleaning up a mess. He thinks Victoria is just a body to be disposed of after they're done playing with her. He's talking about cleaning her up before disposal, and I'm just lying there tasting copper and grit, memorizing the exact frequency of his voice so I can hear it one last time when I'm killing him. He signals the guards to drag her out. I'm straining against the weight on my neck, my muscles screaming, my vision swimming with these black spots that won't fuck off. I can hear her whimper, this tiny broken sound that cuts through the noise of the building burning around us, and it's the final straw. I've reached the limit. There's no more Knox the professional fixer, no more loyal son, just a fucking animal that wants its prize back. I tell him to touch her and I'll wear his skin, and he just laughs, that dry, rattling sound of a man who thinks he's untouchable. He tells them to finish me. Typical. He can't even look me in the eye when he orders the hit. I'm focusing on the ceiling vents, waiting for that one specific sound, the click hiss of the secondary halon system I rigged up when I first moved into this penthouse. It's a fail-safe for a fire, but in a closed room, it's a goddamn flashbang for the lungs. The fire from the hallway is getting closer, the heat is becoming a physical weight, and I can smell the synthetic carpet starting to melt. I'm locking my jaw so hard I think my molars might actually shatter, just waiting for the signal. Then I hear it. That subtle mechanical click. The halon blasts out of the vents in a thick white-grey fog, turning the master bedroom into a scene from a fucking nightmare. Everything goes white. The guards start choking, their grip on me loosening as they scramble to figure out what the hell is happening. I don't breathe. I know exactly where I am. I twist, ignoring the white-hot agony in my shoulder that feels like someone's driving a rusted nail into the joint, and I rip the weapon out of the nearest guard's hand. He's gasping, his eyes watering from the gas, and I don't give him a second to recover. I drive my thumb into his eye socket, feeling the wet, sickening crunch of bone and tissue, and he goes down with a strangled cry that barely makes it out of his throat. Fucking trash. I don't even look back. I'm scrambling across the floor, my fingers searching for the ceramic blade I have taped to the underside of the bed frame. It's cold and sharp, a little piece of death waiting for a purpose. Marcus is coughing, waving his hands in the air like a drowning man trying to find his gun. He's blind, he's old, and he's fucking done. I lunge at him. He's sputtering about how I'll pay for this, how I'm nothing without the Syndicate, the same old tired-ass rhetoric he's been feeding me since I was old enough to hold a knife. I don't say a word. I slam him against the glass of the vault, the impact spider-webbing the reinforced material. I growl mine into his ear, a primal guttural sound that's been building in my chest for weeks, and then I drive the ceramic blade upward right under his jaw and into the base of his skull. He makes this little huff sound, his eyes glazing over with this look of absolute shock, like he can't believe his own blood would actually do it. His body drops like a sack of wet concrete, hitting the marble with a heavy thud that echoes in the sudden silence of the room. I'm standing there, his blood spattering my face, tasting like pennies and failure, and I feel nothing. No remorse, no grief, just a cold transactional satisfaction. He was a threat to what belongs to me. Now he's a corpse. Never again. I stagger into the vault. Victoria is sitting there catatonic, her amber eyes wide and vacant as she stares at Marcus's body. She looks so fucking small. I grab her, my bloody hand staining the pale silk of the sheets, and she lets out this high, thin squeak when she feels the wetness of the blood. I tell her she's safe, that we have to move, but she's just whispering Jesus over and over again like a mantra. I don't have time for a breakdown. I use the blade to savagely cut the binds on her wrists, my movements rough because the adrenaline is making my hands shake. I demand the drive. She snaps out of it just enough to grab the encrypted laptop and the physical ledger, the only things that matter now. I rip off my suit jacket, which is probably worth more than a mid-sized sedan and is currently covered in brain matter, and shove her into it. She's swimming in it, clutching the laptop to her chest like a shield. She calls me a bastard under her breath, and honestly, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Her defiance is still there. Good. I'm gonna need that. The hallway is a goddamn war zone. Black smoke is rolling in from the vents, and the heat is enough to singe the hair off my arms. We're moving through the fog, Victoria stumbling over the bodies of the guards I just dropped, and then Rowan appears at the end of the hall. He's wearing a gas mask, looking like some kind of tactical demon, his suppressed rifle barking out those short, efficient bursts that clear the path. He's shouting through the mask about the main pipes going, and the building being compromised. The freight elevator is a no-go. We hit the service stairs, and I'm basically carrying Victoria down the concrete steps. My ribs feel like they've been put through a wood chipper, and every step is a fresh hell, but I can't stop. I stumble once, my knees buckling, but I feel her hand grip the back of my neck, her fingers digging in, and it's enough to keep me upright. We're ghosts in the machine, moving through the guts of a dying building, the clank of our boots on the metal stairs the only sound besides the muffled roar of the fire above us. We burst into the underground garage, and the change in light is like a physical blow. Rowan's got the black armored SUV idling, the engine a low, predatory hum in the concrete cavern. Gunfire pings off the pillars behind us, some of Marcus's loyalists who haven't realized their paycheck just died, and I shove Victoria onto the floorboards of the back seat, slamming the door shut as Rowan floors the gas. The tires scream, the smell of burning rubber and exhaust filling the cabin as we launch forward. Victoria is thrown against me, hyperventilating, still clutching that laptop like it's her last link to reality. She accidentally scrapes her nails across the scar on my jaw, a sharp sting that grounds me. She gasps out something about making it, and I just look at the smoke rising from the penthouse in the rearview mirror. Not yet. We're not anywhere close to being done. I roughly pull her onto my lap, my bloody coat still wrapped around her like a shroud. I need to see her, need to touch her, need to make sure she's whole. My hands are heavy, demanding, checking her ribs, her legs, her arms for any new marks that didn't come from me. I spit a mouthful of blood onto the floor mat, trying to clear the metallic taste from my throat. She says she's not hurt, just cold, but she's shaking so hard I can feel it in my own bones. I grip her chin, forcing her to look at me, forcing those wide, terrified eyes to lock onto mine. I need her to see the man who just murdered his father for her. I need her to understand that the world she knew is fucking gone, and I'm the only thing left standing. I tell her Marcus is dead, her life is dead, the cage is gone. There's only the road and my name. I make her say she belongs here, and when she whispers, "I'm yours, Knox," it hits me like a freight train. The adrenaline spike that's been keeping me alive suddenly pivots. It turns into this visceral, overwhelming hunger that's borderline feral. The smell of the gunpowder on my skin, the blood, the pheromones coming off her in waves. It's the most potent aphrodisiac I've ever encountered. I'm down bad, wrecked by the sheer intensity of the fact that we're still breathing. I need her. Right now. I need to feel her heart beating against mine to know I haven't actually died back there. My hand is trembling as I reach for the zipper of my trousers, my jaw clenched so tight it hurts. I growl at her that I need her, and I don't wait for an answer. I rip the jacket off her, needing to see her naked, needing to see the proof that she's mine and she's safe. I drag her legs roughly over my hips, my hands gripping the soft flesh of her thighs, searching for that mind bruise like it's a holy relic. The laptop slides off her lap and hits the floorboards with a muffled thud, but I couldn't give less of a fuck about the encryption keys right now. I just need the girl. I tell her to tell me she's still here, and her response is a ragged, desperate sound as she pulls my head down. I crush my mouth against hers, a kiss that's more of a collision, tasting of copper and acrid smoke. I force her mouth open, demanding she breathe me in, demanding she forget the scent of death and only remember me. Her head hits the side window frame as Rowan swerves the SUV through a sharp turn, but she doesn't pull away. She's matching my energy, her hands tangling in my hair, pulling me closer like she's trying to crawl inside my skin. I move down to her shoulder, finding a spot that's already darkened from earlier, and I bite, marking her again, a vicious assertion of reality. She arches her back, a silent gasp of pain and arousal escaping her, and I tell her that every piece of her belongs here in the mess with me. I can feel the answering violence in her touch as her nails dig into my scalp, and it's like a fucking drug. I'm fumbling with my belt, my movements jerky and impatient because I'm driven by this animalistic urge to cede her, to claim her before the world catches up to us. The SUV hits a pothole, and the sharp cold of the seatbelt buckle brushes against her inner thigh, a weirdly grounding sensation in the middle of all this heat. I tell her I don't have time for slow, and I don't. I need it rough. I need it raw. I enter her with a single blunt thrust, and we both cry out as the SUV swerves violently through a highway cloverleaf. She's wet despite the trauma, her body welcoming the intrusion with a frantic desperation that mirrors my own. The force of it pushes the air from her lungs and she choked out my name, her eyes fluttering shut. The rhythm is uneven, dictated by the speed of the car and the desperation in my gut. I'm pinning her against the leather seat, my weight a physical reminder of my possession. Tears are tracking paths through the dust on her face, but she's not pulling away. She's pushing back. I tell her to feel the speed, that this is our life now, fast and hard, and she just grips me tighter. I'm growling mine, you're fucking mine, my good little cunt, into her ear, my voice vibrating against her chest as I hammer into her. It's the language of ownership, the only thing that makes sense in a world where I've just burned everything else to the ground. Victoria's head lolls back against the headrest, her throat exposed in total submission, and I demand she say it, demand she tell me who she belongs to. She whispers a plea for me not to stop, her heels digging into my back, pushing through the pain of my injuries to force me deeper. The friction is intense, the smell of her arousal mixing with the scent of the getaway car's upholstery and the lingering gunpowder. My jaw is clenched so hard a vein is bulging in my neck, and then I hit the peak. It's a jagged, silent explosion of release that leaves me seized up, my forehead resting heavily on her collarbone as I collapse into her. I let out a low, shuddering sound that's probably more pain than pleasure, but I don't pull out. I stay inside her as the car levels out on the highway, my hand sliding up to possessively cup her throat, controlling her breathing as we both gasp for air. I leave my mark inside her, a final act of ownership before the reality of the next safe house hits us. I tell her never to forget that, my voice raspy and broken. The silence that follows is profound, broken only by the low thrum of the engine and the distant bass of Rowan's radio. Eventually, the adrenaline begins to recede, leaving behind a cold, hollow exhaustion. Victoria finally speaks, her voice thin and haunted, asking if he's really dead, if we really can't go back. I pull out and settle her against me, tucking the bloody coat around her again to keep out the chill of the AC. I tell her we're both dead now. The world thinks we burned in that penthouse, and honestly, that's for the best. We're ghosts and she's my ghost. She uses her thumb to wipe a smear of Marcus's blood from my forehead, a gesture so tender it almost hurts. We're ghosts, but we're alive. Rowan pipes up from the front, reporting that we're 5 minutes out from the airfield and there are no tails. A clean break. I check my watch pocket, confirming the gold hairpin I stole from her apartment is still there. It's the only thing I kept from her old life, a piece of the woman she used to be. I settle her against my chest and she finally drifts into a shock-induced sleep, her body molding against mine like it was made to be there. I look out the window at the distant, shrinking skyline, where a heavy column of black smoke is the only thing left of the Hennessey legacy. I've sacrificed an empire for the woman sleeping in my arms. I press my thumb against the bruise on her hip, a final check on my prize. I'm fundamentally broken now, a patricidal ghost with no home and no future, but I've got Victoria. And in this world, that's the only asset that fucking matters.
Chapter 2. Victoria POV. The armored SUV groaned as it hit another massive rut in the dirt path, the suspension screaming in a way that mirrored the raw tension inside the cabin. We'd been driving for 3 hours through the dark, winding guts of rural France, and Knox hadn't said a fucking word. He was a goddamn statue behind the wheel, his knuckles white enough to glow in the dim light of the dashboard. The smell was enough to make my stomach turn, stale gasoline, the metallic tang of blood, and that acrid burnt toast scent of gunpowder that seemed to have bonded with the leather seats. My head was thumping, a dull rhythmic reminder of the explosion that had leveled our life in the city, but I kept my eyes on him. Knox was running on nothing but pure, unadulterated adrenaline, and some feral instinct that didn't know how to quit. I shifted my wrist, the weight of the heavy diamond cuff he'd forced on me feeling different now. It wasn't just a shackle anymore, it was a goddamn anchor. He was spiraling. I could see it in the way his shoulders were locked up like he was waiting for a bullet to find the back of his skull, and honestly, he looked like he was about to glitch out. He needed something to ground him before he drove us off a cliff or started shooting at trees. Where the fuck are we, Hennessey? I finally bit out, testing the silence to see if it would shatter or just bend. Silence is survival, Victoria. Learn it, he rasped, his voice sounding like he'd been swallowing broken glass. I leaned back, watching the trees blur into a dark, impenetrable wall. Deadass, this man was the most unhinged person I'd ever met, but he was my only shot at seeing tomorrow. He was running on fumes, and I knew it. He needed a tether, and whether he liked it or not, I was the only person left on the planet who could give it to him. The SUV finally crunched over a stretch of gravel and came to a halt in front of a low, oppressive stone structure that looked like it had been carved out of the side of a mountain. It wasn't a house, it was a bunker with delusions of grandeur. Knox killed the engine, and the silence that rushed in was heavy, almost physical, making my ears ring. He didn't move for a second, just stared through the windshield with those steel gray eyes scanning the tree line like he expected a goddamn army to drop from the pines. He was paranoid, even for him. He stepped out of the car first, his suppressed pistol already in his hand, moving with a jerky, over-caffeinated energy that made my skin crawl. The air was freezing, biting at my skin the second I stepped out, but I didn't say anything. I just watched him. In the faint moonlight, I saw a bead of sweat roll down his temple, dragging a smudge of dirt and blood with it. He looked wrecked, and that was a problem. A wrecked Knox was a dangerous Knox, but a vulnerable one? That was an opportunity. Keep your head down, he muttered, grabbing my arm and hauling me toward the door. Don't breathe the wrong way. He shoved me inside the entry, and the smell hit me immediately, dust, mildew, and the stale air of a place that hadn't seen a human soul in years. He didn't waste any time, slamming the heavy wooden door shut and throwing 3 massive deadbolts and a thick chain. The clack-thunk of the locks echoed through the house, a final, brutal sound that signaled our new reality. This was just another cage, just with less glass and more granite. I brushed a thick cobweb from my hair, feeling the grit of the place on my skin. Another glass cage, Knox? I said, my voice low and defiant. I wasn't going to let him see me fold, not here, not after everything. This one is granite, he snapped, his eyes darting around the dark room. And I hold the only key, cunt. He didn't stop to argue. He started a tactical sweep of the house, moving from room to room with that same frantic, jagged energy. He was touching every doorframe, checking every window lock, his breath coming in short, ragged hitches. He was ignoring his own body, ignoring the fact that he was literally bleeding out through his expensive suit jacket. He was so focused on the invisible enemy outside that he was forgetting about the one inside his own head. I leaned my head against a cold stone pillar, letting the temperature shock cut through the adrenaline fog in my brain. He was muttering to himself now, something about exits and feeds, completely lost in the tactical loop. He wasn't just protecting me, he was protecting his prize, his possession. It was sick, and it was the only leverage I had. I walked into what passed for a living area, looking at the sparse, miserable furniture. A rusty wood stove, a single wooden table, and windows so high on the wall they might as well have been painted on. This place was built for hiding, for starving, or for dying. The austerity of it made my skin itch. I ran my finger over the dusty surface of the table, feeling the fine grit under my nail. I could hear Knox's heavy combat boots echoing on the flagstone floor as he finished his sweep, his presence a dark, looming cloud in the small space. He was the only thing standing between me and the Roche group, and right now the only thing standing between him and a total psychological collapse was me. I needed him functional. I needed him indebted. Knox came back into the main room, his face pale and his eyes wide. He pulled a backup magazine from his belt and tried to load it into his pistol, but his hands were shaking violently. It wasn't just a tremor, it was a full-body vibration. A cartridge slipped from his fingers, clattering loudly on the stone floor, followed by another, and then the whole magazine plate popped off, scattering brass everywhere. He froze, staring at the floor like the bullets were a goddamn insult. "Don't fucking look at me," he snarled, his voice breaking. "You're bleeding, Knox." "Badly?" I said, stepping closer. "I said back," he roared, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the empty gun. "I won't hesitate, Victoria. I won't put you in the dirt because you didn't listen." The threat was empty. I could see the panic behind his eyes, the sheer terror of losing control of his own hands. He wasn't going to shoot me, he was terrified he couldn't protect me. I ignored the gun and took another step, my boots crunching on the brass cartridges. I could see the dark, wet stain on his shoulder now, and another one on his thigh where the fabric of his suit was soaked through. The coldest instrument was cracking right in front of me, and I wasn't about to let the moment go to waste. I reached out, my fingers brushing the rough wool of his jacket, and I felt him flinch. His blood was warm and sticky, transferring to my skin as I made contact. "You're shot. Or grazed. And you're shaking like a goddamn leaf," I said, my voice calm, the same tone I used when I was dismantling a fraudulent ledger. "Sit down, bastard." "Don't touch me," he hissed, but it was a plea, not a command. I ignored him and moved toward the kitchenette, finding a dusty medical kit and a bottle of cheap, high-proof brandy under the sink. My mind was racing. If I took care of him now, I wasn't just being a submissive little captive. I was becoming the authority. I was the one who decided if he got better, the one who held the brandy and the bandages. This was a power play, plain and simple. I ripped open an antiseptic wipe with a sharp, plastic snap, the medicinal smell filling the cramped space. I was going to link his survival to my hands. "Sit," I commanded, walking back into the room. He looked at me, stunned by the cold authority in my voice. He was so used to being the one barking orders that he didn't know what to do when the script flipped. He dropped heavily into a wooden chair, the wood groaning under his weight. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice soft and confused. "Don't make this a fight you can't win, Knox." "Not right now," I said, setting the brandy on the table. I reached for his jacket, and he let me peel it off his good shoulder, the heavy material falling to the floor. Underneath his shirt was a mess, glued to his skin with drying blood. I started unbuttoning it, my fingers steady despite the chaos of the night. As the fabric came away, I saw the topographical map of his life. Jagged surgery scars, old burns, and the fresh livid marks from tonight's fight. He was built of muscle and trauma, a human weapon that had been used and broken and put back together 100 times. I felt a surge of something dark, not quite pity, but a recognition of the monster. I carefully untwisted a knot in his chest hair that had been glued down with blood, my touch deliberate. "You're lucky," I muttered. "It only grazed the bone." "Luck is for amateurs," he grunted, but he didn't pull away. I poured a generous amount of the brandy onto a clean cloth and pressed it against the shoulder wound. Knox hissed, a guttural sound of pain that vibrated through the air, and his hand flew up, fashing around my throat. He didn't squeeze. His fingers were just there, trembling against my pulse point, using me as an anchor to keep from sliding off the chair. I could feel the frantic thump of my own heart beneath his grip, the heat radiating off his skin like a furnace. "Hold still," he rasped, his eyes fixed on mine. "I'm not the one moving," I whispered back. I leaned into him, my body pressing against his knees, forcing the intimacy. I wanted him to feel the heat, the reality of me. I took a slow, deliberate sip of the brandy, letting the burn settle in my throat before I looked back at him. "Let the adrenaline go, Knox. You're safe here with me." "Safe is a lie," he said, his breathing hitching. He looked at me with a mix of hatred and desperate, starving possessiveness. He was fighting his own need for me, the obsession that had made him keep me alive in the first place. He finally whispered that word, the one that usually felt like a cage. "Mine?" It sounded like a broken prayer this time. "You do this to me, Victoria," he choked out, his hand sliding from my throat to the heavy diamond cuff on my wrist. He traced the metal with his thumb, his touch light and agonizing. "You are the fucking poison. I am the only thing keeping you from killing everyone in this room." "Including yourself," I replied. I could see his eyes dilating, the steel gray turning to black as he focused on my mouth. I had him. The predator was cornered, and I was the one holding the cage door open. I stood up slowly, never breaking eye contact. I started unbuttoning my own shirt, the movements slow and agonizing. I wanted him to see everything. I wanted him to see the marks he'd left on me, the bruises on my ribs, the thumbprints on my hips. I wanted to use my own body as a binding agent to keep him from falling apart. Look at the bruises you gave me, Knox. Focus on me, I said, letting the shirt slide down my arms. The cold air hit my skin, making my nipples harden, but I didn't flinch. I left the button on my wrist cuff fastened, keeping the metal visible. I'll take the smoke out of your head. But you have to let me. Knox's control snapped like a dry twig. He lunged forward, his hand fisting in my hair and yanking my face toward his. He crushed his mouth against mine in a kiss that tasted of brandy and desperation, his teeth clashing against mine. It wasn't romantic, it was a goddamn assault. You think you can play the master now? He growled into my ear, his breath hot and ragged. I own every breath you take, Victoria. I hate you for how much I need to feel your mouth on me. Then do something about it, I challenged, refusing to pull away. I reached up and kissed the jagged scar on his jaw, a quiet assertion of dominance. I wasn't just surviving him anymore, I was directing the chaos. He made a sound deep in his throat, a feral, hungry noise, and swept the medical supplies and the brandy bottle off the table in one violent motion. The glass shattered on the stone floor, the sound like a gunshot in the small room, but neither of us flinched. He pulled me to him, his hands roaming over my body with a frantic, possessive energy. I'm going to take the fight out of you, Victoria. Permanently. He shoved me back against the cold stone wall, his body a heavy, welcome weight pinning me in place. The shock of the cold granite against my back made me gasp, a sharp contrast to the overwhelming heat of his skin. He trapped my wrists above my head, his chest heaving against mine. Harder, Knox. Make me forget, I whispered, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. I wrapped my legs tightly around his waist, pulling him into the V of my thighs. I wanted to see the predator, wanted to see the man who had destroyed my life, and then decided to keep the pieces. I dragged my fingernails across the fresh wound on his back, feeling the slickness of his blood under my tips. Look at me when you take me, I demanded. I want to see exactly what I own. He growled, a low, dangerous sound, and attacked my mouth again, his hands fumbling with the lace of my bra. He didn't bother with the clasp, he just ripped the delicate fabric, the sound of tearing lace filling the silence between our gasps. Too loud. Too much smoke, he muttered against my lips. Just this. Just you. I felt the taste of residual gunpowder on his tongue, a reminder of the violence we just escaped. I deliberately pulled back, forcing his head up, making him wait. I slid my hands down to the muscles of his lower back, finding a tight knot near his spine and pressing hard with my thumbs. He let out a controlled, pained moan, his tension leaching out into my touch. Slow down, I breathed. Focus on me. He dropped his forehead to my shoulder, his tremors intensifying for a second before they started to fade. I need you to take me down, Victoria. I can't stop the shaking. Then submit to me, Knox. For this moment. I guided him down to the floor, kneeling between his legs on the cold flagstone. I could see his suppressed pistol lying just inches from my knee, a silent witness to the shift in power. I took him into my mouth, my movements slow and rhythmic, forcing him to surrender all tactical thought to the raw physical sensation I was providing. I could feel the deep vibrations in his chest, his hands fisting so tightly in my hair that it made my eyes water. He was hovering on the edge, his gray eyes locked on mine, absorbing every second of his own defeat. Don't stop, he growled, his voice a jagged edge. Don't look away from me. He eventually reached down and hauled me up, his strength returning in a sudden, violent burst. He shoved me onto the wooden table, the grit of the surface biting into the skin of my back. He stripped the rest of my clothes with a frantic energy, his fingers marking my thighs and hips with a pressure that I knew would leave purple shadows by morning. He forced my legs apart, wedging me open with his body, as he gripped the edge of the table for stability. You belong on your back, marked up for me, he said, his voice dropping to a predatory whisper. He entered me with a hard single thrust that made me cry out, the sound echoing off the stone walls. The pace was punishing, relentless, driven by a need that was more about reclamation than pleasure. He was trying to find his footing in the world through the friction of our bodies, trying to prove that he was still the one in control, even as I saw the desperation in his gaze. Jesus. Knox. I gasped, the name a curse and a plea as I arched my back. This is real, Victoria, he grunted, his rhythm breaking my breath into jagged pieces. Only this is real. I didn't just take it. I met him blow for blow, rocking my hips against his tempo, my nails breaking the skin on his back. I wanted the marks to be mutual. I wanted him to carry the scent of my skin and the sting of my touch back into his nightmares. The table creaked precariously under us, the sound of our skin meeting and separating the only music in the bleak safe house. My accountant. My surrender. My cunt, he hissed, his face a mask of primal focus. The climax hit me like a physical blow, my body shaking as I gripped his shoulders. The sight of my total, active surrender was the final trigger he needed. He let out a shout of spent rage and release, his body collapsing onto mine, his weight crushing me into the wood. The tremors in his hands were gone, replaced by the steady, heavy throb of his heart against mine. He buried his face in the crook of my neck, his breathing finally leveling out. He stayed there for a long time, his weight grounding me, making me feel the first real sense of safety since the world had gone to hell. He was the predator, but for tonight, I was the one who had tamed the storm. In the quiet aftermath, Knox shifted, his teeth suddenly sinking into the soft skin of my shoulder. It was a sharp, stinging bite, a permanent mark of ownership that made me hiss in pain. He licked the wound clean, his tongue warm and rough. Forever, Victoria, he whispered, his voice low and dangerous again. You're never leaving this house. You are my only asset now. I closed my eyes, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart and the cold air of the room. I'd managed to ground him, to secure my position, but the price was becoming clear. I'd traded a glass cage for a granite one, and the man holding the key was more obsessed than ever. Yes, Knox, I exhaled, the sound lost in the dark of the stone walls. He was right. This was real. And in this world, being a necessary asset was the only thing that kept you from being a ghost.
Chapter 3. Knox POV. My shoulder felt like someone was digging a rusted screwdriver into the muscle and twisting. Every time I moved my left arm to swipe across the tactical tablet, a white-hot flash of agony stropped my vision. Fuck. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. I'm the one who does the carving, not the one getting carved up. The shrapnel from the penthouse was a shitty souvenir of my father's attempt to erase me, and it was slowing me down. I adjusted my weight, trying to find a position that didn't make me want to gut someone, and the tablet slipped. I caught the edge of the metal casing inches before it hit the floor, a hissed fuck tearing out of my throat as the sudden movement sent a fresh wave of fire through my chest. The safe house was too quiet. It was one of those old French stone heaps in the middle of nowhere, smelling like damp rock and dead history, and the silence was starting to grate. It made me focus too much on the fact that I was bleeding out in a kitchen, while my own family was probably already pooling their resources to put a bounty on my head that would make a third-world dictator blush. I could feel her watching me. Victoria was standing in the doorway, probably calculating exactly how many seconds it would take for me to drop dead so she could make a run for it. She was wearing that silk slip I'd bought her in Zurich, the fabric clinging to her hips in a way that made my pulse spike for all the wrong reasons. I rubbed the scar along my jaw, a jagged reminder of where I'd come from, and didn't look up. My father's shadow is long, Victoria. Don't think this isolation protects you. He's got eyes everywhere, and right now I'm the only thing standing between you and a shallow grave in the woods. I could hear her breathing, that steady, annoying rhythm that told me she wasn't nearly as scared as she should be. I wanted her terrified. I needed her compliant. Instead, I got an investigative accountant, who looked at me like I was a ledger with a decimal point in the wrong place. Did you manage to stop the bleeding, or is that muscle damage? Her voice was too calm. It pissed me off. I didn't need her medical opinion or her pity. I needed her to stay in the box I'd built for her. I finally looked up, my eyes narrowing as she stepped into the kitchen. She was carrying a medical kit she'd scavenged from the pantry. She didn't ask. She didn't hesitate. She just walked right into my space like she owned the floorboards. Stay where you are. I'm fine. I don't need a nurse, and I definitely don't need you hovering over me with fucking iodine. I tried to stand, but the wound flared, pinning me to the chair. The irony was a bitch. I'd abducted her to break her, and here I was, trapped by a piece of metal and a woman who didn't know when to shut up. She didn't listen. She never fucking listened. She started laying out gauze and antiseptic on the stainless steel counter with a precision that was purely professional. The sterile scent hit my nose, clashing with the smell of my own sweat and the faint metallic tang of the blood soaking through my shirt. The silk of her nightgown brushed against my arm as she reached for the buttons of my shirt, and I felt that predatory reflex kick in. I wanted to lash out. I wanted to wrap my hand around her throat and remind her that she was an asset, not a partner. This sentimental bullshit was a trap. Every time she touched me, the lines got blurred. The cage was supposed to be one way, but standing here in this godforsaken kitchen, I felt like I was the one behind bars. We don't have time for this sentimental bullshit, I muttered, but my voice lacked the edge I wanted. You think dressing me makes you useful? You're here because you have the keys to the kingdom, Victoria. Nothing else. I reached out and crushed her wrist before she could touch the bandage. I felt the delicate bones shift under my grip, but she didn't flinch. She just looked me dead in the eye, her amber gaze as steady as a sniper's. Let go, bastard, she said, her voice a low, dangerous silk. You bought me, remember? Don't break the merchandise. It's a tactical error to let a wound go septic when you're the only protection I have. This isn't about care, Knox. It's about tactical longevity. I am not a dog that needs permission to tend to its owner's weaknesses. The audacity was staggering. She was using my own logic against me, turning her submission into a lecture on survival. I squeezed harder, wanting to see a flicker of pain, a hint of the terror she'd felt that first night in her apartment, but there was nothing. Just that cold, hyper-intelligent core. I let her go, my hand hovering near her hip as she started peeling back the blood-stiffened fabric of my shirt. The air in the kitchen felt heavy, the kind of heat that happens before a storm. Her red-gold hair brushed against my chest as she leaned in, and the scent of her, soap and something uniquely Victoria, overpowered the iodine. It was addictive. It was a problem. This safe house was too small for the two of us. The silence was loud, isn't it? She asked, her fingers surprisingly gentle as she dabbed at the jagged tear in my shoulder. I grunted, my jaw tensing so hard I thought my teeth might crack. Be quick, I snapped. If you smile at me, I'll take it as a threat. And don't analyze my environment, cunt. Focus on the wound. I could feel the heat radiating from her, a contrast to the cold stone floor under my boots. I was losing the dynamic. She was becoming too comfortable, too competent. An asset that thinks for itself is a liability. When she finished, I stood up abruptly, the movement jarring the fresh bandage, but I didn't let it show. I needed to reset the board. I needed her to remember who held the leash. New rules. Effective immediately, I said, my voice dropping into that register that usually made men start checking for exits. You think you earned the run of the place? You earned a reprieve, nothing more. From now on, you stay locked in the bedroom whenever I'm not in the room. Perimeter security is the priority, and you're a distraction I can't afford. You stay locked until I am back. That's the definition of an asset. I kicked a chair back against the table, the sharp crack echoing through the house like a gunshot. I expected her to argue, to plead, or to get that panicked look back in her eyes. Instead, she laughed. It was a sharp, genuine sound that cut through my posturing. Are you actually worried about perimeter security, or are you just scared I'll run? She asked, tilting her head. Or maybe you're just worried you can't control your own cunt without the key in your pocket. A key, Knox? We are fugitives, not house guests. Try to keep up, bastard. If I am only your cunt, why do you treat me like a threat? You like the feeling of the cage more than I do. The mockery was a needle under my fingernails. She was calling me out on the psychological crutch I was using. She knew I didn't just want her locked up, I wanted her owned. My temper snapped. I didn't think, I just moved. I grabbed her arm and hauled her out of the kitchen. She stumbled, her bare feet dragging on the cold stone of the corridor, but I didn't slow down. My grip was punishing, meant to leave marks, meant to remind her of the physical reality of her situation. You confused defiance with intelligence, I growled, shoving her toward the bedroom at the end of the hall. I will cure you of that mistake. Enjoying the view, bastard, she shot back even as I pinned her against the heavy oak door. I slammed it shut, the sound booming through the empty house. I checked the window latches and the interior bolt with jerky, violent movements. Rowan is 5 miles out, waiting for a signal, I told her, my breath coming fast. Don't be stupid. One sound, Victoria, and I'll use that silk slip for a muzzle. I own your fear. Remember that. I was pacing now, my hand going to my holster, then back to my side. I felt like a caged animal myself. The walls were closing in, and she was just standing there, leaning against the bedpost like she was watching a movie she'd already seen. I am already bound to you, Knox. What difference does a gag make? She asked. She didn't stay in the corner like I told her. She reached down and unzipped her boots, kicking them aside before letting the silk slip fall to the floor. She stood there nude, the faint bruises I'd left on her hip and wrists from the penthouse still visible like ink on parchment. Jesus, Knox, if you want me, just take me. Stop pretending it's about security. You look pathetic using keys and doors. I stopped. The air left the room. Seeing her like that, completely exposed, marked by me, and yet still daring me to cross the line, it did something to my head. My possessive madness wasn't just a flicker anymore, it was a goddamn forest fire. I knew what she was doing. She was manipulating the only lever she had left, my obsession. She wanted to trade her body for a sense of control, and the worst part was that it was working. I couldn't think about the Roche group, or my father, or the encryption keys when she was looking at me like that. Take me like the animal you are, or talk about security, she challenged. Stop pacing. My cunt is cold. I moved. I didn't give her time to breathe. I grabbed her by the hair, forcing her head back until she was looking at me, and dragged her into the connected bathroom. I needed to wash the taste of that kitchen conversation out of my mouth. I shoved her into the shower stall, the tiles cold and unforgiving against her skin. I reached over and cranked the handle, the water blasting out in a freezing spray. She gasped, her body arching as the cold hit her, and I held her there, my hand firm on her shoulder. Did you forget where you are, cunt? I snarled over the roar of the water. Look at me. Your brain doesn't work when you're frozen, does it? I waited until her skin was pebbled with gooseflesh, until she was shaking, before I slammed the handle the other way. The water turned scalding in seconds. Steam billowed up, trapping us in a humid, white-out world. I gripped her neck, pulling her back against my chest, her wet skin slick and hot against my shirt. I bit deep into the curve where her neck met her shoulder, marking her, claiming the space near her collarbone with bruising force. Fuck. God, Knox, she groaned, and I could feel her resolve melting into that primal need I'd spent weeks cultivating. I hooked my finger under the permanent gold chain I'd locked around her neck back in the city, pulling it tight until she had to stand on her tiptoes. This is a reminder, I hissed into her ear. Every mark is mine. I stripped my own clothes off with frantic, clumsy movements, my shoulders screaming at the effort, but I didn't give a shit. I needed to be inside her. I needed to erase that look of intellectual superiority from her face. My hands were everywhere, rough, proprietary, checking the fading bruises on her inner thighs like I was verifying my inventory. See what you did? This is your punishment, I said, forcing her hand down to wrap around my erection. It was hard as granite, a physical betrayal of my own attempt at distance. Stop fighting the feeling, Victoria. I could see her reflection in the steamed-up glass, her eyes wide, her mouth parted. I wanted her to see it, too. I wanted her to watch herself break. She reached up, her fingernails digging not into my back, but directly into the edge of the fresh bandage on my shoulder. She pressed down hard, right on the entry point of the shrapnel. I hissed, the pain nearly making my knees buckle, but it only fueled the rage. "Does that hurt, Master?" "Good," she whispered, her voice a jagged edge in the steam. "Bastard. Stop testing me." I wrenched her away from the wall and turned her around, slamming her down onto her knees. The porcelain of the shower tray was slick, her knees sliding until I gripped her hips to steady her. "Kneel. Remember your fucking place," I commanded. "You think a change of scenery matters? This is the new glass cage." I leaned over her, my mouth near her ear, my hand tangled in her wet hair. I watched her reflection, seeing the way she tried to close her eyes, tried to go to that place in her head where she was just an accountant again. I wouldn't let her. I pulled her hair until she was forced to look at our distorted shapes in the glass. "Tell me what you need, or I stop right now. Say my name, not Jesus." My thumb found her, applying a heavy punishing pressure that had her trembling against the tiles. "Watch yourself break, Victoria. I want to see it." "Knox, please. Knox." That was all it took. I entered her with a sudden, powerful thrust that had her head snapping back against my chest. The confined space of the shower made every movement feel like an explosion. I gripped her hips, my fingers sinking into her flesh, and set a brutal, unrelenting pace. The slap of wet skin on wet skin echoed off the tiles, a rhythm that drowned out the rest of the world. "My cunt. Say it, Victoria. Say you are mine." I was roaring it now, the words lost in the sound of the spray. "You belong to the Hennessey Syndicate, now. Say it." She was fighting it, her mind still trying to hold on to some shred of defiance, but her body was a traitor. Her head lolled back, her fingers clutching uselessly at the tiled wall, leaving long clear trails through the steam. I gripped her throat, not enough to stop her breathing, but enough to force her eyes back to the mirror. "I own that look. Do you understand? Say yes." I was driving deep, every thrust a reminder that she was trapped, that I was the only thing she had left. "Yes, bastard. Yes, I understand," she choked out, her voice breaking as the first waves of her climax hit. I didn't stop. I pushed her harder, faster, until my own release was a desperate, violent rush. I held her tight, pinning her against the wall as I came, the adrenaline and the sex and the sheer exhaustion of the last 48 hours crashing down on me at once. "Finish, cunt. Now." I felt her shatter, her body convulsing around mine in a messy vocal surrender that finally silenced the voices in my head. We stood there for a long time after the water stopped. The steam hung heavy, and the only sound was the drip 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 of the faucet. My forehead was resting against hers, our breathing ragged and synchronized. I didn't feel like a victor. I felt like a man who had just survived a wreck. "Don't forget this feeling," I whispered, though it was as much for me as it was for her. I reached out and gently brushed a wet strand of hair from her cheek, a small involuntary movement that felt like a weakness. "If she leaves, I die." The thought hit me like a physical blow. I pulled back, my movements stiff, as the adrenaline dump started to leave me cold. My phone, sitting on the vanity, vibrated sharply. I glanced at Victoria, who was slumped against the tile, looking completely spent. I grabbed the phone, my fingers hovering over the screen. It was an encrypted message from Rowan. I typed a quick response, my focus shifting back to the tactical reality of our situation. "Don't move, cunt." "Not yet," I said, not looking at her. "The reward for obedience is survival." I needed to believe that. I needed to believe that fucking her had re-established the boundary. This is the closest to peace I get, I thought. And it's fucking terrifying. I walked back into the bedroom and started dressing, my movements quick and efficient. I checked the bandage on my shoulder. It was damp and red, but it held. I used the vanity mirror to adjust my holster, unaware that Victoria's eyes were open, tracking me through the reflection. I pulled up the latest coordinates from Rowan. Marseille, Docks 0400. Prep transport. I memorized the line, my thumb swiping the screen dark a second too late. I didn't see her toe wipe a small circle in the steam of the mirror. I didn't see the way her gaze sharpened as she caught the text. I stood over the bed, my shadow engulfing her as she lay on the damp sheets. I felt the weight of the key in my pocket, the physical proof of my control. We move soon, I told her. Get some sleep. You earned that at least. I ran my thumb across her lower lip, confirming the small bruise I'd left there, a final mark of ownership. I tasted your defiance. It didn't win. You stay quiet, Victoria. I can hear silence for miles. When I come back, you'll be waiting for me, naked and ready. I walked out, the heavy oak door clicking shut behind me. I turned the key twice, the sound echoing down the stone corridor. I needed to do a perimeter sweep, to make sure my father's dogs weren't already at the gate. As I walked away, I felt a sense of grim satisfaction. I'd broken her again. I'd reminded her of the cage. Inside the room, Victoria sat up the moment the footsteps faded. She didn't look like a broken woman. She looked like a predator who had just been handed the scent. She stared at the door, her eyes cold and completely calculating. He showed me his hard limits, she whispered to the empty room. Now I will test mine. Marseille. 0400. Time to go shopping for enemies. She reached for the damp sheet, and began wiping the scent of me from her skin, her movements precise, her mind already miles away at the docks planning the next move in a game I didn't even know we were still playing. The settling dust motes were the only things moving in the room, but the air felt charged like a fuse had just been lit. I thought I'd locked her in, but as I stepped out into the French night, I was the one who was blind. I walked into the dark, checking my weapon. The hunt was still on, but for the first time I wasn't sure who was the hunter and who was the prize. So what? I'd find out at 4 a.m.
Chapter 4. Victoria. My inner thighs felt like they'd been worked over by a meat tenderizer, a deep, pulsing ache that reminded me exactly what Knox Hennessey considered a lesson in submission. I shifted under the heavy linen sheets, the ancient stone walls of this French safe house sweating a damp, earthy cold that the fireplace couldn't quite touch. It was barely dawn, that shitty gray light filtering through the shutters, making everything look like a grainy security feed. Knox was out cold beside me, which was a miracle in itself, given that the man usually slept like a twitchy predator, waiting for a twig to snap. I watched the slow, rhythmic rise of his back, my eyes catching the edge of the white dressing on his shoulder. There was a tiny bloom of red soaking through the cotton, fresh blood. He'd ripped the stitches again during the absolute madness of last night, probably when he was pinning my wrists over my head and telling me exactly how much of a problem I was. He looked almost human when he was asleep. Younger, maybe. Less like a man who had a list of 300 ways to delete a person from existence. Part of me, the part of me that was still a sane human being with a pulse, wanted to reach out, peel back that bandage and clean the wound. I wanted to tend to the monster, because the monster was the only thing standing between me and a shallow grave in the woods. That thought was a red flag the size of a billboard. I was starting to measure my life in the bruises he left and the thread count of the sheets he bought, and that was a one-way trip to becoming a willing piece of furniture in his high-rise cage. My freedom was only as deep as his latest mark, and right now my neck was covered in them. If I stayed, I wasn't just a captive anymore, I was a collaborator in my own disappearance. I looked at him, really looked at the jagged scar along his jaw, and realized that this was it. This fragile, heavy sleep of his was the only window I was ever going to get. He thought he'd broken me enough that I'd just lay here and wait for him to wake up and claim me again. The sheer audacity of his confidence made my blood boil beneath the soreness. He's wounded, I told myself, my logic centers firing up like a laptop booting in the dark. He's distracted. He needs me, but more importantly, he wants me. And the rest of the world? The Roche Group, Marcus Burke, the entire Hennessey Syndicate. They just want the encryption keys in my head and a bullet in my brain. The distinction was critical, but it wasn't enough to keep me in this bed. I had to know if I could still function without his hand on my throat. I slid out from under the covers with the slow, agonizing precision of a bomb tech. Every floorboard in this place was a potential scream waiting to happen. The stone floor was ice against the soles of my feet, a sharp shock that traveled all the way up my spine. I didn't look back at the bed. I couldn't. I grabbed my clothes from the day before, discarded in a heap near the door, and pulled them on. The denim of my jeans felt like sandpaper against the marks on my hips, a physical reminder of where his fingers had dug in when he'd been claiming me. I moved like a thief in a house I was supposed to own, or at least occupy. Catching my reflection in the dark glass of a window, I looked wild. Pale, amber eyes wide and bloodshot, hair a tangled mess of red gold that looked like it belonged to a Victorian ghost. I didn't care. I knotted the belt of my trousers tight, feeling the phantom weight of the leash Knox had tightened around my soul. I wasn't Victoria Cole, the high-flying investigative accountant, right now. I was just a woman trying to see if her legs still worked when they weren't wrapped around a killer. I padded into the kitchen, the air smelling of stale bread and the metallic tang of Knox's gun oil. I needed resources. I needed a phone, a map, a miracle. I started opening drawers with shaking hands, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Nothing. No burner phones, no sleek tablets, just heavy silver cutlery and a few bottles of cheap French wine. Then I saw it. On the counter next to a half-eaten loaf of crusty bread, sat a crumpled €50 note and Knox's spare folding knife. It was a wicked-looking thing, black-bladed and balanced for a quick kill. I swiped both. €50 to restart a life wiped clean by an international cartel. It was a joke. I was an accountant who had forgotten how to count on herself. And now I was trying to buy my way out of hell with the price of a decent dinner. I gripped the cold steel handle of the knife, its weight oddly comforting in a way that should have terrified me. The knife felt better in my hand than any corporate ledger ever had. It was honest. It didn't lie about what it was for. I reached the heavy, ornate wooden door at the front of the house. This was the threshold. The point of no return. I reached for the iron handle, my breath hitching in my throat, fully expecting it to be locked tight, a silent fuck you from Knox. I turned it. It moved. The door was unlocked, a sliver of crisp, biting morning air cutting through the warmth of the foyer. My brain stalled. Did he leave it open, the bastard, or did he actually forget? No. Knox Hennessey didn't forget. This was the oldest test. A psychological mind game designed to see if I'd actually bolt the moment the cage door was left ajar. He was playing with me even while he slept. It was a trap built of my own weakness, and God help me, I was about to walk right into it. I leaned my ear against the wood, listening for the heavy tread of Rowan O'Shea or any of the other shadows Knox kept on payroll, but the house was dead silent. Just the sound of my own ragged breathing, and the distant lonely cry of a bird in the woods. I shoved the door open and stepped out. The sensory overload was staggering. The open sky was a bruised purple-gray, the vastness of the French countryside stretching out in front of me like an unmapped ocean. After weeks of being confined to penthouses and soundproof rooms, the lack of walls felt like a physical blow. I felt the sudden, violent surge of agoraphobia, a dizzying realization that I was utterly exposed. There were no cameras here, no bulletproof glass, just trees and dirt and 100 square miles of visibility. I was a target the second my feet hit the gravel. The silence of the country was louder than the city ever was. It was a hungry kind of silence. I traded one soundproof cage for a world that didn't give a damn if I lived or died. I started walking, my sneakers crunching on the loose gravel, every sound feeling like a gunshot in the still morning air. I put the house behind me, moving toward the long, winding dirt road that cut through the thicket of pines. I checked over my shoulder every 10 steps, convinced I'd see Knox standing on the porch, his arms crossed, watching my pathetic attempt at autonomy with that cold, amused smirk. But there was no one. Just the wind whipping my hair across my face and the smell of damp leaves. I picked up the pace, my walk turning into a desperate, awkward jog. Every time I moved my shoulders, the bite mark Knox had left on my collarbone rubbed against my shirt, a stinging heat that grounded me in the worst way. I could run 1,000 miles, but the teeth marks were still his signature. My flesh was his ledger, and he had just debited my autonomy with every thrust of his hips. I hated him. I hated the way he'd made me need him. I used the crumpled euro notes to fiercely wipe the sweat from my palms, my mind racing through escape routes that didn't exist. I was the most valuable asset in Europe, a walking encrypted vault, and I was wandering down a dirt road with 50 euros and a pocket knife. The sound of an engine killed my momentum. It was faint at first, a low rumble that could have been a tractor, but as it grew louder it took on a different character. Smooth. Heavy. Professional. A minute later, a sleek black unmarked SUV appeared around the bend in the road, driving with a slow, methodical deliberation that screamed hunt. My heart didn't just pound, it tried to escape my chest. I didn't think. I dove off the road, scrambling blindly into the dense thorny brush, the branches tearing at my skin and hair. I threw myself face down into the dirt, the smell of rotting pine needles filling my lungs as I tried to disappear into the earth. Was that Knox's car? No. Knox didn't drive like that. That was the scent of a methodical search party. That was the Roche group, or my father-in-law's cleanup crew. I wasn't running to freedom, I was running from death. I sliced my hand on a sharp thorn as I pressed myself flatter, holding my breath until my lungs burned, watching the black tires roll slowly past my hiding spot. The SUV idled for a second, then continued on, the sound of the engine fading into the distance. I stayed there shaking in the dirt, the cold seeping through my clothes and into my bones. The panic attack hit me then, a full-blown unhinged spiral. I realized the full, brutal extent of my situation. I had no money, no identity, no phone, and zero practical skills for survival in a world where men in black SUVs were looking for me. My brilliance as an accountant, my ability to find the ghost numbers in a corporate ledger, it meant absolutely nothing to a man with a suppressed pistol. The spreadsheets were gone. The structure was gone. I was just Victoria Cole, the number nobody could find, and I was currently bleeding in a ditch in the middle of nowhere. Knox hadn't just stripped me of my clothes and my dignity, he'd stripped me of the illusion that I could survive without his violence to shield me. The world was infinite, and it was fucking terrifying. I pressed the flat of my palm against the muddy ground, trying to anchor myself, but I felt only the cold, hostile earth. The safest place in the world, the only place where those black SUVs couldn't reach me, was the cage built by the man obsessed with me. I was structurally reliant on a predator. The realization was a physical weight, crushing the last of my defiance. I looked down the road. One way led to a train station maybe, and a life of looking over my shoulder until a professional eventually found me and finished the job. The other way led back to the familiar, terrible warmth of the man who owned me. I didn't hate him enough to die alone in the mud. I needed his walls. I needed the gun he kept under the pillow. I turned my back on the sunrise and faced my master. Freedom wasn't a choice, it was a luxury I couldn't afford. I didn't walk back. I ran. It was a ragged, desperate sprint, my lungs burning, my legs screaming at me to stop. I was running faster back to the house than I ever ran away from it. God, I hate you, Knox. I whispered the words like a prayer as the safe house came back into view. I hate you for being right. I hate you for making the world so small that you're the only thing left in it. I burst through the tree line near the house, my clothes torn, my face probably smeared with dirt and tears. And there he was. Not Knox, but Rowan O'Shea. He was leaning against a large chestnut tree near the perimeter, calmly smoking a cigarette, his eyes tracking my movement with a look of grim, unsurprised pity. He didn't move to stop me. He didn't even speak. He just flicked his cigarette into the dirt and crushed it with the heel of his boot. He'd been waiting for me to fail. The embarrassment of it cut deeper than the thorns. They all knew. They knew I was an amateur at survival, a bird that didn't know how to fly in a storm. I avoided Rowan's gaze and pushed the heavy door open for the second time that morning. The foyer was dim and warm, smelling of leather and gunpowder and the sharp, expensive scent of Knox's cologne. The air inside wrapped around my cold body, and for a split second I felt a wave of pure, shameful relief, I was back inside. I was behind the glass. I scraped the mud from my sneakers against the stone floor, trying to stop my hands from shaking, trying to conjure some shred of the batty energy I used to have when I was auditing billion-dollar firms. But the silence of the house was heavy with expectation. He was awake. I could feel him. Knox was standing 10 feet down the hallway, leaning against the cold stone wall by the stairs. He was fully dressed, black shirt, dark trousers, sleeves rolled up to reveal the powerful corded muscles of his forearms. He didn't have a gun out. He didn't need one. His arms were crossed over his chest, and his steel-gray eyes were utterly devoid of emotion. He looked like a statue carved from ice. He didn't move toward me, forcing me to stand there in the light of the doorway, looking like a total wreck. "You look like shit, Victoria," he said, his voice a low, dangerous vibration that made the hair on my arm stand up. "I just went for a walk," I snapped, but my voice broke on the last word, betraying the terror I was still vibrating with. "You lasted an hour," he said, pushing himself off the wall and taking a slow, predatory step toward me. "An hour. Did you enjoy the view? Did you find what you were looking for out there in the dirt?" "I couldn't survive out there, Knox," I admitted, the truth tasting like ash in my mouth. I took a step back, my spine hitting the heavy wood of the front door. I came back. "Isn't that what you wanted?" "What I want is for you to understand the rules of the cage," he growled, closing the distance between us until he was towering over me, his heat radiating off him in waves. "You thought you were a ghost? You thought you could just vanish? You're a target, Victoria. Without me, you're just meat. Did you finally realize your pretty head is useless without my gun? I just needed air, you bastard. And I found out the air is poison. Are you happy now?" He didn't answer with words. His hand snapped out, his fingers wrapping around my throat. He didn't squeeze, not enough to choke me, but he anchored me against the door with a terrifying finality. His eyes weren't on my face, they were fixed on the bite mark on my shoulder, the one he'd put there to claim me. He leaned in until his mouth was inches from my ear, his breath hot against my skin. "You smell like dirt and failure, Victoria," he whispered, his voice laced with a lethal kind of satisfaction. "You wanted to know what freedom tastes like? It tastes like fear. It tastes like those men in the black SUV that just passed the perimeter. Yeah, I saw them. I let you see them. I wanted you to know exactly how small your world is without me." The realization hit me like a physical blow. He'd known. He'd let me go just far enough to see the teeth of the world before pulling the leash back. The audacity of it, the sheer unhinged control he had over my every move, should have made me scream. Instead, I felt my head fall back against the door, offering him my neck, my body betraying me by craving the certainty of his ownership. "You belong to me," he growled, his hand tightening slightly on my throat. "You left the cage. Now I burn the lock. Say it, Victoria. Say my name, you little runaway cunt." "Knox," I breathed, the insult sliding over me like a caress. I was spiraling, the trauma of the road mixing with the toxic heat of his presence. "Knox, please." "Please what?" He leaned into me, his weight pinning me to the wood. "Please keep you safe. Please fuck the fear out of you. You don't get to ask for things anymore. You just get to take what I give you." He didn't wait for a response. He crushed his mouth to mine in a brutal, punishing kiss that tasted of fury and adrenaline. I didn't fight him. I couldn't. I responded with a desperation that was feral, my fingers ripping at the buttons of his black shirt, needing to feel his skin against mine to erase the cold of the woods. I needed him to be the only thing in my universe again. He groaned deep in his throat, a sound of pure possession, and drove his knee hard between my thighs, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain and heat from me. "I need you," I whimpered into his mouth. "Right now. Just me. Just you. Fuck me, Knox." "I'm going to do a lot more than that," he muttered, his hands going to my shirt. He gripped the fabric and yanked, the buttons flying off and skittering across the stone floor like hail. The cool air hit my skin for a second before his mouth replaced it, biting down on the existing mark on my shoulder, drawing a tiny bead of blood that made me cry out. It was a reaffirmation of the wound, a deeper brand to replace the one I'd tried to run away from. See that? That's where you stay, he growled against my skin, his voice thick with a dark promise. It needed to be deeper. He hiked my skirt up with one hand, his fingers rough and demanding as he ripped my panties aside. He didn't use finesse. He didn't use tenderness. He gripped my jaw with his other hand, forcing my head back so I had to look into those steel-gray eyes while he plunged his fingers intimately into my slick, trembling core. I was already wet, fueled by the sheer, terrifying adrenaline of the hunt and the relief of being caught. Look at what you crawled back for, Victoria, he said, his voice a low lash. You thought you were a ghost? You are flesh, and you are wet for me. Say it. Say you're mine. I'm yours, I sobbed, my hips lifting instinctively, seeking the pressure of his hand. I'm yours, Knox. Just take me. Punish me. I don't care. He pulled his hand free, and I felt him fumbling with his own clothes, the sound of tearing fabric and the rasp of a zipper filling the narrow hallway. He didn't even bother to fully undress. He just freed himself, his body hard and demanding as he positioned me against the door. He lifted me violently, my legs wrapping around his waist by sheer instinct, my ankles locking behind his back. I was suspended there, trapped between the cold wood of the exit and the lethal heat of the man who wouldn't let me through it. This is what keeps you alive, he whispered, his eyes unblinking. Don't you ever forget it. He entered me in one violent, punishing thrust that knocked the air right out of my lungs. The back of my head thudded against the door, a sharp crack that vibrated through my skull. It wasn't sex, it was a reclaiming. He moved with a frantic, uneven rhythm, each stroke a blunt force reminder of who owned my body. He didn't settle into a cadence, he just drove into me, grinding my hips against the wood until I was sure I'd have splinters in my skin. You ran all that way just to get fucked raw, didn't you? He grunted, his face inches from mine, his expression a mask of savage satisfaction. You stupid foolish cunt. You thought you could survive an hour without me? Look at you. You're shaking. You're breaking for me. Jesus, Knox, I gasped, my fingers clawing down his back, leaving red trails in his skin. I didn't care about the insults. I didn't care about the roughness. I needed the intensity to drown out the memory of that black SUV. I needed the pain to prove I was still here, still protected. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop. The hallway was filled with the wet slapping sound of our bodies connecting, and the ragged, desperate sounds of my own voice. I was barreling toward a peak that felt like it would shatter me, my vision blurring, my entire existence narrowing down to the point where we were joined. Knox maintained that intense, unblinking eye contact, watching the exact moment I lost control. That's it, Victoria, he growled, his voice sounding like it was coming from miles away. That's where your obedience lives. Right there. I shattered, a prolonged, agonizing climax that left me trembling uncontrollably in his arms. I clung to him, my face buried in the crook of his neck, sobbing with a mix of exhaustion and relief. He followed me a second later, his own release silent and violent, his body tensing so hard against mine that the hinges of the door creaked in protest. He held me there for a long time, my weight supported entirely by his strength, the only sound the heavy synchronized thud of our hearts. Mine. Always, he muttered, his breath hot against my ear. He finally let me slide down his body, until my feet hit the cold stone floor. I couldn't stand, my knees buckled, and he had to catch me, steadying me against his chest. I looked up at him, my amber eyes unfocused, and reached up to touch the jagged scar on his jaw. It was a silent gesture, an acceptance of the terms. I wasn't an accountant anymore. I was a survivor, and this was the price of the walls. We need to move, Victoria. Soon, he said, his voice returning to that cold professional clip, though his hand lingered on my waist. The SUV was a scout. They'll be back with more. I know, I whispered, pulling my torn shirt closed. Don't ever leave my sight again. If you do, I won't be the one who finds you next time. I nodded, the reality of the situation settling back over me like a shroud. I didn't run away for an hour. I ran home for this. I looked at the door, the heavy wooden barrier that separated me from a world that wanted me dead, and realized I didn't want it open anymore. I wanted Knox to lock it and throw away the key. "I'm not going anywhere," I said, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't lying to myself. I was safe because I was owned, and in this world that was the only currency that mattered.
Chapter 5. Knox POV. The Peugeot's engine sounded like a bag of rusty nails being kicked down a flight of stairs, and the salt air coming off the Mediterranean was doing zero favors for my mood or my stitches. We were crawling through the industrial guts of the Marseille docks at 4 in the morning, and every goddamn shadow looked like a sniper nest. My hands were locked on the wheel, knuckles white, eyes flicking to the mirrors every 3 seconds because I was deadass waiting for the red dot to appear on my chest. Beside me, Victoria was being too fucking quiet. It was the kind of silence that made my skin crawl, the kind that meant she was mapping out the exits or figuring out how to sink a knife into my kidney the second I let my guard down. She'd come back to the safe house voluntarily after her little runaway stunt, but I wasn't buying the sudden good girl routine for a second. It was some unhinged, high-level chess shit. I could feel her watching me, her amber eyes reflecting the shitty yellow glow of the street lamps we passed. She was tracing patterns on the foggy glass of the passenger window with one finger, probably drawing a map of my demise for all I knew. I tapped my thumb against the steering wheel, a nervous tick I usually had the sense to suppress, but the diesel fumes and the salt and the pressure of having her this close were fucking with my head. I wanted to pull over and choke her just to see if she'd fight back, or if she'd just moan my name again like a goddamn traitor to her own survival. "Don't breathe. Don't move," I growled, the words coming out like a rasp against sandpaper. I didn't even look at her. I just needed her to know I was still the one holding the leash, even if we were currently sharing a tin can on wheels. "What did you expect me to do out there, Knox? Freeze? Die in a ditch?" Her voice was level, almost bored, which pissed me off more than if she'd started screaming. "I expect nothing but perfect obedience from you, cunt. Or I'll take it back. Everything. Your life, your breath, the whole fucking lot. You think because you walked back through that door, you get a seat at the table? You're an asset, Victoria. A liability, with a pretty face and a head full of numbers my father would burn a city to get his hands on. Don't get it twisted." The Peugeot bounced over a massive pothole, making my shoulder scream. I bit back a curse. My old man's reach was long, and I knew the only reason we weren't dead already was because Rowan was supposed to have a contact at Pier 14. But the closer we got to the rusted chain-link gate, the more the vibe felt off. It was too clean. Too quiet. I killed the lights and rolled the car to a stop 10 meters from the rendezvous. No sign of the transport. No sign of life. Just stacks of shipping containers towering over us like burgundy tombstones, and the distant low-frequency hum of a freighter out at sea. I reached over, my hand heavy and possessive as I clamped it onto Victoria's thigh, squeezing hard enough that I knew I'd see the fingerprint bruises tomorrow. I needed to feel her skin, needed to anchor myself to the reality that she was still here, and not halfway to a Hennessey interrogation room. Too quiet. "Where the fuck is he?" I whispered, my hand tightening on her leg. "You never wait this long, Knox. What's wrong?" She shifted, her skirt riding up, and I saw her eyes scanning the dark just as hard as mine were. "Mind your role, Victoria. I handle the perimeter. You stay here. Don't move unless I give the word." "I am your asset, not your ornament, you arrogant bastard," she snapped, her amber eyes flashing with that defiance I loved and hated in equal measure. "If you die out there, I'm a dead woman walking. I'm not sitting in this car like a fucking sitting duck while you go play hero. I follow you. You need my eyes. You think you have the right to demand anything of me, Victoria? I could leave you here for the cleaners, and be halfway to Corsica before they found your body." I leaned in close, the scent of her, soap and fear and something sharp and feminine filling the small space. The penalty for insubordination is still on the table. Don't think I've forgotten how much you like to bleed. I'm the key to your war chest, Knox. You need me alive to get to the encryption. You die, you lose everything. Now move. She was right, and that rankled. I hated that she was right. I stepped out of the car, the cold air hitting me like a physical blow. I drew the HK, the suppressed slide racking with a crisp shick that sounded like thunder in the silence. I moved away from the Peugeot, favoring my shoulder, my boots crunching on the grainy concrete. I spat a mouthful of dry, metallic-tasting saliva onto the pavement, scanning the containers. The mist was rolling in thick now, blurring the edges of the world. I was looking for a glint, a shadow that moved when it shouldn't, a breath held too long. And then I saw it. A tiny, imperceptible reflection in the tinted glass of an unmarked van, parked 50 yards away. Fuck. The first suppressed round whistled past my ear, a whisper of death that missed by an inch. I didn't wait for the second. A heavy caliber round slammed into the Peugeot's hood with a sickening thunk, and I knew we were cooked. It wasn't Rowan's crew. It was a cleanup team. Marcus had found us. Fuck. I roared, dropping low and rolling behind a stack of rusted oil drums. Grit and old cigarette butts scratched at my face, and the smell of burning oil from the car's engine block started to fill the air. They were using Syndicate rifles. I knew that sound. I knew that precision. I lunged back toward the car, tearing the driver's door open. I didn't grab her hand. I reached in and grabbed a fistful of her long red gold hair, yanking her violently out the passenger side to keep her head below the window line. Run, Victoria. Stay on my 6. Knox, my ankle, she stumbled as I dragged her in a desperate sprint toward the burgundy containers. Shut up and move. You want to live? You run. Bullets peppered the Peugeot behind us, glass shattering in a diamond spray. My heart was a hammer against my ribs. I felt that primal, jagged urge to put my own body between her and the lead, a feeling that was completely fucking alien to me. I didn't do protection. I did liquidation. But she was mine, and nobody got to break my toys but me. We dove into the narrow aisles of the container yard, the metal walls echoing our ragged breathing. I stopped at the corner of a green container, peeked and saw a shadow advancing. 2 precision shots. The guy dropped like a sack of wet flour, his rifle clattering on the gravel. 3 targets down, at least 5 still moving, Victoria whispered. Her voice was flat, analytical. She wasn't screaming. She wasn't crying. She was counting. Mon Dieu. They brought a whole fucking crew, I muttered, reloading the HK. My movements were mechanical, perfect, even with the throb in my shoulder. This is Marcus's work, Knox. He wants me back. He's not going to stop until we're both in the dirt. The crane, Knox. 10 o'clock high. She pointed up, her finger steady. I looked up and saw the flicker of a sniper lens in the low light of the dock crane. Clever girl, I grunted. I couldn't make that shot with a pistol, not from this angle. We had to move. We had to flank them. I grabbed her again, pressing her back against the cold, grooved metal of the container, using my bulk as a shield. The proximity was electric. The adrenaline was turning into something else, something darker. Seeing her like this, eyes wide and brain working a mile a minute while men were literally trying to murder us, made my gut clench with a possessive heat that was absolutely down bad. Keep that mouth running, cunt. Tell me what you see. It's what you're good for. Left. Move left now. I hear boots on the gravel behind the blue stack. She was breathing hard against my neck, her body molding perfectly to mine as we maneuvered through the maze. My protection comes at a price, Hennessey, she hissed as I dragged her around another corner, my hand clamped hard on her hip. I'll collect later. Right now, keep your head down. We caught the last guy in a dead end between 2 stacks. He didn't even have time to raise his weapon before I was on him. I didn't use the gun. I wanted the silence. I slammed him against the metal and drove my knife into his throat, pinning him there while his life leaked out in a hot metallic spray. Victoria watched the whole thing. She didn't look away. Her face was pale, but her eyes were full of a horrifying fascination. I looked at her over the dying man's shoulder, making sure she saw the blood on my suit, making sure she knew exactly what kind of monster she was chained to. Look at it, Victoria. This is what keeps you warm at night. Bastard. The word was a breathy exhale, half awe and half disgust. I flicked the blood off the blade and shoved her toward an open container near the water's edge. It was labeled danger, unstable cargo. Fitting. I shoved her inside, the interior a black hole of rust and grease smells, and pulled the heavy door nearly shut behind us. We stood in the suffocating dark, chests heaving, listening to the footsteps outside scraping on the gravel. I pinned her against the corrugated wall, my arm across her chest, holding her still. The silence after the gunfire was a total mind fuck. I could hear my own heart, and I could hear hers, a frantic syncopated rhythm in the dark. I was covered in sweat and blood, my adrenaline peaking so hard I felt like I could tear the metal walls apart with my bare hands. I looked down at her, the sliver of light from the door crack catching the amber in her eyes. Breathe shallow, I commanded, my voice a muffled wreck. The footsteps passed right by the door. I pressed my full weight into her, my scarred jaw brushing her temple. I could feel her hips grinding involuntarily against mine, a purely instinctual reaction to the near-death high we were both riding. I didn't move my arm. I didn't pull away. My mind was screaming mine. They couldn't have her. Nobody got her. Don't pull away, I growled into her ear. The hunger was sharper than the pain in my shoulder. I needed to claim her, right here, in the dirt and the dark, to remind the world and her that she belonged to the butcher. Say it, Victoria. Say you belong to the bastard who keeps you alive. Bastard. Yours. She choked the words out, her fingers digging into my blood-stained shirt, pulling me closer instead of pushing away. Good. You are my prize. I didn't wait. I slammed my mouth onto hers, the kiss tasting like iron and desperation. It wasn't a kiss, it was a fucking collision. I tore at her shirt, the fabric ripping with a satisfying sound that echoed in the hollow container. I needed to see her, needed to mark her where the world couldn't see. Victoria, my cunt. You crave this death just as much as I do. Show me, Knox. Show me what I bought. I stripped her with frantic, rough movements, my hands checking for wounds before turning into weapons of possession. The cold metal of the container wall was a shock against her skin, but I was a furnace. I dropped to my knees, my face pressed against her stomach, inhaling the scent of her sweat and the salt air. I used my teeth on her inner thigh, biting down hard enough to leave deep red marks. I wanted her to carry my brand into the next shootout. Mark me, bastard. Make sure they know. Every inch is owned, Victoria. Never forget it. I stood up, my eyes dark with a protective madness that felt like a fever. I spun her around, forcing her to brace against the wall, her wrists pinned above her head in my grip. I could hear more footsteps outside, distant but coming closer, and the thrill of it made my blood boil. This is protection, Victoria. This is ownership. Hurt me, Knox. Make the fear go away. I entered her with a sharp, crude thrust that made the entire container ring like a bell. I didn't use finesse. I used force. I claimed her body and the space we were hiding in, my voice a constant low-frequency snarl of mine and cunt in her ear. She arched back into me, her head hitting the metal with a dull thud, her moans muffled as I worked her. The pacing was savage, driven by the knowledge that men were still hunting us just yards away. My shoulder was bleeding through my shirt again, the stitches pulling, but I channeled the pain into every drive. Harder, bastard. Don't stop. I covered her mouth with my hand as she reached a frantic peak, the sound of her pleasure biting into my palm. Footsteps crunched on the gravel immediately outside the door. I froze, still buried deep inside her, the tension so thick it was a physical weight. She bit my hand, her eyes rolling back as she shook with the force of it. I followed her over the edge in a silent, vibrating release that left me gutted. I slumped against her back, my heart hammering against her spine. We stayed like that for a long minute, the heat of our bodies the only thing keeping the cold at bay. I didn't pull out. I just held her, my hand settling on the back of her neck in a gentle threat. The footsteps faded. The immediate danger was gone, replaced by the reality of what we still had to do. "We move in 3 minutes," I said, my voice returning to that cold, dead frequency. I was already calculating the next route, the next kill. "Where to now, Master?" Victoria asked, her voice small, the submission finally briefly real. I pulled back, reaching for my gun. I had to clean the blood off the slide. Business as usual. To the next hole. And hope to God your numbers are worth the suit I just ruined.
Chapter 6. Victoria POV. I used my heel to slam the cramped bathroom door shut, the sound of the wood hitting the frame echoing like a final gunshot against the damp, cracked tiles. The noise was sharp, a necessary punctuation to the chaos we just dragged in from the docks. The air in here was thick with the smell of wet concrete, stagnant water, and the copper-heavy stench of Knox's blood. He was leaning heavily against the porcelain sink, his knuckles white where they gripped the edge, his breathing ragged and uneven. He looked like a goddamn wreck, and yet the sheer audacity of the man, standing there trying to look like he wasn't about to pass out, was almost impressive. I watched as he struggled to peel the blood-soaked fabric of his shirt away from his skin, the dark silk sticking to the jagged mess of his side. He was staining the sink, red swirls spiraling down the drain with the drip of a leaky faucet. It was unhinged, the way we lived now, moving from one death trap to the next, but my brain was already doing the math. If Knox went down, I was a dead woman walking. I didn't have his skills, his cold-blooded instinct, or his reach. I needed him alive, not because I had some delusional sense of loyalty, but because being tied to this monster was the only thing keeping the Roche group from turning me into a cautionary tale. I was safer in this cage than I was out in the wild, and that realization was a bitter pill I had to swallow every time I looked at the red gold hair reflected in the dirty mirror. "If you bleed on that floor, you clean it, Knox. Stop hovering. It's nothing." "That's not nothing. It's soaking through your shirt, and you're leaving prints on the wall. Sit down before you fall down. Just give me the damn kit." I ignored him, reaching for the small, sterile first aid kit I'd scavenged from the last safe house. I placed it carefully on the only dry spot on the counter, avoiding the pooling water and the grime. My hands were shaking, just a tiny vibration at the fingertips that I refused to acknowledge. Knox was a predator, an apex killer who had spent his entire life being the one who dealt the damage, not the one who took it. Seeing him like this, unstable and leaking, felt like a glitch in the matrix. I stepped into his space, my shoulder brushing his chest, and I could feel the unnatural heat radiating off him. He smelled like gunpowder and the cold salt of the Mediterranean, a scent that had become my entire world. "Sit. Now. You're losing too much blood to argue with me, and I'm not in the mood for the stoic tough guy aesthetic. Don't look at me like I'm porcelain, Victoria. I've had worse from a paper cut. It's just a graze. Focus on getting us out of this shithole. You always fight the treatment. Just sit on the tub." He growled, a low vibration in his chest that felt more like a warning than a complaint, but his knees gave out just enough that he had to comply. He sank onto the edge of the stain-chipped bathtub, his heavy boots scuffing the floor. He braced himself with one hand against the wall, leaving a bloody palm print on the peeling floral wallpaper that looked like some kind of macabre modern art. He looked raw. Exposed. It was the first time I'd seen the cracks in the steel, the moment where the adrenaline crash finally caught up to the man who thought he was immortal. I knelt between his legs, my knees hitting the cold floor, and I didn't care about the grime. I only cared about the map of his skin. The silence was punctuated by the buzz of the single fluorescent bulb overhead, a flickering, annoying sound that made the whole room feel like a scene from a horror movie. I started peeling away the shredded remains of his shirt, my breath catching as I saw the damage. The graze on his ribs was shallow but long, a ragged red line that was still sluggishly weeping. The cut on his forearm was deeper, a jagged slice that looked like it had been made by a piece of flying shrapnel. I grabbed the antiseptic, the sharp medicinal scent hitting me instantly, clearing some of the metallic fog in my head. Knox stayed still, but I could feel the tension in his thighs, the way his muscles were coiled like a spring. He was trying to maintain control, trying to be the one in charge, even when I was the one holding the needle and the thread. This is going to sting. I'm not being gentle. I said, stop looking at me. Just finish it. You got lucky. This almost hit the artery. You'd be dead on the docks right now. Did you do this to save my life, or your damn asset, Victoria? I didn't answer. I couldn't. The truth was too messy, too tangled up in the way my body reacted to his, even now. I pressed the peroxide-soaked gauze to the wound on his ribs, and I felt him flinch. A tiny microscopic jerk of his torso that he immediately tried to mask with a scowl. My knuckles brushed against the coarse, dark hair on his chest, and the intimacy of it was a physical weight. I was healing the man who had stolen my life, the man who had branded me as his own. Every time I touched him, it was a reminder of my own submission, but as I worked, I felt a shift. I wasn't just the captive anymore. I was the one who knew how to put him back together. As I moved to wrap the gauze around his torso, my fingers brushed against a patch of skin on his lower back that felt different. It was thick, ridged, and uneven. I paused, my hand lingering. In the harsh, flickering light, I could see it, a jagged old scar that wasn't from a bullet or a knife. It looked like a brand, a deliberate mark of ownership or punishment that had been burned into his flesh years ago. It was ugly and violent, a relic of a past he never talked about. This one, it's old? It's not from today. A long time ago, Victoria. Keep working. Don't get curious. It looks like you were branded, Knox. Who did this? The past is irrelevant. Only the present matters. Finish the bandage. He snapped at me, his jaw locking so tight I thought his teeth might crack. He slammed his good hand against the tile wall, the thud resonating in the small space. He wouldn't look at me in the mirror. He was spiraling, the vulnerability of the moment pushing him toward a breaking point I hadn't seen before. He was the Hennessey fixer, the cold instrument of his father's will, but looking at that scar I realized he wasn't born a monster. He was forged in a fire I couldn't even imagine. And right now, I was the only person who could see the cracks in his armor. I didn't back down. I reached out, my fingers tracing the edge of the ridged tissue, feeling the heat of him. Why won't you tell me? Who did this to you? Was it Marcus? I said enough. Don't push me, Victoria. I'm not one of your ledgers you can just audit. Do you think I'm weak because I'm asking? Or are you just afraid of the answer? You always punish me for caring. Even when I'm the one stopping you from bleeding out. I finished the dressing, sealing the tape with a final, deliberate press of my thumb. I took a second longer than necessary, letting the contact linger. I wanted him to feel the weight of my presence. When I finally looked up, Knox was staring at me, his gray eyes dark with something that wasn't just pain. It was a hunger, a desperate possessive need that made my breath hitch. He reached out with his good hand, his fingers cupping my jaw, his thumb running over my cheekbone. He left a smear of the antiseptic and his own blood on my skin, a mark that felt more permanent than any ink. There. All done. Try not to get shot again in the next hour. You saved me. Again. I fixed the bleeding, nothing more. Don't make it something it isn't. You're a wicked thing, my accountant. Always looking for the leverage. He leaned his forehead against mine, pulling me into his space, until I could feel the heavy, rhythmic tremor running through his body. It wasn't fear, it was the adrenaline dump, the crash of a man who had been operating on pure survival instinct for too long. I didn't pull away. I leaned into his palm, seeking the familiar, terrifying heat of him. My heart was thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs, and the smell of him was overwhelming, salt, blood, and a raw, masculine scent that made my skin prickle. I let the medical gloves drop to the floor, the soft PFFFT sound startlingly loud in the silence. Why do you keep me so close, Knox? Why not just put me in a real cage? Because you belong right here. In the mess. You're the only thing that makes sense. You feel the crash, don't you? Your hands are shaking. Get me out of this light, Victoria. Just get me to the bed. I guided him out of the bathroom, the harsh fluorescent light giving way to the dim, gritty shadows of the safe-house bedroom. The space was small, dominated by a sagging bed with a metal frame that looked like it had seen better decades. Knox leaned on me, his weight heavy and solid, his instincts still screaming danger even as his body failed him. I could see his eyes darting to the window, the door, the shadows in the corner. He was a hunted animal, and I was the only thing he trusted. It was a terrifying realization. I helped him sit on the edge of the bed, the springs groaning under his weight. Lean on me, Knox. I've got you. Don't patronize me. I'm not an invalid. I need you quiet for a moment. Just breathe. Is there a lock on the window? I checked it. It's solid. Just stay still. I moved to pull the thin, tattered blanket over him, but as soon as I reached out, his hand shot out and grabbed my waist. His grip was desperate, his fingers digging into my hips with a force that would surely leave bruises. He pulled me toward him until I was standing between his knees, my stomach flush against his bandaged ribs. He buried his face in my midriff, his breathing ragged. Stay. Don't move. Don't go anywhere. You're heavy, and you're going to reopen your side if you keep pulling like that. I need to feel you, Victoria. Right here. I need to know you're real. You can't escape me now. You know that. I looked down at the top of his head, at the dark hair damp with sweat, and I felt a surge of something feral and protective. He was a bastard, a killer, a man who had stolen everything from me, but in this moment he was mine. I understood the unspoken demand in the way he held me. He didn't want comfort, he wanted a distraction. He wanted to drown out the sound of the gunfire, and the smell of the blood with the only thing that ever made him feel human. I reached for the buttons of my shirt, my fingers moving with a steady, calculated focus. This is what you need, isn't it? To forget the blood. To forget what you did back there. Yes. God, yes. Don't stop. Tell me what you want, Knox. Use your words for once. Just yours. Always. My perfect, defiant little cunt. I let the shirt fall from my shoulders, the cool air of the room hitting my skin before the heat of his gaze replaced it. I shed the rest of my clothes, my eyes locked on his, watching the way the pupils dilated until his eyes were almost entirely black. I straddled him, positioning myself carefully so I didn't press against the fresh gauze on his side. I guided his shaky hand to my inner thigh, the skin-on-skin contact sending a jolt of pure electric need through my core. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly, the pain and the trauma replaced by a heavy, suffocating sexual tension that made the very air feel thick. Be careful, Knox. Don't tear the stitches, or I'll have to stitch you up again, and I'm out of antiseptic. I won't. I'll be careful with you, Victoria. I promise. This is for me too. Don't forget that. I need to feel something other than fear. Don't move away. Just stay right there. I leaned down, initiating a deep, bruising kiss that tasted of salt and desperation. I took the lead, my tongue tangling with his, controlling the depth and the pace. I wanted to chase the demons out of his head, to fill his mind with the sensation of me until there was room for nothing else. He groaned into my mouth, his good arm clamping around my back, pulling me flush against him. It was a dangerous game, using my body as a tool of stabilization, but as I felt the hard, thick length of him pressing against my thigh, I knew I'd already won this round. I carefully lowered myself onto him, my naked skin a stark pale contrast to the dark, sweating landscape of his body and the white bandages wrapping his torso. The bed springs screamed a protest, a rhythmic metal grinding that filled the room as I settled onto him. Knox's hands were like brands on my hips, his fingers digging in with a force that was borderline painful, but I didn't care. I needed the grounding friction as much as he did. I shifted my weight, and the rough texture of the gauze on his side scratched against my inner thigh, a stinging reminder of the violence we just left behind. Stay still, Knox. Let me take care of you for once. Take it all, Victoria. I need you deep. I need to feel you in my fucking bones. He reached up, his teeth catching on my collarbone, not biting, but grinding against the bone with a low, desperate sound that vibrated through my entire body. He was marking his territory, claiming the skin he'd already decided belonged to him. I arched my neck, giving him full access, my fingers tangling in the material of the stained pillow beneath his head. The wet heat of his mouth was the only thing I could focus on, the faint taste of his blood still lingering on my skin from the bathroom. I need to taste you. All of you. I need to know you're mine. Don't leave a mark one can't hide, Knox. We have to move tomorrow. I guided him inside me with a steady hand, my eyes locked onto his gray ones as I slowly took his full length. The connection was deliberate, overwhelming, a physical invasion that felt like a homecoming. Knox shuttered his eyes for a second, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips as he hit the limit of his endurance. Open your eyes, Knox. Look at me. See who's holding you together. You are everything. The only thing that matters. God, Victoria. He arched his back, the muscles rippling under the fresh gauze as he began to thrust upward, his movements desperate and unrefined. He was seeking the grounding friction, the physical proof that he was still alive. I allowed his rhythm to take over, riding the edge of his violent need, my hand flat against his chest. I could feel the frantic, heavy thump of his heart beneath my palm, a reminder of the machine gun fire and the adrenaline that was still coursing through him. Harder, Victoria. I need to feel it. I need this pain gone. I need the noise to stop. I know. Just breathe. Focus on me. Only me. I leaned down to kiss him again, my red gold hair falling around us like a silk curtain, muffling the sudden pained moan that escaped him as I hit a perfect deep spot. I used the corner of the pillow to wipe a bead of sweat from his scarred jaw, my touch lingering on the rough stubble. Don't break the seal of the bandage, Knox, or I'll stop. I mean it. Never stop. I'll bleed out before I let you go. The pace quickened into a frenzy, the sound of skin hitting skin echoing sharply in the small room. Knox momentarily forgot his injuries, driven by a primal instinct that overrode everything else. He was a gravelly wreck of emotion and lust, his rough guttural grunts punctuating every movement. I closed my eyes, focusing solely on the sensation, using the heat and the friction to override the memory of the gunfire and the smell of the docks. Fuck Victoria. That's it. That's the only truth in this goddamn world. Say my name. Say it like I'm the only thing that can save you. Say it like I'm your ruin. With a burst of adrenaline-fueled dominance, Knox flipped me onto my back, disregarding the caution we'd maintained. The sudden movement made him hiss through his teeth, but he didn't slow down. He pinned my wrists above my head with one hand, his heavy, possessive weight settling over me like a welcome oppression. Look up. Look at the bastard who owns you, Victoria. Look at what you do to me. Yes, Knox. Yours? Just yours. Prove it. I wrapped my legs around his waist, pulling him deeper with intentional force, demanding every ounce of his focus. I refused to let him retreat into his post-trauma shell. I dug my heels into his lower back, using my legs to dictate the savage rhythm of our union. You think you own me? Prove it, Knox. Show me how much you need me. I always prove it. Every fucking time. You're my fix. My perfect little cunt. His control snapped. He pushed toward the climax with a desperate, frantic energy, calling me mine over and over again until the words were a mantra. He dropped his head to my chest, his declarations muffled against my skin as he channeled all his fear and violence into the act. My release. My fix. My anchor. Don't ever leave me, Victoria. Don't stop talking to me. Stay right here. The climax hit us both like a physical blow, leaving us gasping and entangled in the dark. I felt the deep, full thrum of his release against my core, a sensation that made the world go white for a long, echoing moment. I cried out, a sound that was half pleasure and half total exhaustion, my face muffled in the musty pillow. Done. It's done. We're still here. God, Victoria. Jesus. Knox remained buried inside me for a long, heavy moment, not moving, his face pressed into the pillow next to my ear. His breath was shallow and his heart thuds were starting to slow, matching the rhythm of my own. I wrapped my arms around his back, being careful of the bandages, holding him in place like a protective shell. Just stay right there, Knox. Don't move. I won't. I'm not going anywhere. I stroked the damp hair from his forehead, my touch lingering on his skin with a proprietary softness. I saw his eyes were closed, his expression finally peaceful for the first time since we'd landed in Marseille. I'd done it. I'd grounded him, handled the mess, and turned the monster back into a man I could manage. I used a fingertip to trace the outline of the heavy scar on his jaw, a gesture of perverse affection. Rest, Knox. I've got the watch. You are my keeper, Victoria. Always were. The room was quiet now, the only sound the distant siren of a police car somewhere in the city, and the evenness of his breathing. I stared up at the cracked ceiling, the adrenaline finally leaving my system, replaced by a cold, calculating clarity. He was asleep or close to it, and for the first time in weeks, the cage didn't feel like it was closing in. It felt like home. Whatever. At least the bandages held. I'm not cleaning that floor twice.
Chapter 7. Knox POV. The pre-dawn light in Provence is absolute dogshit. It's this grey, watery haze that makes everything look like a funeral, which is fitting because if I don't get us out of this roadside dump in the next 20 minutes, we're dead-ass going to be the ones in the ground. I'm standing by the window of this cheap-ass motel room, pulling the moth-eaten curtain back just enough to see the shadows stretching across the gravel lot. Every muscle in my body is vibrating like a high-tension wire, and the adrenaline that's been keeping me upright since the dockfight in Marseille is finally starting to curdle into something sour and exhausting. My left forearm is screaming. It's not just a throb, it's a rhythmic blinding heat that pulses with my heartbeat, and when I look down I see the dark wet stain spreading across the light-colored floor tiles. Fuck. This is a critical failure in operational security. I'm leaving a goddamn breadcrumb trail of DNA for Marcus's cleanup crews to sniff out like bloodhounds. I reach up and rub the jagged scar on my jaw, my fingers tracing the uneven skin, a nervous tic I haven't had since I was a kid hiding in the cellar from my old man. It's a sign of weakness. I'm losing my grip, and that's a luxury I can't afford. We can't stay here past sunrise. Stop staring at the blood, it's a liability. My head is a goddamn mess, a ranting loop of tactical errors and the fucking scent of the woman sleeping 5 feet behind me. Victoria is curled up on the bed, buried under a thin, scratchy polyester blanket that probably hasn't been washed since the 90s. Even in sleep, she looks like she's ready to stab me. She's wearing that torn silk slip, the one that's more thread than fabric now, and her red gold hair is a chaotic mess against the pillow. She looks defiant. She looks like trouble. My obsession with her is a calculated risk that's rapidly turning into a total tactical disaster. I should have ended her the second I saw the ledger. I should have erased the witness and moved on. Instead, I've got her tucked away in a French motel like some kind of prize, and every second I spend watching the shallow, stressed rise and fall of her chest is a second I'm not watching the perimeter. If they touch her, I'll burn the continent down. I know it, and Marcus knows it. She's the one piece I cannot afford to lose, which makes her my greatest fucking vulnerability. I reach out to brush a stray strand of hair off her cheek, but I stop myself. My hand is shaking. I pull back like she's a live wire. She's not a woman, she's a grenade with the pin pulled, and I'm the idiot holding it to my chest. The pain in my arm spikes again, a white-hot reminder that I'm human. I retreat to the bathroom, the fluorescent light flickering and buzzing like a dying insect. The mirror is cracked, reflecting a version of me that looks like a goddamn ghost. I rip off the makeshift bandage I tied at the docks, and the wound looks like shit. It's a deep, jagged knife strike, the edges red and angry. I grab a handful of cheap paper towels and start dabbing at the gore. I'm trying to be clinical, trying to be the machine Marcus raised me to be, but my dominant hand is having a fucking tremor. I can't get the gauze pad to sit right. Every time I try to wrap the bandage taut, my fingers slip, and the pain sends a jolt through my shoulder that makes me want to puke. Fuck. A quiet, dangerous hiss escapes my teeth. I'm struggling with a basic field dressing like some kind of amateur. It's humiliating. Machines don't bleed and they don't fucking shake. I grit my teeth and let out a low, guttural growl of pure physical frustration. I'm supposed to be the predator, the one who does the erasing, but right now I'm just a guy bleeding out in a shitty bathroom in the middle of nowhere. Stay in the bed, cunt. I don't need help. I didn't even hear her move. Victoria is standing in the doorway, her amber eyes wide and sharp. She's not scared, she's judging me. I can see it in the way she tilts her head. I'm hunched over the medical kit, looking like a wounded dog, and my pride is screaming at me to shove her out of the room. I don't want her to see this. I don't want her to see the incompetence. Stop being a petulant bastard. You'll bleed out. She doesn't listen. She never fucking listens. She walks right into my space, her bare feet silent on the linoleum. She doesn't wait for permission. She just reaches out and snatches the antiseptic spray from my hand. I want to snarl, to grab her by the throat and remind her who's in charge, but she locks eyes with me. Amber challenging steel grey. She's holding my gaze, daring me to stop her. She tears open a fresh bandage packet with a decisive sharp rip. If you want to live long enough to kill your father, sit down. The audacity of this woman is going to get us both killed. But I sit. I sink onto the edge of the stained bathtub and let her take over. The smell of her salt skin and that faint hint of the expensive perfume that's starting to fade is a goddamn distraction. She moves with this unsettling clinical focus. She doesn't talk. She doesn't offer any fake-ass comfort. She just cleans the wound. Her fingertips are cool against my hot, feverish skin, and the contrast is making my brain short-circuit. I crave the relief, the steady pressure of her hands, but I fucking hate the vulnerability of it. I'm the one who holds the gun. I'm the one who owns the cage. But right now, she's the one with the power. She stabilizes the wound, and then she does something that makes my heart hit my ribs like a hammer. She reaches down and tears a fresh, clean strip from the hem of that silk slip she's wearing. She uses it to tie the knot of the gauze, replacing her luxury with utility, binding her fabric to my skin. It's clean. Don't move it for 3 days. She's still looking at me, her face inches from mine. Does it hurt, Knox? Or is it the loss of control that bothers you? I don't answer. I can't. If I open my mouth, I'm going to either kiss her or kill her. She's trying to figure out if she's protecting an asset, or if she's found a way to pull my strings. I stand up, towering over her, trying to reclaim the air in the room. We head east toward Geneva. Bridget is the lockpicker. I need to get the focus back on the mission. I tell her the plan while I grab my jacket. Ditch the car, find a new hide, and get my sister to tap the offshore reserves. You trust your sister? She's Marcus's blood. Victoria is already back in audit mode, her mind working the angles. She's right to be suspicious. Trust is a death sentence in the Hennessey Syndicate. But Bridget is different. Bridget hates our father more than she values her life. That's a good enough currency. I'm drumming my functioning hand on the bedside table, leaving fingerprints in the dust. Victoria's interrogation is necessary, but it's grating on my nerves. I need her to trust me, not question every move. We get out of the motel before the sun can finish climbing the horizon. The air outside is biting, but it helps clear the fog in my head. I don't take any chances. I pull on a pair of gloves and start wiping down every surface of the getaway car with bleach. I'm being thorough, erasing every trace of our DNA, every fingerprint, every hair. Victoria stands watch, holding the flashlight steady, the beam cutting through the gloom. The physical labor is a bitch. I can feel the wound in my arm starting to weep again. The fresh white bandage is already blooming with a red stain, soaking through the silk strip from her slip. I have to lean my weight against the car door for a minute, waiting for a wave of nausea to pass. Don't move, Victoria. I need you focused on the periphery. The smell of bleach is caustic, burning my throat. I scrub the dashboard, the seats, the steering wheel until my arm feels like it's going to fall off. This is what survival looks like. Perpetual erasure. I drive us deep into a forgotten side road near a ravine, the kind of place where things go to stay lost. I use a block and tackle I scavenged to push the vehicle over the edge. I watch it tumble, a silent, heavy shadow disappearing into the thick underbrush and the dark water at the bottom. It's gone. Clean slate. We're on foot now, totally exposed, waiting for Rowan to bridge the gap. We move in the shadows until Rowan arrives. As the car vanishes, I see Victoria bend down. She picks up a small, jagged shard of glass from the road and slips it into her pocket. She thinks I didn't see it. A small personal weapon. I almost smile. That's my girl. We find a crumbling, damp stone barn about 2 miles from the ravine. It smells like old hay and decay, but it's out of sight. I pull out a pristine burner phone and dial the only number I trust. Rowan O'Shea. I keep the conversation short. Code only. Low and precise. I hate that I have to involve him. I hate that anyone else is going to see her. Asset secured, Rowan. Require immediate extraction. Clean and discreet. I give him the coordinates and tell him to burn the line. He's 5 hours out. 5 hours of sitting in the dark with her. The thought of Rowan seeing her in that tattered silk slip makes a white-hot spike of jealousy flare up in my gut. It's territorial, visceral, and totally fucking irrational. Rowan is loyal, but Victoria is a weapon. She's the kind of woman who can turn a man's focus just by breathing. He won't look at her. I'll make sure of that. I start meticulously wiping dust and cobwebs from my suit lapels, a reflex. I need to feel in control of something, even if it's just the lint on my jacket. 5 hours, Knox. Hold tight. Rowan's voice was steady, but I'm not. 5 hours is an eternity when the Roche group is hunting you. I use the toe of my shoe to draw a heavy line in the dirt around Victoria's feet. A visual boundary. I said alone. No shadows. The silence in the barn is heavy. Victoria doesn't waste time. She pulls out her laptop, the screen glow illuminating the sharp, beautiful lines of her face. She's connecting to a hidden satellite uplink, her fingers flying over the keys. She's back in the numbers, scrolling through the shell companies Bridget manages in Geneva. I watch her work from the shadows. She looks better when she's breaking the law. There's an intensity to her, a cold, brilliant light that makes everything else seem dull. She's not just reading the data, she's dissecting it. She's sloppy. The Cyprus routing is too obvious. Victoria's voice is clinical. She uses the sleeve of her slip to wipe the condensation off the screen, her concentration so deep she's forgotten I'm even there. It makes me feel a mix of respect and profound, consuming dread. She's too smart. She's the most valuable asset alive, and everyone wants a piece of her. Knox. The blood debt isn't debt. It's payment to Malone's crew. She stops scrolling. She's tracing an anomaly on the screen with a single nail. I feel the blood go cold in my veins. The Roche group. Marcus isn't just trying to find us, he's collaborating with the enemy. He's paying the very people we're supposed to be at war with to hunt us down. The game just changed. It's not a family dispute anymore. It's an international two-front war, and we're caught in the middle. Your father put a target on my back, and paid the competition to shoot. This is massive. The whole syndicate is compromised. I check my own encrypted feed, and the confirmation hits me like a lead pipe. A new notification, accountant status, high priority. Roche Group active in French sector. They knew we were here. They are everywhere. We have minutes, not hours. My rage is blinding. It's a physical weight in my chest. I shatter the burner phone against the stone floor, the plastic splintering into a dozen pieces. I'm breathing heavily, the air in the barn suddenly too thin. I can't protect her if the whole world is closing in. The fear of losing her manifests as a jagged, violent need for dominance. I need to know she's mine before the world tries to take her. I stalk toward her. I'm a predator now, driven by instinct. Rowan is coming. You will keep your eyes down. I'm standing over her, my shadow swallowing the light from the laptop. Are you going to try to crawl into his bed, Victoria? Like you tried to crawl out of mine? I'm being a bastard. I know it. But the jealousy is a poison. Don't you dare look at him. He won't touch you. You're mine. I kick over an old rusted bucket of stagnant rainwater, the splash hitting the stone floor around her feet. I'm marking the territory. I'm making my aggression physical. Victoria doesn't flinch. She just closes the laptop lid, the click sounding like a gunshot in the quiet. I don't need to manipulate anyone, Knox. You're already doing exactly what I want. She stands up, meeting my eyes with a cold, terrifying calm. You protect me because you cannot exist without owning me. I'm your anchor, bastard. And you're terrified I'll cut the line. She's right. That's the worst part. She's always fucking right. I reach out and grab her by the hips, my fingers digging into her skin with bruising force. I slam her back against the rough, cold stone wall of the barn. Her head strikes the stone, but she doesn't cry out. She just grips my shoulders, accepting the violence. My mouth descends on hers, and it's not a kiss, it's a claim. It's punishing and demanding. I'm trying to swallow her whole, to erase the words she just said with the heat of my body. You belong to me. Only me. Look at your master, cunt. I rip the remnants of that silk slip off her body. The sound of the tearing fabric is loud, final. I'm exposing her to the cold air, to my gaze, to the reality of what we are. I inspect her like property, looking for any sign that the world has dared to touch what's mine. She is perfect. She is raw. And she is fucking mine. I need to see my marks on her skin before Rowan gets here. I need him to know just by looking at her that she's been claimed by a monster. I shove her against the stone again, the impact rattling her teeth. I use my good hand to brace her head, my fingers tangled in that red gold hair, forcing her to look at me. Gag on me, Victoria. Swallow my fear. I'm out of my mind, spiraling into a dark place where only possession matters. I tear the silk down to her waist, the ragged edges catching on her pale skin. She's shaking, but she's not pulling away. She's watching me, her eyes reflecting the predator I've become. Look at me. Look at the predator who broke you. I lean in and bite into the sensitive skin near her collarbone. I'm not being gentle. I want the mark to stay. I want it to bruise. That is my warning to the world. Don't forget that sting, cunt. I can taste the salt of her skin, the metallic tang of my own desperation. I spread her legs with a forceful kick of my knee, pinning her stance wide against the cold stone. My hands are on her inner thighs, gripping hard enough to leave ghosts of my fingers on her flesh. I'm not letting her look away. Tell me what you are. Say it now. Say, I am Knox's property. She lets out a desperate, shaking gasp. She can't even get the words out, but she screams my name. Knox. Ah, Jesus, Knox. The sound of it is a victory. Her defiance is gone, replaced by the same visceral, terrifying need that's consuming me. Her nails are clawing into the wool of my suit jacket, hanging on for dear life. I plunge into her with a raw, singular thrust. I take her right there against the rough stone, my body weight pinning her hips. The pain in my arm is a distant hum, compared to the friction of her body. I'm breathing her in, my breath ragged against her ear. I'm going to ruin you so thoroughly, only I can fix it. You feel that, cunt? That is my claim. Deep and irreversible. The rhythm is frantic, aggressive. It's fueled by the threat of Malone and the Roche group, and the fact that my own father wants us dead. I'm channeling all that rage into her, using her body as an anchor to keep me from drifting into the dark. I grunt with exertion, ignoring the fact that my bandage is soaked through with fresh blood. Harder, bastard. Take it all. She's shouting at me now, her head back against the stone, her own desperation matching mine. The sound of our bodies connecting is the only thing that matters. I focus ruthlessly on the depth, on the friction, needing the sensation to drown out the analytical fears in my brain. Look at me, Victoria. I am the only reality here. I find an angle that makes her cry out, a sharp choked sob that sounds like music to me. I'm building the intensity, forcing her to stay conscious, to stay aware of exactly who is taking her. Don't look away. I own that pleasure. She reaches her breaking point, her knees buckling, her body shaking with a climax so violent it looks like a seizure. She's whimpering my name over and over, her control completely dissolved. Please, Knox. Don't stop. I follow her a second later, my own control snapping like a dry twig. A low guttural roar of completion escapes me as I empty myself into her. I'm ensuring the mark is internal as well as external. Mine. Forever. You hear me? I grip her hip so tightly it's going to be black and blue by morning. I stay buried deep inside her for a long minute, my forehead pressed against hers. The silence in the barn returns, heavy and profound. We're both covered in sweat and dust, the smell of our exertion mixing with the scent of decaying hay. I press the scar on my jaw against her temple. It's a silent, intimate gesture. A declaration. I pull back eventually, looking down at her. She's bruised, marked and utterly claimed. There are teeth marks on her neck, and deep reddened patches on her shoulders. I feel a grim satisfaction. That mark is for him, Victoria. Do you understand? I need Rowan to see it. I need him to know the boundary. Victoria traces the deepest mark on her shoulder with a shaking finger. She doesn't flinch. She looks up at me, her eyes dark and knowing. I am yours. Only yours, Knox. The toxic bond is set. For now, the paranoia is quiet. I hear the low rumble of a powerful engine approaching the farm. Rowan. I don't hesitate. I pull Victoria to my side, my hand heavy and possessive on the fresh bruising of her hip. I don't care that I look like a wreck. I don't care that my arm is bleeding. I want him to see. A blacked-out, clean SUV pulls into the yard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Rowan O'Shea steps out. He's a professional, his eyes scanning the perimeter before they even land on us. I adjust Victoria's position, making sure the marks on her neck are highly visible in the morning light. I'm daring him to look. I'm daring him to register even a flicker of interest. Get us moving. Now. My voice is curt, final. Rowan meets my eyes once, a long, steady look that acknowledges the madness and the violence, and then he avoids Victoria's gaze completely. He knows better. Boss. Everything is ready. The smell of fresh leather from the SUV hits me as we climb in. It's a clean, clinical contrast to the barn. The engine vibrates under us, a powerful, steady hum. The world can look, but they cannot touch. This is my final declaration. We're heading into a war zone, but for the first time in hours, I'm not shaking. I've got my asset, I've got my marks on her, and I've got a long-ass drive to Geneva to figure out how I'm going to kill everyone who ever thought they could take her from me. I lean back into the leather seat, my hand still tight on her thigh. The SUV pulls away from the farmhouse, leaving the dirt and the blood behind us. We're moving, and that's the only reality that matters. I look at the marks on her neck one last time before the shadows take them. Yeah. She's mine. Deadass.
Chapter 8. Victoria POV. Watching Knox Hennessey scrub a stolen sedan with bleach in the middle of a literal dumpster fire warehouse shouldn't have been hot, but here I was, leaning against a rusted support beam, basically vibrating. The smell was revolting, pure stinging chlorine mixing with the metallic tang of dried blood and the damp heavy rot of the Marseille outskirts. He was being surgical about it. He focused on the gear shift, the steering wheel, and the door handles, his movements jagged and efficient. But he was hurting. Every time he extended his left arm, his jaw clamped so tight I could practically hear his molars grinding together over the low-grade whine of the warehouse's ancient ventilation fan. He was a predator with a clipped wing, and the audacity of the man to still look that lethal while bleeding through his expensive shirt was honestly unhinged. I watched the way his muscles bunched under the fabric, a mix of sympathy and cold, hard calculation bubbling up in my chest. He was weaker than he was yesterday. That was leverage. In my world, numbers don't lie, and the math on Knox's survival was starting to look a little skewed. He noticed me staring, his steel gray eyes snapping to mine with a look that told me he knew exactly what I was counting. "Stop looking at it, Victoria. It's distracting," he growled, his voice a low scrape of gravel. He didn't even look up from the door frame he was wiping down, but his entire vibe was a red flag the size of a billboard. He was pissed that I could see the cracks in his armor. It was classic male ego, the kind of "I'm fine" bullshit that usually gets people killed in these scenarios, yet I couldn't look away. I crossed my arms, feeling the grit of the warehouse floor through my shoes. "Does it hurt, or is your pride wounded, Knox?" I shot back, keeping my tone level despite the fact that my heart was doing a frantic little dance in my ribs. He stopped moving, the bleach-soaked rag dripping onto the upholstery. The silence between us wasn't some poetic thing, it was heavy and sharp, like a knife held to a throat. He looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw the feverish heat behind his eyes. He was pushing through the pain because he had to, because the Hennessey machine was still grinding away behind us, and I was the only asset he had left that actually mattered. It was a toxic, codependent mess, and I was starting to realize that his obsession with operational security was the only thing keeping my head from ending up in a duffel bag. We left the car in a prearranged dead zone, a patch of concrete that looked like it hadn't seen a soul since the 80s. I had exactly 3 minutes of signal left on my burner phone, and I spent them double-checking the digital traps I'd laid in the Hennessey accounts. I was meticulous, wrapping the phone in 3 layers of plastic wrap like it was some kind of illicit drug before shoving it deep into the waistband of my trousers. Knox was watching me the whole time, his hand hovering near his waist, his possessiveness radiating off him in waves. He hated that I had a world he couldn't see into, a world of encryptions and ledgers where I was the one with the gun. I deliberately took my time, making him wait, asserting that I was the one holding the keys to the kingdom. If he wanted the Roche Group's head on a platter, he needed my brain. But as I looked at the dark circles under his eyes, the realization hit me like a physical blow. Without his protective madness, my intellectual defiance was just a death sentence waiting to happen. I was safer with him, which was a thought so fucked up I wanted to scream. "If you run, I won't chase you. You'll simply be collateral damage," he said, his voice flat, devoid of the heat that usually permeated our fights. It was a vibe check, and I felt the chill of it right down to my marrow. He wasn't joking. He was giving me the cold, hard truth of our situation. We were 2 ghosts walking through a graveyard, and the moment we stepped out of sync, we were done. I looked at him, really seeing the monster behind the bespoke suit, and felt a strange, feral surge of loyalty. I know what I am now. And what I am is safer with you, I admitted, the words tasting like copper. He didn't offer a comforting smile. He didn't even nod. He just looked at me with that predatory hunger that made my skin itch. "I don't need safety, Knox. I need results," I added, trying to regain some shred of my dignity. The concrete floor was damp and gritty under us, and the air was getting colder, raising goosebumps on my neck that had nothing to do with the temperature. My accountancy skills were a fucking scalpel, but Knox was the sledgehammer that cleared the way for me to use it. The utility of our bond was starting to feel less like a cage and more like a permanent residence. The dockside was a nightmare of salt, brine, and the roar of diesel engines. A nondescript delivery truck pulled up, the headlights cutting through the fog like blunt instruments. Rowan O'Shea stepped out, and the second he saw me, I felt like a line item on a balance sheet. He was professional, scanning the perimeter with the kind of bored efficiency that only comes from years of killing people for money. His eyes lingered on me for a fraction of a second too long, and I felt Knox's fingers dig into my hip, a bruising, possessive grip that left no room for interpretation. He was staking his claim in front of his lieutenant, and the tension between the two men was so thick I could have choked on it. Rowan didn't even greet me. He just handed Knox a pair of military-grade night vision goggles like they were passing a baton in a relay race. "She's mine." "Don't touch her, don't look at her," Knox rumbled, his voice a warning shot. Rowan just gave a sharp, clinical nod. "Understood, Hennessey. Let's stick to the mission. Did you secure the route?" The roar of the truck and the smell of fish were overwhelming, but I leaned into Knox's grip, the discomfort of his fingers a grounding wire in the chaos. Rowan didn't sugarcoat the situation. The route to Geneva was a gauntlet. Every fixer from here to the Swiss border was looking for us, and the Roche group had checkpoints like a fucking spiderweb. "The cargo is high value. Restraints are non-negotiable for safety," Rowan said, his eyes finally meeting mine with a coldness that made my blood run thin. He pointed to a hidden, reinforced steel locker bolted into the truck's cargo section. My stomach did a slow, sickening roll. Claustrophobia flared up in my chest, a visceral memory of the first few hours in Knox's penthouse cage. A steel box? For how long? A steel box? For how long? I asked, my voice higher than I wanted it to be. Knox's grip on my hip tightened. "Long enough to prove you belong," he said, pulling me toward the truck. I gripped the rusted metal handle of the truck bed, my knuckles turning white. The metallic tang of the structure, and the low-frequency vibration of the engine, made me feel like I was walking into my own coffin. But the fear was different now. It wasn't just about being locked up. It was the realization that the world outside that box wanted to tear me away from the only person who was actually keeping me alive. Knox didn't give me a choice. He hauled me toward the dark opening of the locker, his obey me look silencing whatever protest I had left. I said in. "Don't waste time," he snapped, his voice tight with the strain of his injuries. I resisted for a second, my feet digging into the rough canvas of the cargo area, but he was a wall of muscle and intent. "You won't break me this way, bastard," I hissed, even as I stepped into the cramped dark space. He shoved a thick, padded thermal blanket in after me, a silent, weirdly thoughtful concession that made me want to hit him and kiss him at the same time. "I'm not trying to break you. I'm keeping you alive. Learn the difference," he said, his eyes flashing in the dim light. The smell of hydraulic oil and rubber was everywhere, thick and suffocating. As he manhandled me into position, I focused on the way his shirt pulled across his back, the sheer physicality of him acting as a distraction from the rising panic. I was a hyper-intelligent woman being stuffed into a crate, and for some reason, the only thing I could think about was the heat radiating off him. Then came the cuffs. The metallic click as the steel shut around my wrists was the most final sound I'd ever heard. Knox anchored me to a rail on the interior wall, giving me maybe a foot of movement. The chain was heavy, the steel shockingly cold against my skin. It was a total loss of autonomy, a throwback to the worst moments, but this time the fear was laced with something darker, a rush of heat that made my breath hitch. The cuffs didn't feel like a punishment anymore, they felt like a tether. I was chained to the wall, but I was also chained to him. "Secure?" he asked, his voice echoing in the small space. I pressed my wrists against my chest, testing the slack. "Tight enough to bruise?" I replied, my voice a whisper. He climbed in beside me, his large frame taking up nearly all the remaining space. "Good. You move when I tell you to move," he growled. The heavy reinforced door slid shut, and the world vanished. Absolute suffocating darkness. Knox sealed the latch from the inside, and then the truck engine roared, the whole box vibrating as we started to move. It was total sensory deprivation. I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face, let alone Knox. All I had was the sound of the transmission shifting gears, and the overwhelming scent of his leather jacket, and the faint lingering smell of rain on his skin. It was just us in a steel void. "Knox, I can't see anything," I said, my voice sounding small even to me. I felt him move, his forearm pressing against a small ventilation crack, blocking the tiny sliver of outside light that had been mocking me. "Eyes closed or open, it's the same." "Get used to the dark, Asset," he whispered. I instinctively reached out, my cuffed hands finding his knee. Contact was the only reality left. The darkness was a physical weight, pressing in on us, making every breath feel like a victory. I could feel the heat coming off him, a constant steady burn that told me he was right there, a shield made of violence and obsession. The truck took a sharp, violent turn, likely hitting the main road out of the docks. I wasn't braced for it. I was jerked hard against the rail, the cuffs biting into my wrists as I let out a muted cry of pain. Before I could even register the impact, Knox's good arm was around my waist, pinning me against the steel wall and his own solid frame. He stabilized me with a low, warning growl, his strength the only thing keeping me from being tossed around like a rag doll. My shoulder throbbed where it hit the wall, but I didn't pull away. Instead, I dug my nails into the leather of his jacket, clinging to him like a lifeline. "Shit!" I gasped, the adrenaline spiking in my system. The G-force was sudden and brutal, the suspension squeaking rhythmically as we picked up speed. Knox didn't let go. He held me so tight, I could feel every beat of his heart through his chest. He wasn't hurting me, he was absorbing the world's violence for me. "Hold still. Use me. Fight the restraints and you'll break your wrists," he whispered into my ear, his voice a gravelly rumble that vibrated through my skull. He was molding my body to his, moving with the sway of the truck so I wouldn't take the brunt of the motion. I realized then that being chained to him in this tiny dark box felt paradoxically safer than being free in the world that was hunting us. It was a total surrender, a complete dependency that should have terrified me, but instead it just felt right. "I can't see anything, Knox, only feel," I breathed, my posture finally loosening. I settled my weight against his chest and thigh, letting him take the burden. "Focus on my heat. That's all you need," he replied. His breathing was heavy and rhythmic, the only constant in a world of rattling metal and shifting gears. The need for him was becoming so complete, it was terrifying. In the pitch black, my restricted hands found the edge of his shirt. I could feel the bandages on his ribs through the fabric, and the skin around them was radiating an uncomfortable, feverish heat. He hissed in pain as my fingers brushed the wound, a sharp intake of breath that told me he was hanging on by a thread. A spike of malicious satisfaction shot through me. I could touch him where he was weak. I could feel the dampness of the bandage, confirming the wound was worse than he let on. "You're bleeding again," I whispered, my fingers tracing the line of his ribs. I wondered if he was pushing himself too hard for my sake, a thought that immediately made me want to scream at him and then hold him. My mind was already twisting this care into a leverage point, a way to keep him grounded in me while everything else was falling apart. I didn't stop. I consciously began to stroke the skin around the wound, my fingers finding the line of a scar. I felt him shudder once, his ironclad control momentarily slipping. I was testing my power over his pain, turning a moment of vulnerability into a sexual lure. I didn't want him silent, I wanted him distracted. I shifted my hips, ensuring maximum friction against his thigh, creating a deliberate mounting heat between us in the cramped darkness. "You are hot." "Too hot," I murmured, my voice dripping with intent. "Be careful what you touch, Asset," he warned, but there was a crack in his voice I'd never heard before. "I'm tired of being careful," I shot back. The air in the locker was growing thick and humid, the sound of his accelerating breathing the only thing louder than the truck's tires on the pavement. This was better than fear. This power, this tension, was fucking exhilarating. Knox's hand snapped from my waist to my throat in a heartbeat. He didn't squeeze, but the weight of his palm was absolute, a silent promise of what was coming. "Is this a test, Victoria?" "Because you fail," he growled. I leaned into his hand, closing my eyes and offering my submission as a weapon against his control. He used the pad of his thumb to crush the soft skin under my chin, forcing my head back. "If you're too preoccupied with your injury to claim me, Knox, you lose," I challenged, my heart hammering against my ribs. "You belong to me, damn the wound," he snarled. The metallic taste of adrenaline was sharp in my mouth, and the vibration of his voice felt like it was coming from inside my own body. He was losing it, and that frantic, possessive breakdown was exactly what I craved. "Then prove it," I whispered, the words a final spark in the tinderbox of that steel locker. Knox's control snapped entirely. He ignored the pain in his arm, hauling me violently closer until there wasn't a millimeter of air between us. "You beg first." "Say my name," he demanded, his voice a low, dangerous rasp. I let my head fall back against the cold steel, my neck exposed, my wrists straining against the cuffs. "Knox." "Please," I whimpered. That please was the key. It was the acknowledgement of his absolute power over me in this void, and it unlocked something savage in him. The truck hit a violent bump, and the vibration traveled through our connected bodies as he began to strip the silk from my frame, his movements harsh and demanding. The sound of tearing fabric was loud as hell in the small space, and I didn't care. I was a captive of the steel, a captive of the man, and the two were now indistinguishable. He used his teeth to pull my shirt down my shoulders, the fabric giving way with a deliberate rip. I was pinned by my wrists, my chest heaving as the cold air hit my skin for a split second before his mouth replaced it. "Open for me," he muttered, his lips finding the mark he'd left on my collarbone yesterday. He bit down sharply, reinforcing his ownership, and I arched my back against the cuffs, a ragged sound escaping my throat. "Mine. Every movement, every twitch of your throat," he growled against my skin. The sting was a shock to the system, a possessive metallic scent filling the tiny space. I locked my feet around his waist, pulling his heavy frame into my center, demanding he stop the slow torture. "Stop wasting time. I want you inside," I breathed, my voice desperate. Knox cursed, his one good hand fumbling with his belt. The lack of space was a nightmare, and I could hear him slam a fist against the locker wall in frustration as his injured arm failed him. "Fucking movement," he hissed. "Let me," I whispered, my cuffed hands finding his in the dark. We worked together with a frantic, functional desperation, our fingers tangling as we cleared the way. The truck jolted again, and Knox entered me with a sharp, deep thrust that stole the air from my lungs. I stifled a scream into his shoulder, the handcuffs rattling violently against the rail. "God, you're tight," he groaned, his weight settling over me, a solid, necessary burden that finally stopped the world from spinning. The rhythm was shallow and grinding, dictated by the steel walls and the constant sway of the truck. I had no choice but to take the full weight of him, my body driven into the padding with every movement. Knox leaned his temple against the cold steel, lost in the sensation, his hand wrapping tightly around the chain of my cuffs. He pulled my hands up, exposing me fully to his mouth and the dark. "Take it, Victoria? Every inch is mine," he rumbled. The friction was a burning, intense reality, the sound of skin on skin punctuating the low drone of the engine. He used his thumb to find the spot that made me see stars even in the pitch black, his touch rough and sure. "Please, Knox, faster," I begged, my fingers clawing at his shoulders, unable to find purchase. "I want your mind here, Victoria. Tell me what you feel," he demanded, his palm flat against my cheek, forcing me to face him even though I couldn't see his eyes. "Owned? I feel owned," I choked out, the honesty of it stripping me bare. He let out a guttural shout of release as the truck sped up, the vibration reaching a peak that sent me over the edge with him. I trembled uncontrollably, the force of it stealing my breath, my entire world narrowing to the scent of sweat and the humid heat of our combined bodies. As the truck leveled out on a major highway, the frantic sounds of our encounter were replaced by the rhythmic humming of the tires. Knox stayed deep inside me, his breathing heavy against my neck, his weight pinning me securely. "Don't move." "Not yet," he whispered, his heart thudding against my ear like a drum. I rested my head on his chest, finding a strange, twisted peace in the aftermath. The rattle of the handcuffs now felt like a comfort, a reminder that I was exactly where I was supposed to be. As the adrenaline began to recede, My mind started ticking again, outlining the financial structures I'd need to bypass once we reached Geneva. Bridget Hennessey. She was the weak link, the clever sister who survived the patriarch by being indispensable. I was going to be the weapon Knox used to dismantle his father's empire from the inside out. I traced the jagged scar on Knox's jawline with my thumb, the rough texture familiar now. Bridget Hennessey will be the weak link, I murmured. Knox shifted slightly, a small squeak of metal echoing. She's clever. Don't underestimate her. I tightened my grip on him. I don't underestimate anyone who survives your father. My hand drifted down, brushing the old raised tissue of the brand on his lower back. He went stone cold still, his breathing pausing. It was the one emotional wound I couldn't breach, a mystery that felt more dangerous than any cartel hitman. I pressed into the scarred skin, demanding a reaction. Who gave you this? I asked softly. Silence. Heavy, dangerous, and absolute. He eventually pulled my hand away, gripping my wrist above the cuff with a pressure that was almost painful. Rowan is loyal because I saved his worthless life. It's a debt, Victoria. Better than trust. Trust is a lie. Debt is currency, he said, completely ignoring my question about the scar. I realized then that the only way to be permanent in his life was to create a debt he could never repay. The truck slowed down aggressively, the tires squealing as we approached what sounded like a high-risk stop. Border Patrol? A checkpoint? Knox was instantly alert, the postcoital haze vanishing as he readied his suppressed pistol. I heard the soft, ominous click as he checked the chamber. I stayed small, stayed silent, my life entirely in his hands as the handcuffs anchored me to the wall. He pressed the cold barrel of the gun against my thigh for a second before holstering it. Stay silent. Stay small, he commanded. I know the rules, Knox. I'm chained to them, I whispered. Good girl, he replied. Outside, I could hear the muffled sounds of voices approaching the cargo area. My entire world narrowed to the scent of gun oil, the feeling of the cold steel at my back, and the searing heat of the man who had stolen my life and replaced it with this beautiful, terrifying cage.
Chapter 9. Knox POV. The armored Mercedes felt like a fucking coffin on wheels, the low, steady hum of the engine vibrating through the floorboards and straight into my marrow. I watched Rowan through the rearview reflection, his back a rigid line of Irish muscle and professional indifference. He knew the drill. He didn't look back. He didn't check the mirrors for anything but threats. He kept his eyes on the road and his mouth shut, which was the only reason I hadn't put a bullet in the back of his head yet. I reached over and tapped the glass partition, the dull thud echoing in the sterile cabin. Keep your eyes on the road, Rowan. Everything else back here is mine. A quiet road is a dead road, so stay alert. If you even think about looking through this glass, I'll put a round through it and your skull. He didn't even nod, just tightened his grip on the wheel, and that was exactly how I wanted it. My paranoia was a living thing, a fucking parasite clawing at my ribs, especially now that we were exposed. I'd spent my whole life being the hunter, the one who stepped out of the shadows with a suppressed Glock and a cold heart, but now the roles had flipped and I fucking hated the taste of it. Marcus was out there somewhere, likely sitting in a leather chair with a glass of 20-year-old scotch, signing the checks for my execution. My own father. The man who taught me how to snap a neck without making a sound was now paying the Roche Group to do it to me. It was clown behavior, honestly, thinking he could erase me like a bad line in a ledger, but he was dead-ass serious about the blood debt. I reached out, my fingers rough and impatient, and hooked them under Victoria's chin, jerking her face toward mine. I needed to see her. I needed to see the marks I'd left on her at the farmhouse, the purple blooms of my possession. Her skin was cool, a sharp contrast to the feverish heat rolling off my own body, and I traced the line of her jaw with a thumb that wasn't entirely steady. Still mine. Don't forget what that mark means, Victoria. Every scratch is a promise. Every bruise is a payment for the fact that you're still breathing. She didn't flinch, her amber eyes wide and defiant, reflecting the passing streetlights like a predator caught in the brush. She was beautiful when she was terrified, but she was even better when she was pissed off. I could feel the defiance radiating off her, a physical force that made my blood sing even as my arm throbbed with a rhythmic, agonizing pulse. I glanced down at my forearm, the bandage already saturated with a dark, ugly red. The bullet had just grazed me, a messy reminder that I wasn't as untouchable as I liked to think I was. The metallic tang of fresh blood was starting to fill the small space, mixing with the scent of her perfume and the leather of the seats, and it was making me fucking feral. I clenched my good hand into a white-knuckled fist, trying to breathe through the spikes of pain that felt like someone was driving a rusted nail into the bone. Jesus, Knox, you're bleeding through the seat. Let me look at it. Victoria reached for my arm, her fingers light and tentative, but I batted her hand away with a snarl that felt more like a physical blow. Keep your hands to yourself, Victoria. I don't need your pity, you little bastard. You're confusing obedience with affection. Don't make that mistake again. I don't want your help. I want your head in the game. She pulled back instantly, her mouth thinning into a hard line, and she made a show of brushing an imaginary speck of dust from her skirt. The rejection felt necessary. If I let her touch me now, if I let her see the cracks in the armor, the whole dynamic would shift, and I couldn't afford a shift. Not while we were hurtling toward Geneva, with a target on our backs. I reached under the seat, my fingers finding the familiar weight of the tactical compartment, and I pulled out a set of heavy-duty nylon zip ties and the steel cuffs. The mechanical clink of the metal against the console was loud, a final punctuation to the temporary partnership we'd had at the farmhouse. We're exposed, Victoria. The cuffs are a necessity for the transit. Don't argue. I don't have the patience for a debate. This is for your protection, and more importantly, my peace of mind. Fine. But don't call this protection. You're just a bastard who likes to see me in chains. She held her wrists out, her eyes flashing with a cold, bright anger that I wanted to swallow whole. I didn't waste time. I cinched the nylon ties tight, the plastic teeth clicking with a rhythmic finality that made her breath hitch. I secured her to the interior grab handle, a solid piece of reinforced steel that meant she could sit up, she could work, but she couldn't move more than 6 inches in any direction. As I was tightening the last strap, my eyes caught something, a slight jagged bulge in the pocket of her trousers. It was subtle, something most men would miss, but I'd spent 20 years looking for the hidden blade. I leaned in, my mouth inches from her ear, the heat from her body making my head swim for a second. I reached down and pressed my knee against her thigh, feeling the hard, sharp edge of a glass shard through the fabric. Still trying to claw your way out, little mouse? Hold still. I'm not finished claiming you. What are you hiding in there? She went rigid, her heartbeat visible in the hollow of her throat. I could have taken it. I should have taken it. But the defiance in her, the way she refused to just lay down and die, was the very thing that kept me obsessed. You keep the glass, I keep your fear. Use it, and I promise you will never hold a pen again. You so much as nick your own skin with that, and I'll shatter every bone in your fingers. Your obedience is the only currency you have left, Victoria. Use it wisely. I pulled the military spec laptop from the floorboard, the ruggedized casing cold against my palms. I bypassed the initial encryption with a few practiced keystrokes, and balanced the heavy machine on her lap. The blue glow of the screen washed over her face, highlighting the red gold of her hair and the defiant set of her jaw. Look at that beauty, Victoria. The truth of my father's empire. This is where your real talent lies, you clever little cunt. Don't waste my time. Every minute we're on this road is $50 million. I want $50 million gone. Not moved, not hidden. Stolen. Marcus needs to feel the bleed, and Bridget needs the buffer in Geneva. Make it clean. Use a ghost IP. Don't let a single cent trace back to this car. She didn't hesitate. The second her fingers touched the keys, she changed. The fear, the anger, the defiance, it all got funneled into a cold, clinical precision that was fucking terrifying to watch. She was a goddamn surgeon with a keyboard. I watched her work, her bound wrists moving in a tight, efficient arc, her eyes scanning lines of code and ledger entries with a speed I couldn't match. She's a fucking masterpiece, I thought, leaning back against the seat and watching the way her brow furrowed in concentration. She was beautiful when she was destroying things. She was beautiful when she was focused on ruining the man who had created me. I reached up and absently ran a hand over the scar on my jaw, the jagged reminder of the last time I'd let my guard down around a Hennessey. Victoria's gaze flickered up for a second, her eyes lingering on the scar, on the way it pulled at my skin. It felt like she was looking straight into the parts of me I'd buried under layers of bespoke wool and violence. Look at the screen, mine. Don't look at me like that. Focus on the money. Fuck, Knox. There's a secondary firewall here. It's not Hennessy's. It's Roche. The words hit me like a physical punch. I leaned in, staring at the flashing prompt on the screen. What the fuck do you mean it's Roche? Marcus's accounts are supposed to be ironclad. Victoria's fingers flew across the keys, her mouth set in a grim line. He sold us out, Knox. He's not just paying them to hunt us, he's let them into his back end. They're running a proxy here. They're watching his assets, which means they're watching this transaction. We need to go deeper underground. She pointed to a series of recurring encrypted payments, the labels flashing in a red font that felt like a scream. The blood debt. It's a running contract, Knox. He's paying Malone a fortune every month, until we're confirmed dead. You're worth a fuckload more to him as a corpse than a son. I felt a surge of murderous rage so cold it made the pain in my arm vanish. I wanted to smash the laptop, tell Rowan to turn the car around and go find Marcus in whatever hole he was hiding in. I wanted to wrap my hands around his throat and watch the light go out of his eyes while I told him exactly how much of his money I was taking. But Victoria grabbed my wrist, her small hand surprisingly strong. Don't be an idiot, Knox. Don't let the rage win. Let me track the bastard. I can use the open proxy connection to triangulate Malone's location. I need 5 minutes on the proxy. Vengeance waits. Money first, then blood. She was right, and that pissed me off even more. I nodded once, a short, sharp movement. Do it. The next 5 minutes were the longest of my life. The only sound in the car was the clicking of the keys and the hum of the engine. Victoria was sweating now, a fine sheen of it on her forehead, her breathing shallow. Then a soft electronic beep. The progress bar for the 50 million hit 100%. Done. It's moving. Marcus Burke is officially bleeding, and I've got a lock on Malone's digital signature. He's in France, moving toward the border. We've got a head start, but not a big one. She looked at me, a spark of genuine triumph in her eyes, and she leaned forward as much as her restraints would allow. The transfer is locked, Knox. 50 million for the new king. Now what is my cut? I'm not doing this for free. I earned the right to ask. I reached out and tucked a stray lock of red gold hair behind her ear, my fingers tracing the delicate curve of her helix with a softness that felt like a betrayal of my own nature. Your cut is survival, Victoria. And the privilege of being mine. That's the only currency you get. But you've been a clever, wicked girl today. Don't confuse my appreciation for partnership, though. You're an asset. An invaluable one, but an asset nonetheless. I took the laptop from her lap, slammed the lid shut with a heavy thud, and dropped it to the floor. The business was done. The adrenaline was still screaming through my veins, a white-hot mixture of theft and betrayal, and the proximity of the woman who was the only anchor I had left in a world that wanted me dead. Time for your payment, Victoria. You earned this. Now take it. I need to taste the larceny on your skin. I shifted my weight, the movement sending a fresh jolt of pain through my arm, but I ignored it. I pulled her roughly across my lap, her bound wrists forcing her into a strained, arching position. She was pinned between my chest and the roof of the SUV, her breath coming in short, jagged gasps. I could feel her heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. Hold still. I own you, remember? The movement of the car is part of the game. Look at me. I want to see your eyes when I take this. I didn't wait for an answer. I reached down and gripped the hem of her silk slip, the fabric thin and expensive under my calloused fingers. With one violent jerk I tore it, the sound of the ripping silk loud as a gunshot in the confined space. I needed to see her. I needed to see the skin I'd marked. You're wearing my color now, red, gold and bruised. Don't hide from me. I lowered my head, burying my face in the crook of her neck, and bit down on the sensitive skin right where I'd left a mark the night before. I wanted to reopen it. I wanted her to feel the claim in every nerve ending. She let out a muffled gasp, a sound of pure, unadulterated shock that she immediately bit back. I could feel the vibration of it in her throat. See the partition, Victoria? Rowan can hear the seats creak. He can hear everything. If you make a single sound of pleasure, if you moan once, I'll unlock the privacy screen and let him watch exactly how his boss's asset earns her keep. Silence is your job now. You be a good, quiet thief for me. My fingers were rough as I prepped her, my touch fueled by the adrenaline of the $50 million heist and the knowledge that we were being hunted. The SUV swerved slightly as Rowan overtook a truck, the lateral G-force throwing her body hard against mine. I laughed, a low dark sound. The road is rough, Victoria. You'll just have to hold on tighter. Don't fall, cunt. I won't catch you. This is what real life is now. Chaos and friction. I exposed myself, my pulse thundering in my ears, and entered her in one swift aggressive motion that bottomed out and left us both breathless. I gripped her hips, my fingers digging into the flesh, pinning her to me as the car hurtled toward the Swiss border. Welcome home. Feel that? That's where you belong. Don't move. Let me set the pace. The rhythm was punishing, deep and relentless, matching the vibration of the tires on the asphalt. Every bump in the road, every shift in the transmission was felt in the connection between us. Victoria's head was thrown back against the seat, her eyes wide and fixed on my scarred jaw, her lip caught between her teeth. A tiny bead of blood appeared there, a bright red dot in the dim light of the cabin. Don't bite your lip, Victoria. Bite mine. Control yourself. You are my silence. I pulled her hands higher up the grab handle, the nylon zip ties straining against the metal, forcing her back to arch until she was entirely dependent on my strength to keep from collapsing. I am your support. I am your strength. You have no choice but to take me now. The intensity was building, a fever dream of violence and lust. I leaned in, my mouth inches from hers, whispering against her lips. This is how we conquer, Victoria. With blood and with obedience. Marcus will burn while you beg for more. Let the theft fuel your surrender. You belong to the butcher now. Say it. Say mine. She didn't say it, but the way she gripped my shoulders, the way her body tightened around me, was answer enough. I hit the peak with a muffled, frustrated growl, my forehead resting heavily against her shoulder, as I spilled into her, a raw physical release that felt like the only honest thing left in my life. I stayed there for a long time, listening to the sound of our shared ragged breathing and the steady hum of the car. Mine. Always mine. Never leave me. I pulled out slowly, the cold air of the cabin hitting us both like a slap. I didn't unbind her wrists. I didn't want to. I reached over and grabbed my black suit jacket from the seat, draping it over her trembling exposed body, hiding the ruins of her slip. We were crossing the border now, the blue and white signs for Geneva flashing past in the dark. The game continues, Victoria. We made it. We're safe for now. Breathe. You're alive. I sat back, watching her as she curled into the seat under the weight of my jacket. I was exhausted, my arm was screaming and half the underworld was looking for us, but as I watched her amber eyes flutter shut, I knew I wasn't letting her go. Not for 50 million, not for my life. I'd kill anyone who touched her. I'd burn the whole fucking world down just to keep her in this cage. Sleep, Victoria. We have work to do in Geneva. I remained awake, a predator guarding his gold, watching the shadows dance across her face as we entered the city of banks and secrets. I should hate how much I needed her. But she was everything.
Chapter 10. Victoria POV. The air in the Geneva safe house smelled like industrial-grade bleach and the kind of expensive filtered oxygen that only people with offshore accounts and body counts could afford. It was a glass and steel box overlooking a city that didn't give a fuck about us, which was exactly how Knox liked it. But Knox wasn't looking like the high-rise predator right now. He was leaning so hard on Rowan that I could see the seam of his bespoke suit straining against his shoulders, his face the color of wet sidewalk chalk. Rowan didn't say a word, his eyes scanning the entryway with that dead-eyed professional focus he always had, like he was looking for a reason to pull the trigger on something. He dropped the duffel bag, clinking with the heavy metallic sound of hardware and magazines, and basically deposited Knox near the internal security console. Watch his flank hole. He's running on fumes. Get some antibiotics into him ASAP. Rowan's voice was like gravel under a boot. He didn't wait for a thank you, not that Knox would have given him one. He just checked his watch and headed for the secondary reinforced door to start his perimeter sweep. I counted his steps, heavy, practiced, perfectly spaced, until the thunk of the door ceiling echoed through the foyer. I looked at Knox. He was trying to punch a code into the wall panel, but his fingers were twitching, a visible tremor that made him look human for once, which was honestly more terrifying than when he was being a monster. He reached for a ceramic water glass on the side table, his hand shaking so bad I thought he was going to shatter the thing before it reached his lips. I stepped in, my fingers brushing his sleeve as I caught the glass. The heat radiating off him was insane, like he was a goddamn furnace burning from the inside out. Back off, Victoria. I don't need a nurse. His voice was a shredded rasp, but the growl was still there, that reflexive need to be the most dangerous thing in the room even when his legs were about to give out. I didn't move. I felt that familiar prickle of defiance in my gut, the one that had kept me alive since he snatched me out of my apartment and turned my life into a series of high-stakes ledgers and blood-stained sheets. You're burning up. That's sepsis, Knox, not just a scratch. You look like you're about to pass out. I mean, seriously, the audacity of you trying to play tough when you can barely see straight is almost impressive, but mostly it's just annoying. Don't use that tone on me. I still own your leash. He tried to loom over me, to use that sheer physical mass to remind me who was the boss, but he stumbled, his shoulder hitting the cold wall with a dull thud. His steel-gray eyes were bloodshot, struggling to focus on me, and for a second I saw it, the flicker of actual, genuine vulnerability. I didn't feel bad for him. I felt like I was looking at a balance sheet that was finally starting to tilt in my favor. I moved directly into his personal space, my hand going to his forehead. He flinched, a sharp, jagged movement, but I didn't let go. I used my investigative accountant voice, the one I used when I was telling a CEO their offshore shell company was about to get audited into oblivion. I need you, operational Hennessey. If you die, I fall back to Marcus. That is an unacceptable risk to my financial security. I'm not letting your daddy get his hands on me because you were too proud to take a goddamn pill. I don't take orders from my assets. It's not an order. It's triage. Sit down. Now. He looked like he wanted to wrap his hands around my throat, but the fever won. He let out a defeated exhale that sounded like a tire losing air and slumped against the wall, sliding down until he was sitting on the edge of a bench. Fuck, he muttered, the word sounding heavy and wet. I didn't give him time to recover. I grabbed his good arm and hauled him toward the ensuite bathroom. The place was all marble and cold surfaces, the kind of bathroom where you could hose down a crime scene in 5 minutes. I forced him onto the edge of the deep soaking tub and went for the hidden medical kit I knew was behind the sliding mirror. My fingers brushed the small, sharpened shard of glass I kept taped under my belt, a little souvenir from the cage. I didn't think I'd need it today, but having it there was the only thing that kept me from feeling like I was just another piece of furniture in his world. Just give me the shot. Get it over with. Knox was staring at the floor, his jaw locked so tight I thought his teeth might crack. He hated this. He hated that I was the one standing over him while he was horizontal. Impatience is dangerous, Knox. We do this right. I need to clean the site first. You haven't needed a doctor since you were 12, right? I imagine you had a rough childhood, given the way you act like a feral animal every time someone tries to help you. Don't fucking analyze me, Cole. I ignored him and grabbed the trauma shears from the kit. The sound of them slicing through the expensive fabric of his shirt was satisfyingly loud. When the sleeve fell away, the wound was a mess, angry red streaks of infection crawling up his bicep like vines. It was weeping, the smell of sour iron and sickness hitting me immediately. I grabbed the antiseptic, soaked a gauze pad and pressed it down hard. Harder than I needed to. I watched his knuckles turn white as he gripped the edge of the tub, a sharp hiss of breath escaping his teeth. Jesus, cunt. Slow down. Survival requires speed, not mercy. Just like you taught me. You're tough. This is nothing. Breathe, Knox. I was enjoying this way too much, the role reversal of being the one causing him pain, even if it was for his own good. I cleaned the site methodically, collecting the blood-soaked scraps of his shirt on a disposable cloth. To get the bandage on properly, I needed his shirt off entirely. Take it off, I said, my voice flat. He didn't argue this time. He just peeled the rest of the shirt away, his movements slow and pained. That's when I saw it. He turned slightly to reach for a towel, and the light from the vanity caught the skin of his lower back, just above the sacrum. It wasn't just a scar. It was a jagged, deliberate mark, a brand. It looked like it had been burned into him years ago. A crude, ugly thing that a faded Celtic knot tattoo was trying and failing to hide. I stopped breathing. The silence in the bathroom became heavy, the kind of quiet that usually comes before someone gets shot. This wasn't a combat injury. This was a property mark. I realized right then that Marcus Burke hadn't just raised a son, he'd marked a slave. I didn't look away. I moved closer, my finger tracing the edge of the thick, uneven tissue. Knox reacted like I'd hit him with a live wire. He spun around, his eyes turning to slate-gray ice, a look of such lethal shame on his face that I actually felt the hair on my arm stand up. Don't touch that again. His voice was a dead calm whisper, the kind he used right before he broke someone's ribs. I didn't flinch. I stood my ground, looking him right in those terrifying eyes. What is it, Knox? A property mark? A souvenir from your father? I will break your neck, Victoria. He loomed over me, his good hand gripping the towel rack beside my head so hard the metal groaned. He was trying to scare me, to put me back in the box where I belonged, but I could feel the heat of the fever coming off him in waves. He was fading, and he knew it. Marcus didn't just teach you how to kill, did he? He taught you how to belong to him. Who owns you now, Knox? Because from where I'm standing, you're just a man with a hole in his arm and a brand on his back. I own myself. And I own you. Watch your mouth, or I will put you back in the cage myself, bastard. You can't even stand up straight. You belong to the fever right now, and the fever answers to me. He snarled, a visceral animal sound, and pinned me against the tiled wall with his uninjured arm. It was a clumsy move, desperate, his chest heaving as he struggled to stay upright. You have no idea what you're playing with, Cole. I looked at him, really looked at him, and I didn't see the fixer for the Hennessey Syndicate. I saw a man who was terrified of the one person who finally saw the cracks in his armor. I smiled. It was a cruel, intelligent curve of my lips, the kind of smile that promised trouble. I lunged forward, grabbing his face in my hands, and pulled him into a kiss that tasted like iron and desperation. It wasn't a sweet kiss, it was a fucking declaration of war. I led him out of the bathroom, my hands mapping the muscles of his back, deliberately brushing the brand as we stumbled toward the bed. He was too drugged by the infection and the sudden, overwhelming hit of adrenaline to fight me. I threw his suit jacket over the bedside alarm clock and the surveillance phone, cutting us off from the world. We were past warnings, Knox. We are past rules. I saw your weakness. Now I claim it. What the? Shut up and let me fix you. I pushed him back onto the mattress, the roles completely inverted from that first night in the penthouse. I stood over him, my red gold hair falling over my shoulders like a curtain, and watched him watch me. He looked unhinged, trapped between the need to choke me and the need to sink into me. I started undressing, taking my time, keeping my eyes locked on his. I folded my slip with agonizing slowness before letting it drop to the floor. You wanted submission? This is submission. Your survival depends on my hands today. Do it. Show me, cunt. Don't stop. You don't get to tell me when to stop anymore. I straddled him, my knees digging into the expensive duvet on either side of his hips. I could feel the heat of his skin through my thighs, a frantic pulsing energy. I slid my palms down his chest, pushing the remnants of his shirt away, feeling the heavy thud of his heart against my palms. Look at me, I commanded, my voice low and dangerous. Look at the one who holds the knife now. I leaned down, my lips grazing his ear, and whispered the word he'd used to chain me since day one. Mine. I bit the cord of his neck right above the white bandage, feeling him gasp beneath me. Mine. Say it back, Knox. Who do you belong to? He didn't answer with words, just a choked, helpless sound as I guided him into me. The impact was visceral, a deep, full connection that made his eyes blow wide. I held the moment, staying perfectly still, watching him suffer in the best way possible. I arched my back, drawing out the tension until he was gritting his teeth so hard I thought they'd snap. Move, Victoria. Fuck, move. No. You watch. You feel what I give you. He tried to reach up, to grab my hair and pull me down into his rhythm, but I batted his hands away with a sharp slap. Stay still, I ordered. I set the pace, a punishing rhythmic grind that was all about my pleasure and his endurance. I watched his face, the way his jaw worked, the way his gray eyes glazed over as I pushed him toward the edge. The sweat was pouring off both of us now, slicking our skin, making every movement a slide of friction and heat. I leaned forward, brushing my nipples against his lips, tempting him with a control I wasn't going to let him have. Tell me you want me to stop. I dare you. He didn't say a word. He couldn't. He was too busy trying to keep his head from exploding. I reached back, my fingers finding that jagged brand on his lower back again, and I pressed down. Hard. I wanted him to feel it. I wanted him to know that I was touching the part of him he tried to hide from the world. I see you, Knox. Every part of you. The broken parts belong to me too. He lost it then. He started cursing me in Gaelic, a raw, guttural stream of words I didn't understand, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a possessive, feral sound. Mo chunt. You fucking witch. He bucked beneath me, his good arm ripping at the sheets as he tried to reclaim some kind of dominance, but I held him down, digging my nails into his shoulders, forcing him to stay in the rhythm I'd built. Wait for me, I hissed. You belong to my count now. We hit the wall at the same time, a crashing violent climax that left me gasping for air against his chest. I felt his heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic rhythmic beat that slowly began to level out as the exhaustion finally caught up with him. He wrapped his uninjured arm around me, crushing me to him in a grip that felt less like a cage and more like a lifeline. Victoria, he whispered, his voice broken and rough. Never let go. I lay there, listening to his breathing, the cold, triumphant power settling in my gut like a stone. I'd gotten under his skin. I'd found the mark and I'd made it mine. He might be the master of the Syndicate, but I was the master of his need. I ran a single finger down the line of his jaw, feeling the stubble against my skin. He was a monster, a killer, a man who had stolen my life and tried to break my spirit. But as I watched the fever finally start to break, I realized I was the one holding the leash now. And I wasn't planning on letting go. Not ever. He could keep his syndicate and his secrets. I had him, and in this world that was the only currency that mattered. I closed my eyes, the adrenaline fading into a dull, satisfied ache. We were both wrecked, both marked, and both probably going to hell. But at least I knew who was driving the car.
Chapter 11. Knox POV. I'm sitting in the back of this armored beast and all I can think about is how Victoria looked at me after she touched that brand on my ribs. Like she owns the deed to my goddamn soul or some shit. It's clown behavior. I'm the one who bought her. I'm the one who kept her breathing when my old man wanted her in a ditch. She's an asset. A hyper-intelligent, red-headed pain-in-the-ass asset who thinks she's found a crack in the armor because I let her see a scar. My ribs still ache, not from the old burn, but from the way she leaned into it like she was trying to heal something that's been dead for 20 years. Deadass, I should have just left her in that penthouse. Now she's under my skin, and every time she shifts her weight on the leather seat next to me, it feels like a goddamn challenge. She's being too quiet. Too calm. It's that accountant brain of hers, crunching numbers, looking for the leverage. I rub the side of my torso through the wool of my suit, feeling the phantom heat of her touch, and I fucking hate it. I hate that I'm even thinking about it while we're burning rubber through the Swiss countryside. I need her to be afraid again. I need that wall back up, because if she thinks she's got a seat at the table, we're both fucking dead. Don't look at me like that, Victoria. She doesn't even flinch. She just turns those amber eyes on me, cool as ice, and says, "Relax, Knox. We're safe for now." Safety is a lie only fools believe, and you're not a fool. I don't wait for her to answer. I reach over and grab the heavy duffel at my feet, ripping the zipper back with enough force to make the metal teeth scream. I check the slide on the suppressed cig, making sure the chamber is hot. I'm vibrating. It's not fear, I don't do fear, it's the itch. The feeling that the world is about to tilt on its axis. I can see Rowan in the rear view, his eyes darting between the road and the mirrors. He's been my shadow for a long time, and he knows when the vibe shifts. The air in the SUV smells like stale leather and my own cologne, but there's something else beneath it. The scent of her. Like rain and something expensive. It's distracting. It's a liability. I need to focus on the route, on the extraction point, on the fact that my father's reach is long and his patience is non-existent. Rowan taps the dashboard twice. My heart doesn't speed up, it just locks in. Merc, 6 o'clock. Too close. I don't even have to look to know he's right. I lean back just enough to catch a glimpse of the black Mercedes in the side mirror. It's riding our bumper, ignoring the curves of the mountain road, hugging the line like it's tethered to us. It's Roche. I know the way those bastards drive. Aggressive, sloppy, but persistent. Roche. Tell me who burned this route, Rowan. Later. Focus. The engine whines as Rowan drops a gear, the SUV surging forward. I can hear the click of his seatbelts tightening. He's a pro, but this isn't a drill. I reach out, my hand moving before I even process the thought, and I shove Victoria's head down toward the seat. I don't do it gently. My fingers tangle in that red gold hair of hers, and I feel a few strands snap as I force her toward the floorboards. She lets out a muffled sound, half gasp, half grunt, but I don't care if it hurts. I need her low. I need her out of the line of fire. Stay down or I will put you down. Bastard. Mine. Stay still. I keep my hand heavy on the back of her skull, pinning her there. She's warm against my thigh, her breath hitching through the fabric of my trousers. I'm thinking about the first rule, she lives. That's it. Everything else, the accounts, the syndicate, my father's pride, it's all secondary to the fact that she's mine and nobody gets to break my things. The smell of gunpowder oil on my hands mixes with her scent as I adjust my grip on the cig. The Mercedes is pulling out now, trying to come alongside us on a narrow stretch where the guardrail is the only thing between us and a 300-foot drop. Impact in 3 seconds. Hold tight. Rowan's voice is a whip crack. I brace my boots against the floor, my other hand still holding Victoria down. The first burst of automatic fire hits the glass. It's reinforced so it doesn't shatter, but it spiders into a white web of cracks that obscures the view. The sound is like hail on a tin roof, only louder, sharper. Ping, ping, ping. The smell of ozone fills the cabin. Rowan jerks the wheel, the SUV fishtailing as he tries to ram the Mercedes back. We're heavy, but they're faster. Keep the exit clear. I'm yelling into the comms, but my eyes are on the road ahead. We're approaching an old industrial park, a graveyard of rusted steel and crumbling concrete. It's a perfect place for an ambush, which means it's also the only place we can make a stand. The Mercedes isn't alone. A black van lurches out from a hidden access road, its tires screaming as it aims straight for our flank. I see it coming and I can't do shit but brace for it. The hit is staggering. Metal screams as the van's bumper chews into the side of the SUV. The world turns into a blur of grinding inertia and gravity-defying weight. I feel my ribs protest as I'm slammed against the door, but I don't let go of Victoria. I take the brunt of it, my shoulder absorbing the impact that would have crushed her. My cig clatters out of my hand, sliding somewhere under the seats. Fuck. Jesus. Fuck. The SUV grinds to a halt against a stone wall, the engine sputtering and dying. Smoke is already curling from the hood. I don't wait for the dust to settle. I kick the door open, the hinges groaning as they give way, and I slide out into the cold mountain air. I don't have my gun, so I reach for the combat knife in my boot. The serrated blade catches the dim light. I'm moving before my brain even catches up with the adrenaline. Rowan. 2 up on the left. Knox. Stay. Don't move an inch. I'm talking to Victoria, but I'm already gone. I move through the thick grey smoke like a ghost. The air is acrid with radiator fluid and burning oil. 2 men are climbing out of the van, rifles raised. They're looking for a target, but I'm already behind the first one. I don't use the gun. I don't want the noise. I grab him by the throat, pulling him back into the shadows of a rusted storage container, and I drive the knife into the soft spot under his jaw. He doesn't even scream. He just gurgles, his blood hot and metallic as it sprays across my hand. Mine. I drop him and move to the next one. He's turning eyes wide, seeing his partner collapse. He tries to bring the rifle up, but I'm too fast. I'm a butcher when the red mist takes over. I don't see a human being, I see a threat to what belongs to me. I retrieve my cig from the guy's belt, not my weapon, but it'll do, and I put 2 rounds into his chest before he can pull the trigger. The suppressed shots are like heavy coughs in the silence. I'm aware that Victoria is watching from the wreckage. I want her to see it. I want her to know exactly what kind of monster is keeping her alive. I want her to understand that the man who touched her in the penthouse is the same man who can rip a throat out without blinking. A third fixer comes around the back of the SUV, his hand reaching for the passenger door where Victoria is trapped. My vision tunnels. I don't even think about the shot. I just fire. The bullet catches him in the shoulder, spinning him around, and then I'm on him. I transition to the knife again, the tearing sound of fabric and flesh the only thing I can hear over the blood rushing in my ears. I disembowel him with a single, violent stroke. He hits the ground with a wet thud, his blood smearing the white paint of the SUV. Clear. You're bleeding, boss. Rowan is standing by the wall, his own weapon lowered. He's right. My bicep is stinging, a ricochet or a graze I don't know, and I don't care. I can see the red blooming through the black wool of my sleeve. I ignore it. I walk back to the SUV, my breathing ragged, my face probably splattered with the shit I just put into the dirt. Check the van. They wanted her alive. I reach into the wreckage and grab Victoria by the arm. I drag her out, her feet stumbling over the debris. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Her face is pale, her eyes wide, staring at the body slumped against the door she was just hiding behind. She's shaking, a fine tremor that goes all the way to her bones. Are you hurt? Tell me. I know. Jesus, Knox. Don't say his name. Say mine. My voice is a low growl, vibrating with the aftershocks of the fight. I'm still in that headspace where everything is a target. I need to get her away from the bodies, away from Rowan's prying eyes. I see a derelict office attached to the main warehouse structure. I shove her toward it, my hand heavy on her shoulder. The floorboards creak under us, the air inside smelling of dust and old paper. I shoulder the door shut, the wood swollen with dampness, locking us into the dark, cramped space. Don't make a sound. Wait here. We have to move. We move when I say we move. I'm fighting the urge to tear out of my own skin. The adrenaline is a poison, a searing heat that needs an outlet. I look at her, really look at her in the dim light filtering through the grimy window. She's whole. She's intact. But she's trembling, and that vulnerability is doing something to me that the gunfire couldn't. I run my hands down her arms, checking for marks, for bruises. My thumb brushes the curve of her breast over her jacket, and the contact is like an electric shock. You are whole. You are mine. They almost had us. They will never touch you. Never. I'm hoarse. I'm desperate. I need to prove she's still here. I need to reclaim the ground I lost when she tried to be the one in control. I slam her against the soot-stained brick wall, my mouth crashing against hers. I don't want to kiss. I want to surrender. I taste the iron of my own blood on my lip, the salt of her skin, and the raw, unfiltered terror that's quickly turning into something else. Say my name. Say it. Knox. Her voice is a whisper, a broken thing. I rip her blouse open, the buttons pinging off the concrete floor like tiny shell casings. I don't give a fuck about the clothes. I don't give a fuck about the cold. I want to see her heaving chest, want to see the fear in her eyes as I pin her wrist against the brick. Don't hide from me. Look at what you did. I didn't do anything. I grab her chin and force her face toward the window. Outside in the wreckage, the bodies are still cooling. Look at the price. All for you. All for mine. Stop it, you sadistic bastard. I'm not stopping. I can't. I hitch her skirt up, my movements frantic and blunt. There's no foreplay here. There's no tenderness. I enter her with a hard, punishing thrust that draws a choked gasp from her throat. It's a claim. It's a marking. I need to feel her around me, need to know that no matter who comes for her, I'm the only one who gets to be inside. This is where you belong. Inside me. Submitting. Ah. She's clawing at my shoulders, her nails digging into the black wool, right over the graze on my bicep. I don't flinch. I want the pain. I want her to hurt me, to prove she's alive, to prove she's still the defiant little cunt who thought she could manipulate me. I drive into her, using the wall to keep her pinned, my vision tunneling until all I can see is her face, flushed and desperate. Hurt me. Do it. Prove you're still here. I'm panting, my words coming out in jagged pieces. Look at me. Look at the man who kills for you. I'm using the kind of language that would have made her flinch a week ago. I'm calling her mine, calling her an asset, calling her a cunt as I vent every bit of combat anxiety into her body. I need the friction. I need the heat. The metallic tang of blood is heavy in the air, and it's fueling the fire. You belong in the cage, Victoria. Under me. Owned. Yes. Owned. The words are forced out of her, a jagged admission that makes my blood roar. She wraps her legs around my waist, pulling me deeper, her own adrenaline-heavy response matching my violence. We're both wrecked, both high on the fact that we're not lying in the dirt with holes in our heads. Fucking desperate, aren't you? Admit it. I need it. Harder. I bite the side of her neck, hard enough to leave a mark that'll be there for a week. I want everyone who looks at her to know who she belongs to. I want the Roche group to see the bruise and know they failed. I'm shaking, my entire body convulsing as I reach the edge. It's not a climax, it's an explosion. My mark. Never forget who bled for you. I let out a primal guttural grunt as I empty into her, my knees nearly giving out. She lets out a ragged cry, her head lolling back against the brick. We stay like that for a long time, the only sound of the ragged hitch of our breathing and the distant ticking of the cooling SUV engine. I collapse against her, my forehead resting on her shoulder. I'm too exhausted to move, too drained to keep the mask on. I almost lost you. You didn't. She strokes the hair at the nape of my neck. It's a soft gesture, something a woman does for a man, not a captive for a captor. It shocks me back to reality. I pull back abruptly, the vulnerability vanishing as fast as it appeared. I can hear a distant siren, or maybe just more backup coming to finish what the first crew started. The predator is back. The moment is over. I zip myself up, my expression turning to stone. I grab my ruined jacket and throw it over her shoulders, covering the torn blouse and the fresh bite mark on her throat. Get dressed. We're moving. Now. Where? Somewhere they won't find you, even if I have to bury you alive. Chapter 12. Knox POV. My arm is fucking screaming. It's a rhythmic, hot throb that pulses right in time with the headache blooming behind my eyes, a reminders of the sepsis or the fever or whatever the fuck is trying to rot me from the inside out. I don't give a shit. I've lived through worse than a dirty flesh wound and a spike in temperature. What I can't live with is the way the air in this godforsaken shithole feels too thin, like the Roche group took all the oxygen with them when I blew their fucking heads off back on the road. We're in a secondary safe house on the edge of Marseille, if you can even call this a safe house. It's a concrete box that smells like stale piss and old grease, tucked behind a warehouse that probably stores knockoff designer handbags or human misery. I'm pacing the length of the main room, my leather boots grinding grit into the floor, every step a jar to my system that makes me want to put a bullet in the wall just to hear something other than my own ragged breathing. I look at Victoria. She's sitting on an overturned plastic crate like it's a fucking throne, her red gold hair a tangled mess of silk and dried copper where the blood hit it. She's rubbing a smear of blood off the back of her hand, her movements slow and deliberate, way too calm for a woman who just watched me turn a man's skull into a Rorschach test. It's unnerving. It's fucking hot. It makes me want to scream, and it makes me want to crawl inside her. Stop moving, I want to tell her, but the words get stuck in the back of my throat behind the taste of adrenaline and gunpowder. She looks up, those amber eyes tracking my movement, analyzing the way I'm favoring my left side, seeing the weakness I'm trying to hide. Stop moving. You're going to bleed out if you don't rest. I don't need rest, Victoria. I need you to stay in your lane. The adrenaline is gone, isn't it? Just the rot left. I stop pacing and stare at her, my thumb digging into the jagged scar on my jaw, a nervous tick I can't fucking shake. She's sitting there in a ruined shirt, skin peeking through the tears, and all I can think about is how many more people are coming for her. We are exposed here, I mutter, more to myself than her. The concrete is cold, the light is shit, and I can feel the walls closing in. She doesn't say anything, just goes back to picking at a loose thread on her sleeve, her silence a goddamn provocation. I want to shake her. I want to make her scream. I need to know she's still there, that she hasn't checked out mentally and left me alone in this fever dream. My chest feels like someone's tightening a steel band around it. It's not just the infection. It's the weight of her. The way she's become the only thing on the map that matters. I look at her, and I don't see an accountant anymore. I don't see a liability. I see the only thing keeping me from burning the whole world down just to see the sparks. She's too quiet. Too fucking calm. I should feel some kind of relief that she isn't hysterical, but it just makes me more paranoid. I need to make sure she remembers who she belongs to, even covered in the blood of our enemies, especially now when the air feels like it's about to combust. The door rattles, a specific heavy sequence of knocks, and I have my Glock out and leveled before the lock even turns. Rowan steps in, looking like death warmed over but still professional as fuck, carrying a first aid kit and a burner phone that's already chirping. He doesn't even look at Victoria. He knows better. He walks straight to the kitchenette, his face a mask of grim efficiency. He hands me the phone and a thermal printout, the paper still warm from whatever portable rig he's got in the car. The scent of hospital-grade alcohol and cleaning fluid follows him, cutting through the safehouse grime and making my stomach flip. He's judging me. I can see it in the set of his shoulders. He sees the fever in my eyes, and the way I'm hovering over Victoria like a fucking dog with a bone. He wouldn't dare say it, but he thinks I'm compromised. He thinks I'm weak, because I didn't just put her in the ground the second she became a problem. I snatched the printout from him, the paper crinkling under my grip, my fingers shaking just a little too much for my liking. They followed the tracking pulse from the initial extraction. They're good. They didn't waste time on cleanup. They wanted speed. The perimeter is a sieve. We move in an hour. I look at the printout, the text blurred for a second before my vision snaps back into focus. It's intercepted comms from the Roche group. My eyes skim the lines searching for the tactical bullshit, but what I find makes the blood in my veins turn to ice. They didn't want the data, Knox. Rowan's voice is low, a rough rasp in the quiet room. They wanted the source. I look up at him, my heart hammering against my ribs. What the fuck are you talking about? He glances toward Victoria, then back to me, his expression hardening. She holds the keys. Not the codes, Knox. The keys. The master access to the entire Hennessey offshore architecture. Malone was running the op personally. That tells you the valuation. She is worth more than the entire syndicate now. The fluorescent light above us flickers, buzzing like a dying insect, casting long jagged shadows across the room. I look back at Victoria. She's still sitting there looking small and fragile against the concrete, and the realization hits me like a freight train. She isn't just a witness. She isn't just a pawn. She's the fucking crown jewels. She's a queen of the underworld, and she probably doesn't even know it, or she does, and she's been playing me since the second I broke into her apartment. A queen. A literal fucking queen. I didn't just steal a girl, I stole the vault. My possession of her is the reason the world is burning, and the thought of it drives a spike of possessive mania through my brain that nearly knocks me over. I crumple the thermal paper into a hard ball and hurl it across the room, the impact silent against the dirty floor. Fuck. Fuck. The roar rips out of my throat before I can stop it. I slam my good fist down on the laminate counter, the vibration traveling up my arm and doing absolutely nothing to bleed off the surge of rage and jealousy. No one touches what is mine, I growl in Gaelic, the words thick and ancient. The price of her just went up, and I can feel the madness taking hold, that dark oily need to wrap my hands around her and never let go. The thought of Malone, that greasy Roche fuck, putting his hands on her, trying to extract what's inside her head, or worse, what's between her legs, makes me want to go back out there and find every last one of them just to peel the skin off their faces. I turn on her, my movement predatory and fast, ignoring the way my arm screams at the sudden shift. I close the distance in 3 strides, the air between us electric. I grab her jaw, my fingers digging into the soft skin, forcing her head back so she has to look at me. I'm looking for the lie. I'm looking for the calculation. Where is the data, Victoria? Did you know? My voice is a low, dangerous hiss. Look at me. Did you keep this secret from me? I need to know if you're playing games with the Roche group. My thumb scrapes roughly against her bottom lip, a silent, painful demand for some kind of truth that will quiet the storm in my head. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't even blink. Her amber eyes are wide, reflecting the flickering light, but there's a hardness there that wasn't there before. She's analyzing me right back, seeing the spiral, seeing the monster I'm trying to keep on a leash. I can feel the heat radiating off her skin, the smell of her blood, sweat, and that vanilla scent that shouldn't exist in a place like this, filling my lungs until I can't breathe. I didn't know the exact value. Her voice is steady, which only pisses me off more. Only that it was impossible to track. You're hurting me, Knox. Your father put the price tag on my head, not me. She leans into my touch, a tactical surrender that makes my skin crawl with need. She's hiding something. I can feel it in the way she's holding her breath. That accountant brain is working overtime, looking for the leverage, looking for the exit. I release her jaw only to fist my hand in her hair, tilting her head back violently until she's forced to arch her back. They want to use you. I roar, my face inches from hers. They want to dismantle what is mine. You are my cunt, Victoria. You are not a strategic asset for the fucking world. You are staying right here, under me, until I decide you're done. Her defiance is a luxury I can no longer afford. Every other man who looks at her from now on is a dead man walking. I drag her across the floor, her knees scraping the concrete, the sound of it harsh in the silence. We are not leaving this room until I am certain you understand what it means to belong to me. I look at Rowan over my shoulder. He's standing by the door, his face unreadable, but I know he thinks I've lost the plot. Amach Agile, I bark at him. Out. Now. He hesitates for a fraction of a second, his eyes flicking to Victoria, then back to me. Knox, we need to move in 60 minutes. I don't care if a tank rolls up to the door, Rowan. Do not interrupt us. He nods, a sharp clinical movement, and steps out, the metal door slamming shut behind him with a heavy final clang. The sound seals us in this concrete tomb. I turn back to Victoria, the possessive heat in my gut turning into something sharper, something more violent. I need to take her down to her core. I need to strip away the encryption and the secrets and the clever thoughts until there's nothing left but the raw, bleeding truth of who owns her. I shove her toward the small adjoining bedroom, a space so tiny the double bed takes up almost every inch of the floor. It smells like dust and unwashed linen, and the light is a dim, sickly yellow. This is your cage now, I tell her, my voice dropping to a gravelly whisper. Tight and silent. If you scream, no one will hear it. Scream for me, not for them. I kick the door shut and slide the flimsy bolt home, the click echoing like a gunshot. I start stripping off my gear, the tactical vest hitting the floor with a heavy thud, the Velcro ripping with a harsh rasp. My movements are jerky, filled with a repressed violence that I can't quite control. I rip the shirt from my injured arm, wincing as the fabric tears away from the dried blood, exposing the red, angry skin of the infection. I don't give a fuck. I point a finger at her, my eyes never leaving hers. Off. Now. I want to see every inch they might try to purchase. Your skin is my ledger, Victoria. I need to take inventory. Don't make me use my good hand to do this, cunt. I toss my gun belt onto the bed, the weight of the steel making the springs groan. Victoria flinches, her eyes darting to the weapon, then back to me. She knows the vibes. She knows I'm unhinged right now, and I see the moment she decides to play along, the way her shoulders drop and her expression goes soft, too soft. I am ready, Knox. Is this what you need? To see me stripped bare? Don't pretend you aren't doing this for you. She starts unbuttoning her shirt, her fingers steady despite the way her chest is heaving. She lets the ruined fabric fall to the floor, standing there in the dim light, and the sight of her nearly wrecks me. She's covered in bruises I gave her, marks I put there to remind her who she is. I close the distance, pinning her against the damp wall, the plaster cold against her back while I'm nothing but heat. I don't go for her groin. I clamp my hand around her throat, not enough to kill her but enough to make her focus, enough to make the world outside that door disappear. You carry my marks, I growl, my face buried in the crook of her neck. You are defined by me, Victoria. I own the right to every breath you take. The wall is rough, the room is small, and the violence in my blood is finally finding its outlet. My mouth slams onto hers, and it's not a kiss, it's a goddamn invasion. I taste iron and sweat, and the frantic, desperate need that's been building since the first grenade went off. I'm consuming her, grinding my hips against hers while we're still half-clothed, using my weight to crush her into the wall. Victoria claws at my shoulders, her nails digging into the tough fabric, and I can hear her making these small, broken sounds in the back of her throat. They won't get a taste of your spirit, I mutter against her lips. Only I get the taste. Swallow me, Victoria. Swallow the poison. I spin her around and shove her face down onto the cheap mattress, the springs screaming in protest. I grab a handful of her red gold hair, pulling her head back so her throat is exposed, her spine arching. "You are my protective custody," I whisper into her ear, my breath hot and ragged. "If Malone lays a finger on you, I will make him eat his own fucking fingers. Look at the ceiling, Victoria. See nothing but me." I strip the rest of her clothes off, then mine, the movements fast and frenzied. I'm marking her stomach with my mouth, biting at her inner thighs, my fingers digging into her hips until I know I'm leaving fresh bruises. "Speak the word, Victoria. I want to hear the truth. Tell me this body is useless to anyone but me." I throw the blankets to the floor, exposing her fully to the shitty light, and I can see the flicker of defiance still lingering in her amber eyes. That's the problem. She's still thinking. She's still calculating her odds. I sink my teeth into the soft skin just above her breast, a hard territorial bite that makes her scream and arch violently off the bed. I crush a pillow over her face with one hand, muffling the sound so Rowan doesn't hear a goddamn thing. That is what happens when you think, Victoria. Your silence is treason. The pain focuses her. I can see it in the way her eyes go glassy, the way her body finally stops resisting and starts to melt. I position myself and enter her with a sudden, rough thrust that knocks the air out of both of us. It's frantic. It's brutal. It's driven by the terrifying thought that she could be gone in an hour, stolen by some rival fuck who thinks he can own what I've already broken. This is what protects you. I growl, my movements hard and uncompromising, every thrust a claim. This chain. Take it all. Every millimeter of your master. Victoria digs her nails into my back, matching my rhythm, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps that sound like prayers. I stop abruptly, holding myself deep inside her, my muscles straining. I'm shaking, the fever and the adrenaline making me feel like I'm about to explode. Say it, Victoria. Tell me you're mine and no one else's. I grab the iron bar of the bed frame, the metal cold against my hand, anchoring myself. Use your voice. Say the word mine in relation to your cunt. I'm yours, Knox. Her voice is raw, breaking as she chokes the words out. Only yours. I am your property. I submit. Always. I am your cunt, Knox. Yours. The words are the key. They unlock the final bit of restraint I had left. I lose it, the dam breaking as I fuck her with a savagery that's all about loss and fear and the need to mark every inch of her soul. This is my claim. Feel it, Victoria. I will fill you until you leak me for a fucking week. The bed is rattling against the floor, the sound of our bodies slicking together filling the room. I flip her over, grabbing her hair and pulling her head up so she has to see her own reflection in the cracked glass of a framed picture on the wall. Watch your master claim his prize. You are nothing but the truth in my hand. I'm making sounds I don't even recognize, guttural, animalistic roars that are ancient and raw. Togtha. Togtha. I scream in Gaelic as I hit the end, spilling deep inside her, my body seizing with the kind of violence that feels like it's going to stop my heart. I collapse on top of her, my skin slick with sweat and fever, my breath coming in ragged, broken hitches. The silence that follows is heavy, cloying, thick with the scent of us. I don't pull away. I wrap my arms around her in a crushing embrace, trapping her under my weight. You are my prize, Victoria. My final asset. If you try to move, I will break your legs. I pull a corner of the rough blanket over us, sealing us in this tiny, sweaty world. The rhythmic beat of my heart starts to slow, matching hers, and for the first time in hours the noise in my head quiets down. She's quiet too, her body limp and compliant under mine, her breathing evening out into the heavy rhythm of exhaustion. I stay embedded in her, whispering mine over and over against her damp skin like a fucking litany. Sleep, Victoria, I mutter, my eyes fixed on the locked door. I'll watch the door. Forever mine. The world wants her. My father wants her. The Roche Group wants her. But they don't understand the dead-ass reality of the situation. She is Knox Hennessey's. and I will burn every last one of them to ashes before I let them touch a single hair on her head. I've reclaimed the center. I've anchored the chaos. For now the cage is closed, and I'm the only one with the key.
Chapter 13. Victoria POV. The iron bolts on the door of this Barcelona safe house didn't just slide, they screamed. It was a heavy, industrial sound that echoed off the damp stone walls of the Gothic quarter apartment. A sound that told me exactly where I was, buried. This place didn't just smell like old history and dust. It smelled like a tomb that hadn't seen a fresh breeze since the Inquisition. Knox was pacing the perimeter like a feral wolf in a bespoke suit, his eyes scanning every crack in the masonry, every shadow cast by the dim yellow bulbs hanging from the vaulted ceiling. I could smell the sharp, metallic tang of his sweat under the scent of expensive wool and gunpowder, a reminder of the frantic, bloody exit we'd just made from Marseille. Every time he moved, I felt the air shift, a heavy pressure that made my lungs feel half their size. I ran my fingers over the cold mortar of the wall, looking for a vent, a loose stone, a sign that I wasn't actually 6 feet under in a medieval basement. It was impenetrable, just like he wanted. If no one could get in, I definitely couldn't get out. I was a goddamn asset in a high-end locker, and the realization that my life was now measured in safe houses and encryption keys made the bile rise in the back of my throat. This place smells like a tomb, Knox. Are we safe or just well hidden? It's impenetrable. Which means you are safe. Which means you are mine. Your breath on my neck is the only ventilation in this entire block. Stop analyzing the walls, Cole. Analyze the threat. The way he said it made me want to scream, but then I saw the dark, wet stain spreading across the shoulder of his black jacket. The bicep wound from the dock fight had reopened, and it was soaking through the fabric, making the wool look like black glass. He was trying to hide the limpness in his left arm, his jaw clamped so tight I thought his teeth might shatter, but he couldn't hide the coppery scent of fresh blood. It hit my nose, triggering a weird, visceral reaction, part clinical assessment, part dark curiosity. I watched him throw his suit jacket onto a dusty antique chair with a sudden jerky movement that made him wince, his steel-gray eyes flickering with a momentary flash of agony he'd never admit to. He was a goddamn mess. A broken instrument of a family that didn't give a shit about him, yet he was still standing there trying to play the invincible warden. It was pathetic, and it was the most attractive thing I'd ever seen, which was a red flag the size of a billboard. Your suit is ruined. And you're bleeding again, Hennessey. The suit is replaceable. The asset is not. That wound looks infected. If you die, I get questioned. I prefer you alive. It is nothing. The Syndicate's finances are the only infection we need to worry about. I didn't give him a choice. I grabbed the first aid kit from the bag and pointed toward the bathroom, my face set in the same cold, analytical expression I used when I was hunting for laundered millions in a shell company. I forced him to sit on the closed lid of the toilet, the space so small our knees were practically fused together. I took a pair of travel scissors and started cutting away the sleeve of his custom shirt, the white silk coming away in blood-stiffened shreds. My fingers brushed his skin, and the heat coming off him was startling, a physical manifestation of the violence he lived in. I cleaned the jagged gash with a harsh antiseptic, watching him suck air through his teeth, his muscles coiling beneath my hands like iron cables. I liked it. I liked the power of being the one to cause him that specific, necessary pain, and then being the one to stop it. It was a tiny, localized version of the control he had over my entire existence. I was mitigating risks, sure, but I was also asserting a claim on his body while he thought he was the only one doing the claiming. Hold still, bastard. You won't bleed out until I decide you're finished. Don't mistake efficiency for care, Cole. You enjoy inflicting pain. I'm an accountant, not a nurse. I'm just mitigating risks. Lean back, or I'll stitch you to the wall. He let out a low guttural huff of a laugh that sounded more like a growl, his eyes never leaving mine as I worked. When I finished bandaging him, I caught my own reflection in the steamed-up mirror above the sink. My hair was a tangled mess of red gold, my amber eyes looked wider, darker, and there, right on the side of my neck, was the purple and black bruise he'd left in the last safe house. A bite mark. A literal brand of ownership that I couldn't wash off. I traced it with my fingertip, the skin still tender, and I saw Knox watching me in the reflection, his gaze heavy and possessive. He wasn't even looking at the wound I'd just patched, he was looking at the mark he'd made. It was a silent battle of wills in that cramped bathroom, the humidity making my skin itch, the weight of his obsession feeling like another layer of stone on top of the apartment. He could mark the flesh all he wanted, but he had no idea what was happening behind my eyes, and that was the only thing keeping me from losing my mind. Satisfied with your handiwork? Always. It reminds me what happens when you think about running. It reminds me you're frantic, not calm. It reminds them you are spoken for. The thumb hung in the air like a threat. The Roche Group. His father. Every fixer in Europe who wanted the keys to the Hennessey fortune. Knox stood up, his height making the bathroom feel like a coffin, and led me out to the small workstation where Rowan had set up an encrypted terminal. He leaned over me as I sat down, his repaired arm resting heavy on the back of my neck, his thumb tracing the edge of my jaw. He wanted the numbers. He wanted the leverage. His paranoia was at an all-time high, and he was looking at me like I was a high-yield bond he was terrified of losing. I opened the laptop, my fingers hovering over the keys, the familiar hum of the processor the only thing that felt real in this gothic nightmare. Show me what you've done since Marseille. I need that system locked down, Victoria. I need the numbers to sing for us. I am not a machine, Knox. This takes time. You'd better perform like one. Our lives depend on your silence. I dove into the code, bypassing the triple redundancy cipher I'd built years ago back when I was just a girl who thought she was smart. My fingers moved with a life of their own, dancing through the digital backdoors and encrypted tunnels of the Hennessey hub. I expected the usual walls, the firewalls that would take hours to dismantle, but then the screen flickered. A series of green prompts started scrolling, command confirmed. Access granted. Ledger integrity, 0. I froze, my heart doing a frantic tap dance against my ribs. It was gone. The primary Hennessey ledger, the billions, the entire financial backbone of his father's empire, I'd already wiped it. That desperate, frantic keystroke I'd made, the one I thought had been intercepted or stalled, had actually worked its way through the system like a slow-acting poison. It had finally reached the heart. Marcus Hennessey was digitally bankrupted, and Knox was chasing a ghost. Knox, I'm in. Give me 5 minutes. What is that look? What did you find? Nothing. Just the usual Syndicate filth. Focus. I stared at the black hole on the screen, a massive void where an empire used to be. The audacity of it made me want to laugh, but the cold weight of the reality stopped me. If I told Knox the truth, that the leverage was already used, that the keys were now just junk data, I'd instantly become a liability. I wouldn't be the essential partner anymore. I'd be the girl who knew too much and provided too little. The lie was my only currency. I needed him to believe the keys still existed, that I was the only one who could unlock them or keep them hidden. I had to keep him in a state of high alert dependency. I breathed out slowly, regulating my pulse, making sure the tremor in my hands didn't show. I was his necessity, and I was going to milk that for every second of protection it bought me. The system integrity is failing, Knox. It's trying to recover something vast. Vast but recoverable? If I don't intervene, yes. They'll patch it. I leaned back, feigning a level of frustration that I didn't actually feel. I looked up at him, my face a mask of calculated exhaustion. I needed to sell the delay. I needed to keep him focused on the problem that I had already solved. No. It's too clean. The algorithm kicked me out. It's recycling the main ledger keys. We have hours yet, Knox. Maybe until dawn. Hours? Fuck. I need leverage now. I need to know Marcus is burning. He will be. But you have to trust my timing. Trust? I own you, Victoria. I don't trust you. He started pacing again, his leather shoes clicking sharply on the stone floor, his frustration radiating off him like heat from a furnace. He was a caged animal, and I was the one holding the leash from inside the cage. The power dynamic had flipped in the last 60 seconds, and the adrenaline rush was better than any drug. I watched him, judging the tension in his shoulders, the way his hand kept twitching toward his holster. He needed a distraction. He needed to exert control over something physical, because the digital world was failing him. I pushed the laptop away, the click of the lid closing sounding like a gunshot in the quiet room. I need a break. My mind is useless to you if it's fatigue. A break? You think we are on holiday, Victoria? We are hunted. We are hunted because you failed to realize the power you already possess. I possess you. That is the only power I need. I stood up, my own body humming with the dark energy of the secret I was keeping. I didn't feel like the victim anymore. I felt like the architect. I walked toward him, my heart hammering not with fear but with a hungry, unhinged defiance. I wanted to see him lose that cold, calculated composure. I wanted to see the predator take over, so he wouldn't look too closely at the screen. I licked my lips, catching his eye, making sure he saw the challenge in my gaze. If you're going to pace like a predator, Knox, then hunt. What are you doing? Frustration. It builds inside me. I want you to take it out. You want submission, accountant? I didn't answer with words. I stepped into his space, my chest brushing his, and grabbed his silk tie, yanking his face down to mine. I kissed him with a violence that surprised both of us, my tongue seeking his, my nail scraping against his jaw right next to that jagged scar. He froze for a split second, the shock of my aggression hitting him like a physical blow, before his hand slammed into my waist, pulling me so hard against him I thought my ribs would crack. He tasted like expensive scotch and cold determination, and I drank it in, fueling the lie with the heat of his body. This is what you want. Stop denying it. You are reckless. And stupidly beautiful when you challenge me. I challenge you to make me forget Marcus Hennessey exists. You play a dangerous game, little thing. He shoved me back against the wooden desk, the impact rattling my teeth. My laptop hit the stone floor with a dull, sickening thud, but neither of us looked at it. His hands were everywhere, rough and proprietary, ripping at my clothes as if he could peel away the secrets I was hiding. He growled something about assets and ownership, his voice a low vibration that I felt in my bones. I mocked him, my head thrown back, my voice a jagged edge of taunting laughter. You are my asset. You don't initiate contact. Then re-establish control, Knox. Show me you're still the master. You are pushing me, Victoria. Don't test the leash. You talk too much. Shut up and show me your ownership. He gripped the front of my silk slip and twisted his hand, the fabric screaming as it gave way. The sound of it tearing was the only thing that could compete with the blood rushing in my ears. I felt the cool air of the safe house on my skin for only a second before his heat covered me again. I was offering him my body as a distraction, a sacrificial lamb to keep him from the truth, and the irony of it was that I wanted it just as much as he did. The lie made the friction better. The danger of what I knew made every touch feel like a high-voltage shock. This is what happens when you distract me from my work. You become the work. Use me then, Hennessey. Use me until you forget why you brought me here. I whispered it into his neck, my teeth grazing his skin, feeling his pulse pounding like a war drum. I told him he needed me, that I was the only one who could save him, the only one who controlled the flow of his future. I used the lie to anchor his dependency, to make him feel like he was winning, even as I was the one holding the digital trigger. You need me, Knox. Say it. I need to break you. To remind you who owns the leash. And who owns the key to your fortune. Me? Only me. Mine. You are only mine. He hoisted me up, his grip bruising my thighs, and carried me toward the bedroom. I clung to him, my legs wrapped around his waist, feeling the raw, savage triumph radiating from my core. He kicked the heavy bedroom door shut, the thud sealing us into the dark, soundproofed room. The empire was a ghost, the money was gone, and Knox Hennessey was about to spend the night worshipping the woman who had already burned his world down. You belong in the dark, Victoria. Lead the way, master. Just don't let go. He threw me onto the bed, the rough cotton sheets scratching my back as I landed. Before I could even catch my breath, his weight was on me, pinning my wrists above my head with one hand. His eyes were steel gray storms, devoid of empathy, filled with nothing but a frantic, possessive madness. Look at me, Victoria. Look at the man who owns your life. I'm looking. And you're still bleeding. He didn't care. He leaned down and bit my lip, hard enough that I tasted the coppery tang of my own blood. I didn't flinch. I bit back, wrapping my legs around his waist, pulling him deeper into the violence of the moment. I wanted the roughness. I wanted the reminder that I was alive, even if it was in a cage. You like the taste of your own blood, bastard? I like the defiance, little cunt. It makes the claiming sweeter. He stripped the rest of my clothes off with a brutal efficiency that left me shivering in the cold air. He saw the silver cross hanging around my neck, a relic from a life that felt 1,000 years old, and he ripped it off, the chain snapping with a sharp metallic click. He tossed it onto the stone floor without a second thought. No gods here, Victoria. Only me. Only the Syndicate. Then worship me. He reached for his waist, unbuckling the heavy leather belt of his trousers. The sound of the leather sliding through the loops was a promise of what was coming. He used it to bind my wrists to the iron headboard, the buckle digging into my skin, the restriction making my pulse skyrocket. It wasn't about pain, it was about the containment he was so obsessed with. He needed to know I couldn't move, that I was exactly where he put me. You needed a reminder of your leash. Don't fight the belt. Leashes break, Knox. Try chains next time. These are just for show. His mouth was a weapon, marking my inner thighs, my stomach, every inch of skin he could reach. He was carving his signature on me, his teeth dragging across my abdomen, his breath hot and ragged. I arched against the belt, the iron of the headboard cold against my knuckles, my voice breaking as I called out to a god I didn't believe in anymore, and the man I was currently manipulating. Jesus, Knox. Don't touch me like that, just take me. You like being helpless? You like that you cannot escape my focus? I like being yours when you're this feral. Fuck me, Hennessey. He entered me with a blunt, powerful thrust that knocked the air out of my lungs. He didn't break eye contact, his gaze demanding that I acknowledge the reality of the situation. He was the master, and I was the asset. But in my head, I was the one holding the keys to the kingdom he didn't even know was already dead. Look at me, accountant. Look at your master. I see you. I see the madness in your eyes. The rhythm was frantic, driven by the adrenaline of our escape and the weight of the lie I was shielding. Every stroke felt like a reaffirmation of our survival, a crude, necessary violence that drowned out the sound of the world outside. He leaned down, pressing his teeth against the pulse point on my neck, mimicking the silent threat of a predator. This is what survival feels like, Victoria. Violent and necessary. Faster, Knox. Don't let me think about the numbers. He started talking dirty, his voice a low, gravelly rasp in my ear. He called me his perfect, lying little accountant. He called me his most expensive asset. He had no idea how right he was. I whispered back, feeding him details of the recycling time, the buffer status of the ledger, reinforcing the deception even as my body began to shatter under the intensity of his claim. You think you're smart, don't you? You are mine, Victoria. I own the numbers and the cunt they sit between. Prove it, Hennessey. Take the asset. Take her and wait. I used the leverage of the headboard to meet him, my feet bracing against his hips, demanding more. My climax hit like a freight train. A synchronized explosion of physical release and the sheer high of my digital betrayal. I screamed his name into the dark, the sound echoing off the stone walls, a declaration of my own twisted victory. Knox collapsed against me, his breath hot and ragged against my neck, his body heavy and spent. Fuck. Say my name. Knox. Bastard. Mine. He didn't untie me. He just curled his massive bulk around my bound form, his hand resting possessively over my heart, listening to it slow down. I closed my eyes, the cool air hitting my wet skin, the smell of our shared musk filling the room. I had hours of leverage secured. I was safe, for now, in the arms of the man I was deceiving. Rest now, Acid. You have hours of work ahead of you. Don't move. I'm not going anywhere. I am right where I want to be. I flexed my bound wrists against the leather, the dull pressure a reminder that while he had the belt, I had the truth. And in this world, the truth was the only thing more dangerous than a Hennessey. I'd have to wake up and keep playing the part eventually, but for now, the silence of the safe house was enough. The accountant's lie was sealed. He was tied to me by desperation, desire, and a digital ghost, and I was going to ride that lie all the way to the end.
Chapter 14. Knox POV. The basement of this safe house smelled like a goddamn tomb that someone had tried to spruce up with industrial cleaner and failing ventilation. It was all damp concrete, old rubber mats, and the sharp metallic tang of gun oil that usually settled my nerves, but today I was on edge. I spent 10 minutes tightening a loose bolt on the speed bag mount with a wrench, focusing on the mechanical resistance because if I didn't, I was gonna start punching holes in the drywall. I checked the perimeter feeds on the tablet propped up on a weight bench. Everything was quiet, but quiet didn't mean safe. It just meant the threat was still walking toward us. I loaded a fresh magazine into the training Glock, the click of the brass sliding home echoing in the low-ceilinged room. I saw a spot of dried blood on the edge of the mat from when I dragged a body out of here 3 days ago, and I scrubbed at it with a rag until my knuckles turned white. If I don't break her, they will, and that thought was a fucking lead weight in my gut. I wanted to mold Victoria into something that could survive the Roche group, something that could pull a trigger without flinching, but the dark primal part of me, the part that didn't give a shit about her survival, just wanted to see her reconstructed by my hands. I needed her to know that there was no such thing as freedom outside of my shadow. She's the lock, and I'm the goddamn key, but she's been acting different lately, acting like she's got a secret buried under that sharp accountant brain of hers. I heard the door at the top of the stairs creak open. I didn't look up. I knew the rhythm of her footsteps by heart now, that light, hesitant clip that usually meant she was trying to blend into the background. But when she stepped onto the concrete, the sound changed. Squeak of rubber-soled shoes. I turned my head just enough to see her standing there, her red-gold hair pulled back in a ponytail so tight it made the angles of her face look like they were carved out of marble. She was wearing the athletic gear I'd thrown at her, tight black leggings and a tank top that showed off the slim, lithe lines of her body. She looked like a fucking professional, but her spine was stiff as a board. Forced resilience. I could smell the distance on her. Ever since she'd wiped that digital hub, there was a wall up, some kind of internal calculation she thought I couldn't see. It was clown behavior, honestly, thinking she could hide a vibe shift from me when I spent every waking second cataloging the way she breathed. She walked over to the corner table and grabbed a bottle of water, her hand trembling just a fraction of an inch as she lifted it to her lips. I watched the way her throat moved when she swallowed. My chest tightened with a possessive rage that was becoming my default setting. I needed to close that gap. I needed to remind her who owned the air she was currently wasting. "You're late," I said, my voice sounding like gravel under a boot. "Time is life down here, Victoria. Every second you spend lingering upstairs is a second someone like Malone uses to get closer to your throat." She didn't say anything, just set the water down and looked at me with those amber eyes that always seemed to be challenging my goddamn soul. I picked up the suppressed Glock 19 and held it out to her butt first. She stared at the weapon like it was a fucking snake. "Don't look at the gun. Look at me," I barked. She flinched, but her eyes snapped to mine. I stepped into her space, the smell of her, something clean and feminine that had no business being in this shithole, hitting me like a physical blow. I pressed the cold steel into her palm, forcing her fingers to curl around the grip. "If I die, you need to be able to clear a room before the Roche group finds you and starts asking questions you don't want to answer. What's your priority, Victoria? Your high and mighty ethics or staying alive?" She shifted the weight of the Glock, trying to find a grip that didn't feel like it was gonna break her wrist. "I'm not a killer, Knox," she muttered, her voice tight. "You're whatever I need you to be," I snapped. "If you cannot pull the trigger, you become collateral. Do you understand, Victoria? Is your life worth less than their blood? Because deadass, they won't hesitate. They'll see that soft spot, and they'll exploit it until there's nothing left of you. Don't hesitate. Hesitation is the soft spot I will exploit right fucking now." I stepped directly behind her, my chest hitting her back. The contrast was a total mindfuck, her soft trembling frame against the hard planes of my body. I wrapped my hand over hers, my calloused skin feeling like sandpaper against her silk, and I forced her arms into a full painful extension toward the paper target at the end of the room. I pressed my hip into her, aligning her stance, feeling the heat radiating off her through the thin leggings. I leaned down, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. "Breathe, cunt. Focus. You want to live, or do you want to die pretty? Feel the weight. Let it ground you. Your focus is scattered. Fix it." The suppressed rounds made a series of muffled pops. Foot. 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 The holes in the paper were all over the place, none of them hitting the center of the head. She was missing the target because she was too busy thinking about the escape route she'd been cooking up in her head. I could feel the tension in her shoulders, the way she was trying to pull away from the friction of my body, even as she tried to aim. I pulled back abruptly, snatching the gun from her hand. "You're missing the target because your mind is calculating an equation, not a solution," I growled, clearing the chamber with a violent rack of the slide. "Stop thinking, Victoria. Start reacting. You are too damn arrogant to accept help, thinking you can outsmart a bullet." I set the weapon on the far table, out of reach. Handgun training was a waste of time if she couldn't get her head out of her ass. "We'll try the animal work. Get rid of that white-collar stiffness. I need you bleeding, not thinking." I used the heel of my boot to erase a scuff mark she'd made on the rubber mat, then I started circling her. I moved with the kind of quiet, lethal grace that only comes after years of breaking people for a paycheck. I could see the way she watched my feet, her pupils blown wide with a mix of fear and something she wasn't ready to admit was attraction. "I want to see the predator in you, Victoria. The feral thing hiding beneath the silk and the spreadsheets. Find the gap. Never stop moving. If you let me win, you lose everything." I didn't give her a chance to prep. I faked a low kick and then brought my hand up, catching her right under the jaw with a clean, sharp slap that snapped her head back. Before she could recover, I clipped her shoulder, sending a jolt through her that made her stumble. The pain hit her, and for a second I thought she'd cry. But then her face changed. The amber in her eyes caught the industrial light and flared. She wasn't an accountant anymore, she was pissed off. I loved it. I fucking thrived on it. I swept her legs with a quick, vicious hook of my foot, and she hit the mat with a thud that knocked the wind out of her. I stepped over her, looming like a goddamn shadow. "You're dead," I said, my voice low and dangerous. "Roll over. That is what happens when you hesitate. Get up. You don't stay down when I'm watching." She clutched her ribs, gasping for air, her face flushed red. The smell of the rubber mat and her own adrenaline was filling the air, thick and heavy. She pushed herself onto her elbows, her ponytail coming loose, strands of red gold hair clinging to her damp forehead. "Bastard," she screamed, and then she launched herself at me. No technique, just brute raw force. She tackled me low, her shoulder slamming into my torso. I let the impact take me back a step, laughing under my breath. "That's it. Use the fire. You're predictable when you're cold. We went down in a chaotic clinch. She was fighting dirty now, clawing at my arms and trying to knee me in the groin. I had to actually exert myself to keep her from doing real damage, my muscles straining against hers as we rolled on the mats. Her teeth grazed my neck, a sharp nip that sent a bolt of pure electricity straight to my dick. We were a mess of tangled limbs and wet, hard breathing. The line between a fight and a fuck was disappearing fast. I caught her knee, twisted my weight and pinned her flat. I landed on top of her, driving the air from her lungs again, and I grabbed her wrists, slamming them above her head against the rough black rubber. Victoria was trapped. She was exhausted, her chest heaving against mine, her head rolling to the side to expose the vulnerable line of her throat. I stared into her glazed eyes, the scent of her sweet sweat mixed with the raw odor of my own adrenaline making my head swim. "You like the weight, don't you?" I whispered, my voice a guttural wreck. "The absolute lack of choice. Don't struggle. It only makes me rougher. That look. That desperate, wild look is mine. I train you so you fight back. For this. To see this." I ran my thumb across the pulse point on her wrist, feeling her heart hammering like a trapped bird. "If the Roche group finds you, they will use you up and throw you away," I growled into her ear, my beard shadow scratching her skin. "I will only use you. There's a difference." "At least they won't pretend it's for my own damn good, bastard," she bit back, her voice tight and trembling. "Do you think I'm stupid? This isn't training. This is you needing to feel like you own something that doesn't want to be owned." I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated need. I released one of her wrists, and she immediately tried to roll away, but I locked my hip over hers, the friction of our synthetic gear creating a heat that was about to set the room on fire. I grabbed her jaw, forcing her to look at me. "Look at me. Say it. Who keeps you breathing? You are my asset, Victoria. My property. Remember that. Your obedience is mandatory." Her jaw muscle twitched under my fingers, but she didn't look away. The defiance was still there, but it was drowning in the arousal she couldn't hide. She shuddered as I leaned down, my voice dropping to a lethal growl. "I don't teach you how to survive, Victoria. I teach you how to survive for me. Now the lesson ends. The payment begins." I didn't wait for her to agree. I hooked my fingers into the shoulder strap of her tank top and ripped. The fabric gave way with a satisfying sound, the synthetic material tearing straight down the middle until she was bared to the waist. She gasped, arching her back as the cool basement air hit her skin, followed instantly by the scorching pressure of my gaze. I reached down and stripped her leggings off in one brutal motion, rolling them down her thighs and tossing them into the corner like they were trash. I didn't want any barriers. I wanted her skin on the rubber. No hiding now. I liked the contrast of her pale skin on this black mat. I grabbed her and pulled her into a kiss that tasted like salt and copper. It was a bruising, ugly thing, and she met it with a desperation that told me she was done fighting the inevitable. Her nails dug into my shoulders, trying to pull me deeper. I grabbed her ponytail, forcing her head back to expose her neck, and I bit down on the spot where her shoulder met her throat. She cried out, a sharp high sound that echoed off the concrete walls. I wasn't being gentle. I didn't have gentle in me. I unbuckled my tactical belt, the metal clattering loudly against the weight bench, and I used the heavy leather to bind her wrists. I looped it around the leg of the bench, tethering her to the floor. "The chains are gone, but you still belong in bindings," I told her. "Don't try to loosen it. I watch everything." I moved down her body, my mouth ruthless. I pushed her to the edge with a speed that left her gasping for air, her hips thrusting upward, chasing the contact I kept pulling away. She was begging me, her voice a series of broken, jagged sounds. "Please, Knox. Please. Beg for it, Victoria. Beg for me to take the edge away. I decide when you break." I positioned myself between her legs, the rough denim of my jeans pressing against her inner thighs. I gripped her kneecaps, forcing her legs wide across the mats. I wanted to see everything. I wanted her to know exactly Who was taking her? I entered her in one hard, fast stroke, a deliberate, possessive drive that drew a jolt from her body. She hit the mat hard, her eyes flying open. Tell me you earned this, Victoria. Tell me I own the scream in your throat. No gentle easing. I enter my cage hard. I established a brutal rhythmic pace. Every thrust was an assertion of ownership, the wet slap of our skin echoing in the empty gym. I didn't care about the cold concrete or the smell of old sweat. I cared about the way her amber eyes were fixed on mine, watching the monster she'd let into her bed. My jaw was clenched so tight it ached, my veins standing out on my neck. I was pushing myself beyond pleasure into something that felt like war. Look at me when I fuck you, I demanded. You see the monster now, don't you? Don't look away. I need you to witness your own breaking. She lifted her bound wrists toward me, a gesture of total, terrifying submission. I flipped her onto her stomach, pinning her face down against the rubber. I entered her from behind, my hand gripping her shoulder as I bit into her skin, leaving a mark they'd be able to see for a week. She cried out into the mat, her body arching into the depth of me. Mine, I growled against her skin. Every muscle, every gasp, every goddamn asset. I own the bruising. I own the ache. Say my name, Victoria. Say it. Knox, she gasped, her voice muffled but clear. Knox. Master. The friction of the rubber mat against her skin was making her move faster, her body seeking the release that was building like a storm. I wasn't gonna let her run. I gripped her hips, my fingers digging into the bone. No gentle finish. I need you ripped apart and put back together. I felt the familiar pull of release, a frantic, messy collision of adrenaline and lust. I thrust deep one last time, a groan tearing out of my chest as I emptied myself into her. I collapsed onto her back, my weight pinning her to the mat, my jaw pressed against the fresh bite on her shoulder. This was the only peace I knew. The only way the world stopped screaming was when I was buried inside her, reminding her that the only thing she had to fear was me. We stayed like that for a long time, the heavy, humid air of the basement thick with the smell of sex. I reached out and loosened the belt on her wrists, but I didn't take it off. I let it dangle there, a trophy of the session. Still mine, I whispered, my breathing finally slowing down. The concrete floor was seeping cold into the edges of the mat, but I didn't move. We clean up now. But you don't forget this. You are tethered, Victoria. You don't leave. I felt her fingers trace the edge of the scar on my jaw, a touch that was almost too soft for a place like this. I ground my teeth together. The lesson was over, but the world was still waiting for us outside. We'd go back up, she'd go back to her secrets, and I'd go back to the feeds, but for right now she was exactly where she belonged. Under me. Broken. Mine.
Chapter 15. Victoria POV. The fluorescent light in the bunker's bathroom was a fucking war crime. It hummed with this low-frequency buzz that felt like it was drilling directly into my molars, casting everything in a sick, jaundiced yellow. I leaned against the cold steel of the sink, staring at the woman in the mirror. She looked like a goddamn abstract painting. I stripped slowly, the fabric of my shirt catching on the tacky residue of sweat and dried adrenaline, and finally caught the full view. The bastard likes his canvas marked, that was for sure. My forearms were a mess of mottled purple and deep, angry red from where he'd pinned me during the training session. There was a thumbprint bruise on my inner thigh that looked like a blooming violet, a physical receipt of how hard he'd claimed me on that cold floor. It hurt. It hurt like a bitch every time I moved, a sharp, stinging reminder of the sweat and steel bullshit he'd put me through, but I didn't feel like a victim. Not today. I reached for the thick antiseptic salve Rowan had left in the cabinet, my fingers trembling just enough to be annoying. This is currency, not damage, I told myself, smearing the cold, greasy shit over the impact marks. Every bruise was a point of leverage, a visible record of what I'd survived, and what I was willing to endure to keep my head above the blood-red water Knox Hennessey called a life. I ran my fingertips over a particularly deep purple bruise on my hip, testing the tenderness. The sharp spike of pain was grounding. It reminded me that I was still solid, still here, even as the world outside this metallic cage was probably burning to the ground. The sound of Knox pacing in the main room was a rhythmic thud-thud-thud that vibrated through the thin door, heavy boots against reinforced floor. He sounded like a caged tiger, or maybe just a man who knew the cage was about to get a lot smaller. I pulled on a simple black slip, silk that felt like a mockery against my battered skin, and drowned myself in an oversized cashmere sweater. I needed to look soft, but I needed to be functional. I caught the scent of the bunker, recycled air, ozone, and that metallic cleaning solution that never quite covered the smell of old gun oil. It was the aesthetic of a high-end coffin. I stepped out, moving gingerly, my amber eyes immediately finding him. Knox was standing by the metal table, staring at a burner phone like it was a live grenade. His jacket was askew, his tie ripped off and discarded on the floor like a dead snake. He looked unhinged. Truly feral at the edges, unhinged. The air in the room was so thick with his agitation I could almost taste it, salty, sharp, and toxic. He didn't look at me when I entered. He was vibrating with a cold, frantic energy that made my skin crawl. This was pre-catastrophe Knox. I knew the signs by now. The silence was so loud it was screaming. "The silence is loud, Knox," I said, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. I didn't rush toward him. I kept my distance, watching the way his jaw worked, the jagged scar along his face twitching. He looked like he wanted to break something, or someone. "Don't look at me like a ghost, Victoria. I need you functional," he snapped, his gray eyes finally flicking to mine. They were bloodshot, the steel-gray iris nearly swallowed by the pupils. He looked like he hadn't slept in 48 hours, and maybe he hadn't. He hadn't moved the phone since it started buzzing 10 minutes ago. It was a sharp, insistent vibration that cut through the recycled air, a digital death knell. He finally snatched it up, his knuckles white as he pressed it to his ear. I sat at the opposite side of the table, pretending to reach for a cold metal water bottle, but my eyes never left him. I could hear the tinny, distorted rasp of a voice on the other end. It was deep, authoritative, and cold, the kind of cold that comes from owning people for 40 years. "Marcus Burke. The shadow of the boss." Knox's voice dropped into that guttural, dangerous register, the one that meant he was seconds away from killing something. I caught the snippets. "Bridget. 48 hours. Execution." My heart did a slow, heavy roll in my chest. Bridget was his sister, the only blood he didn't seem to want to spill. Marcus wasn't just playing games anymore, he was cutting into the marrow. "You touch her, I will carve you out of the earth, Marcus," Knox growled into the phone. The threat was so raw it made the hair on my arm stand up. "She is your blood. I am your asset. Don't play these fucking games with me." He listened for another second, his face turning a shade of gray that matched the walls, then he snapped the phone shut and threw it. It hit the far wall with an acrid crunch, pieces of plastic and batteries skittering across the floor. "He wants you back, cunt," Knox said, whirling on me. His expression was pure violence. "He thinks you're worth more than my sister. 48 hours. I deliver you to the extraction point, or Bridget gets a bullet in the base of her skull." My own father. The audacity of that old bastard. He raked his fingers through his hair, leaving it standing in jagged peaks, his jaw exposed and trembling. He was caught in the worst kind of trap, blood loyalty versus the obsessive possession that had become his entire personality. I could see the battle happening behind his eyes, the calculation and the rage fighting for space. He called me an asset. Fine. Let me be an asset. Assets have value. Assets get to negotiate. "What is your sister's life worth, Knox?" I asked softly, maintaining my seat. I had to be the eye of the storm while he played the hurricane. He didn't answer. Instead, he let out a roar of pure, frustrated agony and kicked over a steel storage rack. The sound of metal hitting metal was deafening, a violent explosion in the small space. I took a single, silent step backward, making sure I wasn't in the path of his wake. He started punching the metal wall, his fists making dull, wet thuds. "Fuck. Fuck," he screamed, the words ripping out of his throat. It wasn't about rage, it was deep-seated painful frustration. He was breaking. The legendary Hennessey fixer was spiraling into a berserker state, and if I didn't anchor him, he'd take us both down. Look at the bastard break, I whispered to myself, watching the way his shoulders hunched. He needed a point of focus. He needed a leash. The heavy door to the bunker hissed open, and Rowan O'Shea stepped in, suppressed rifle leveled, his eyes scanning the room for a threat. He looked at the wreckage, then at Knox, who was currently leveling his own sidearm at his lieutenant's chest. The paranoia was reaching a boiling point. Knox was seconds away from shooting his only ally. I stepped between them, my hands open and visible, my body rigid with a fake neutrality I didn't truly feel. State your intention, Rowan. Now, Knox hissed, his finger twitching on the trigger. He's here for the root, Knox. Lower the gun, bastard, I said, my voice sharp enough to cut through his haze. Rowan lowered his weapon slowly, his gaze locking on mine. He saw the bruises on my neck, the way I was standing, and he gave a microscopic nod. He implicitly trusted my control over the monster. Marcus's tail is twitching. We're compromised, Rowan said, his voice clipped. He pulled out a digital tablet, the screen glowing with thermal signatures and map data. His disposal crews are already closing in. They're tracking the bunker's power signature. We have minutes to move or we face a siege. The Swiss route is burned. He's got teams at every pass. Knox forced himself to look at the data, his breathing heavy and ragged. The urgency was a physical weight in the room. He was trying to plan a high-speed run to the Alps, a standard play, but his brain was misfiring. I leaned over his shoulder, the heat from his body radiating off him in waves. My red-gold hair brushed his neck, and I felt him shudder. I looked at the map, my eyes fixing on a secondary point I'd been memorizing since he'd mentioned the Roche Group's servers, back in that metallic hellhole of a training room. Lyon? The Swiss route is exactly what he anticipates, I said, tracing a line on the heat map away from the mountains and toward the urban sprawl of France. We're burned on the east route. We need a ghost route, something reckless. Marcus expects clean lines, Knox. He expects you to run for cover. We need chaos. Knox looked at me, his eyes narrowing with sudden intense suspicion. And what do you know about ghost routes, Victoria? You're an accountant. I know where we can buy a 48-hour buffer, I countered, my voice dropping to a whisper. I could smell the sweat and cologne on him, a musky, desperate scent. The Roche Group. You told me they have servers in Lyon. Crucial ones. If we hit them, we don't just hide, we create a distraction big enough to shake Marcus's focus. He'll think the Roche Group took me. It buys us time to find Bridget without him looking over your shoulder. It was a lie, or at least a half-truth. I needed those encryption keys to erase my own digital trail, to stop being the prize and start being a player. I was playing with fire, manipulating his tactical paranoia and his fear of losing his sister all at once. Knox stepped closer, crowding my space until I was backed against the metal table. He grabbed my throat lightly but with the promise of more, his thumb pressing into the pulse point. He was checking my heart rate, looking for the flutter of a lie. You lied to me and I kill you myself. Do you understand, Asset? He growled. Show me. Show me you are mine before I listen to your snake thoughts, he demanded, his eyes dropping to my mouth. He needed the submission. He needed to see me break, before he could trust the direction I was pointing him in. He was a voyeur of my soul, and right now he needed to see the cunt he'd created, not the woman steering the ship. Tell me what you crave, Victoria, he whispered, his voice a dark caress. I didn't pull away. I leaned into his touch, my amber eyes locked on his gray ones. Take what you need, Knox. Take your focus. I reached for his belt, my fingers steady despite the chaos. Every inch of submission was a mile toward Lyon. I heard the squeak of leather as I unbuckled the heavy buckle, the sound amplified in the silence. I sank to my knees, the cold, gritty floor biting into the fresh bruises on my thighs. It was a sharp, stinging pain that I welcomed. Knox let out a harsh, jagged breath as he freed himself, his fingers tangling roughly in my hair to anchor me. He didn't use a light touch. He yanked my head back, forcing me to look up at him. "Good girl. Stay down," he murmured. "Say it. Say you're my good little whore, Victoria. Tell me you belong to me, even if the world burns." "I belong to you, Knox." "Only you," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth, but the heat between us was real. It was visceral and thick. I used my mouth with a focused, desperate intensity, seeking to drown out his panic with pure, undeniable physical sensation. I was a technician of his pleasure, a tactical strike against his crumbling composure. I slid my hands up his thighs, feeling the hard muscle beneath the expensive suit fabric, applying pressure where I knew he liked it. I was his drug. He couldn't think about Bridget, or Marcus, or the ticking clock when I was doing this. He tilted his head back, his eyes closing for a brief second before snapping open to watch me. The voyeuristic thrill of seeing the hyper-intelligent accountant on her knees in the middle of a war zone was exactly what he needed to ground himself. His grip on my hair tightened to the point of pain, a necessary reminder of who held the leash. "My fucking cunt," he groaned, his hips thrusting forward with primal force. His entire body shuddered, the vibration traveling through his hands and into my scalp. I didn't pull away. I leaned into the dominance, tracing the lines of his thighs, ensuring the service was complete. I was reclaiming my power through the act of giving it up. It was a dark, twisted logic, but in this world it was the only one that worked. Knox's body racked with release, a guttural sound escaping his throat that was almost a sob. He stabilized himself against the metal table, his hands finally loosening in my hair. He took several deep, visible breaths, trying to reset his internal timer. The volatility was gone, replaced by the icy, professional resolve I needed him to have. "Leon," he finally said, his voice thick but clear. "If you're wrong, Victoria, I kill you first. Don't forget that." He used the sleeve of his jacket to brush the moisture from my lips, a gesture that was half tender and half territorial. "I know the price of deceit, Knox. I paid it in blood," I said, standing up. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced them to hold. I pulled my sweater back down, hiding the bruises, hiding the evidence of the exchange. "Rowan, prepare the stealth route for Leon." "Now," Knox barked, adjusting his suit. The butcher was back. Rowan looked at me for a long second, my disheveled hair, my flushed face, but he didn't say a word. He just nodded and headed for the ramp. "Leon? That's aggressive, Knox." "Aggressive is the only thing Marcus doesn't see coming," Knox replied, ushering me forward. His hand clamped on my wrist, his fingers digging into the bone. He propelled me out of the bunker, and up the narrow metal ramp toward the waiting armored transport. The air outside was a shock, cold, sharp, and smelling of damp earth. It was a welcome change from the claustrophobia of the metallic cage. He shoved me into the back of the van, the interior a dark, soundproofed cavern of leather and steel. He sat opposite me, his hand heavy on my bruised knee, pressing down on the most painful spot. It was a constant reminder. 3 hours, Rowan," Knox shouted toward the front. "Drive like the devil is chasing your soul." The heavy engine growled to life, a low-frequency hum that vibrated through the chassis and into my bones. The smell of diesel and Knox's lingering musk filled the small space. We were moving. The shadow of the bosses was behind us, but a new shadow was stretching out toward Leon. "If this is a trap, Victoria, I'll kill you before my father gets the chance." "That is a promise," Knox whispered, leaning in so close his breath warmed my ear. "You paid for my loyalty in submission. Keep your hands clean." I closed my eyes, feigning sleep as the van lurched forward. My mind was already 3 steps ahead, calculating the server locations, the encryption keys, and the exact moment I would stop being his asset and start being his partner, or his ruin. The glass cage was portable now, moving at 80 miles an hour through the French countryside, and for the first time since this nightmare started, I was the one who held the key. I wasn't the girl in the ledger anymore. I was the woman steering the butcher. And the butcher had no idea he was being led to the slaughter. My red gold asset, Knox whispered, his hand running along the curve of my jaw, his touch almost gentle. You are the only truth left. I didn't answer. I just let the hum of the engine drown out the lies.
Chapter 16. Knox POV. The door was a rusted, heavy piece of shit that looked like it hadn't been opened since the Cold War, but it was thick enough to stop a bullet, and heavy enough to buy me time. I slammed the iron bolt home, and grabbed two of the wooden crates stacked against the wall, dragging them across the raw concrete with a screech that set my teeth on edge. Victoria didn't flinch. She just sat there on the edge of the cot, her spine as straight as a ledger line, watching me with those amber eyes that always seemed to be calculating the exact cost of her next breath. My hands were covered in black grease from the hinge bolts, and I didn't bother wiping it off. I liked the grit. I liked the way this place smelled, damp, metallic and dead. It was a bunker on the Swiss border, a temporary hole in the wall Rowan had flagged as a desperation play, and right now, desperation was the only thing we had in abundance. My head was fucking pounding from the drive, the adrenaline from the Marseille escape, finally bottoming out and leaving me with a raw, jagged edge that made me want to break something just to hear it snap. I checked the lock one more time, testing the pressure against the crates. If they brought C4 we were fucked anyway, but this would stop a localized breach. I turned to look at her, and the sight of her just sitting there so fucking composed while the world was hunting us made my blood pressure spike. This lock won't hold if they bring C4, Victoria. Start thinking of your next move, I said, my voice sounding like gravel under a boot. She didn't move. She just kept that blank professional mask on, the one she used to wear in the boardroom before I dragged her into the mud. It pissed me off. I wanted her terrified, or I wanted her feral, but the silence was making me want to climb the walls. I checked my watch. We have 15 minutes before I need to check the generator, and you need to stop looking at me like I'm the threat. I'm the only reason your heart is still beating, accountant. Focus on that. I started pacing the small room, the squeak of my leather shoes on the concrete echoing like a gunshot. This place was a dump. Cinder blocks, cold metal, and the kind of heavy silence that makes a man start hearing his own thoughts too clearly. I hated it. She deserved the penthouse in Paris, the silk sheets, the high-rise cage where I could watch her against the skyline, not this basement grave. The self-contempt was a bitter taste in my mouth, mixing with the metallic tang of the air. Strip, I ordered, stopping in front of her. I didn't say it with heat. It was a clinical demand. I needed to see the damage. She hesitated for a fraction of a second, a tiny spark of that defiance I loved, before she reached for the hem of her muddy travel shirt. She pulled it over her head, her red gold hair tumbling down her back in a tangled mess that I wanted to wrap around my fist. I didn't touch her. I just stood there, hands on my hips, cataloguing the yellowing bruises on her jaw and the faint purple marks on her wrists from the training mats back in the safe house. She looked fragile in the harsh, flickering light of the single bulb overhead, but I knew better. She was made of steel and spite. The sight of the marks I'd left on her gave me a jolt of possessive pride that was immediately followed by a surge of violent anxiety. If Marcus's crew got their hands on her, they wouldn't be as careful as I was. They'd ruin the artwork. They'd break her just to spite me. You bruise too easily. Makes you look fragile, I muttered, my thumb catching on the edge of the bruise on her jaw. She stiffened, her skin cool under my touch. I prefer my possessions marked, not broken, Victoria. Don't worry. I will ensure no one else touches the prize. Turn around. Let me look at what I risked everything for. She obeyed, her movements slow and deliberate. I watched the play of muscle in her back, the way her ribs shifted under that pale, translucent skin. She was perfect. A fucking masterpiece of an asset that I'd stolen from the world and kept for myself. The voyeuristic itch in my brain started to tingle. I wanted to see her react. I wanted to see if she was still in there, or if the run had finally hollowed her out. I walked over to the small table where I'd dumped my gear, and pulled out my suppressed pistol. The mechanical click of the slide as I checked the chamber was the only sound in the room for a long minute. My father wants to trade his daughter for my property, I said, not looking at her. He sent a message through the back channels. Bridget for you. Do you think that's a fair exchange, accountant? My own flesh and blood for the woman who knows where all the bodies are buried? I looked at her through the reflection in the dark window of the bunker door. She didn't flinch at the mention of Bridget. She just stared ahead, her expression unreadable. Tell me, Victoria. Would you give my bitch sister back to save your own skin? Would you hand me over to Marcus if it meant you could go back to your spreadsheets and your boring-ass life? You know I wouldn't, she said, her voice quiet but steady. Do I? Because from where I'm standing, you've got every reason to want me dead. I'm the one who put you in this cage. I'm the one who marked you. I finished cleaning the gun, the scent of oil filling the space between us. I slammed the magazine back into the grip with a finality that made her shoulders jump. Look at the choices we have. There are only two, me or the ground. There is no middle path, Victoria. There is no world where you walk away from this clean. I needed to know. I needed to see if she was waiting for a chance to bolt, or if she'd finally accepted that her life ended the moment I walked into her apartment at 3 a.m. I set the gun down and pulled out the satellite phone and the encrypted tablet. I laid them out on the table next to the lantern, the screens glowing like tiny beckoning stars in the gloom. I made sure the tablet was open to the cached email from Rowan, the one with the external contact numbers that could lead her straight to a federal task force or even back to the Roche group if she was feeling suicidal. It was a trap, and I knew she knew it. But desperation does funny things to people. It makes them believe in miracles. The generator is old. I need to go down and prime the pump or we'll be sitting in the dark by midnight, I said, heading for the door. 20 minutes, maximum. Don't touch anything, Victoria. I wouldn't like the mess if I have to clean it up. Enjoy the silence. It's the only thing we have right now. I stepped out and pulled the heavy iron door shut, the lock clicking into place with a sound that felt like a gavel hitting a block. I didn't go to the generator. I moved 10 feet down the hall to the surveillance nook, a cramped, smelling like piss hole where the monitors for the internal cameras were mounted. I flicked the switch, the grainy black and white feed flickering to life. Victoria was still sitting on the bed. She didn't move for 3 minutes. I watched her, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might crack a bone. My hand was clamped tight around the grip of my pistol. If she touched that phone, if she tried to dial out, the test was over. I'd walk back in there and I'd end it. I wouldn't let her go back to them. I wouldn't let her be used by Marcus or broken by the Roche group. If I couldn't have her, the world couldn't either. It was a sick, twisted kind of love, but it was the only kind I had left in me. Breathe, Hennessey. Let her choose, I thought, my breath fogging the screen. I wiped it away with the back of my hand. This is the only way to know if she is worth the fallout. If she's a partner or just a prisoner. On the screen, Victoria finally stood up. She walked toward the table, her movements fluid and slow, like a cat approaching a bird. She looked at the tablet. She looked at the phone. Her hand hovered over the keypad, her fingers trembling just enough for the low-res camera to catch it. My grip tightened on the gun. One touch, Victoria. One movement. I swear on every ledger I've audited, I will end you. I felt the cold, oiled steel against my palm, the familiar weight of it usually a comfort, but now it felt like a lead weight dragging me into the dirt. She picked up the phone. My thumb moved to the safety, flicking it off with a silent click. But she didn't dial. She just held it, staring at the screen for a long, agonizing minute. Then she picked up the chipped glass of water from the table and took a slow, deliberate sip. She put the water down, set the phone back exactly where I'd left it, and then she did something that made my blood turn to liquid fire. She looked directly at the camera. She knew. Of course she knew. She wasn't an idiot. She stared into the lens for a heartbeat, a challenge in those amber eyes, and then she slowly, purposefully closed the tablet. She sat back down on the bed, but this time she didn't sit on the edge. She leaned back, crossing her legs in a way that pulled her discarded shirt up her thighs, exposing the curve of her hip. She was mocking me. She was telling me she chose the cage, and she was telling me she knew I was a fucking coward for testing her. Fucking brilliant, I whispered, a jagged laugh catching in my throat. Relief hit me like a physical blow, followed immediately by a surge of lust so violent it made my vision blur. She chose me. Out of all the exits, all the betrayals, she chose to stay in the dark with the monster. I didn't wait the full 20 minutes. I was back at the door in seconds, throwing the bolt and slamming it open so hard it bounced off the cinder blocks. I didn't say a word. I just crossed the room in 3 strides, my presence filling the small space like a storm front. She didn't move. She just looked up at me, that same cool defiance on her face. Did you find everything satisfactory, accountant? Or did you just enjoy the view? I growled, grabbing her by the throat. I didn't squeeze, not really, but I pinned her back against the rough wall, the friction of the stone against her bare skin making her gasp. You had the chance. Why didn't you call them? Why didn't you take the out I gave you? Because I'm not a fool, Knox, she spat, her hands coming up to grip my forearms. And because I know what you are. You wouldn't have let me reach the end of the hall. Smart girl, I muttered, my mouth inches from hers. You didn't run. You chose the cage. You stay. You obey. You belong to me, now more than ever. Say it. Say you belong here, beneath me. Tell me what your submission costs. It costs everything, she whispered, her eyes searching mine. And you know that. I didn't give her a chance to say anything else. I crashed my mouth against hers, the kiss raw and desperate, tasting like adrenaline and the stale water she'd just sipped. I felt her resistance crumble, her body going soft against mine before she started fighting back in the way only she could, by demanding more. I ripped the rest of her shirt away, the fabric tearing with a satisfying sound that echoed off the concrete. This wasn't a punishment. This was the reward. This was us sealing the deal, in the only language we both understood. I hauled her toward the bed, my mind a chaotic mess of mine and fuck, and the sheer unadulterated need to sink so deep into her that I forgot my own name. I shoved her down onto the thin mattress, the plastic cover beneath the sheet rustling loudly. I kept her wrists pinned above her head, my weight anchoring her down. I wanted to see her. I wanted to see every mark, every bruise, every proof of ownership. I need to see every mark I've left on you, Victoria, I said, my voice dropping to a predatory hum. I reached down and pulled my boot knife, the razor-sharp blade glinting in the lantern light. I saw her eyes widen, a flash of genuine fear crossing her face before she stilled. I didn't use it on her skin. I used the tip to snag the lace of her underwear, slowly slicing through the fabric with a steady hand. The cold steel brushed against her inner thigh, making her shiver. Look at me. You look like a prize, accountant. My prize. You're unhinged, she breathed, her hips bucking slightly against my hold. I'm exactly what you need, I countered, tossing the knife aside. It hit the floor with a dull thud. I used my hands then, aggressive and focused, making sure she was ready, making sure she knew exactly what was coming. I watched her face, the way her eyes went hazy, the way she tried to bite her lip to keep from making a sound. Don't look away, not for a second. I need to see the pleasure I grant you. Tell me what I am going to do to you. You're going to break me, she whispered, her voice breaking. No. I'm going to own you. I moved my mouth down, kissing the bruises on her jaw, then lower to the sensitive skin of her inner thighs. I bit down just enough to leave a new mark, a fresh seal on the contract. I felt her hands clench in the sheets, her breath coming in short, jagged hitches. The scent of her, sex and heat and that faint floral soap she'd used in Marseille was making me lose my fucking mind. I wanted to be inside her, but I wanted her screaming first. I grabbed a silk tie from the suit jacket I'd tossed earlier, and used it to bind her hands to the metal headboard. It was a loose tie, more for the psychology of it than actual restraint, but it did the job. She was stretched out, exposed and completely at my mercy. The silk keeps you safe, Victoria. It reminds you that only I touch what belongs to me. I said, my thumb tracing her lower lip. You are going to take everything I give you in this position. I didn't go slow. I went for the throat, my mouth finding her core with a relentless intensity that had her arching off the bed in seconds. I used the pads of my fingers to press down hard, overriding her control, demanding she accept the release I was forcing on her. The sound of her whimpers escalating into a choked scream was the best thing I'd heard all day. Take it, Victoria. Scream my name for the walls to hear. This is your reward, I growled, watching her face go slack as she peeked. Don't bite your tongue. I want to hear the sound of your breaking point. As she started to shake, as the first waves of her climax hit, I didn't wait. I entered her in one hard deep thrust, filling her completely. The dual sensation made her eyes roll back, a guttural sound erupting from her throat. I grabbed a handful of her red gold hair, anchoring her head back so she had to look at me. Tell me you passed the test. Tell me who you belong to, cunt. Say it now. I hammered into her, the friction raw and heavy. I didn't care about being gentle. I didn't care about anything but the fact that she was here, she was mine, and the world could burn for all I cared. You? Knox. Bastard you, she screamed, her body tightening around me like a vice. My accountant. My asset. My weakness. Never forget who brought you here, I grunted, my own release building like a pressure valve about to blow. Take my venom. Take it all, Victoria. I followed her over the edge moments later, a roar tearing from my chest as I emptied myself into her. I pulled the silk tie tighter in that final second, a physical punctuation to the possession. Everything outside these four walls, Marcus, the Syndicate, the fucking police, they didn't exist. There was only the heat of her, the sound of our combined breathing, and the absolute certainty that I would kill anyone who tried to take this from me. In the aftermath, I didn't move. I stayed buried inside her, my forehead resting against hers, our sweat mingling in the cool air of the bunker. I slowly loosened the tie, but I didn't take it off. I traced the fading bruise on her cheekbone with my thumb, my heart finally slowing down to a rhythmic heavy thump. Never doubt your choice, Victoria. Never try to leave me again, I whispered, my voice sounding raw even to my own ears. You are my good girl. Now rest. I will watch you. She didn't answer. She just closed her eyes, her breathing leveling out as she leaned into my touch. I watched her, a quiet, predatory satisfaction settling in my gut. The world was still hunting us, and we were still in a hole in the ground, but for now the cage was exactly where we both needed to be. The generator hummed in the distance, a low mechanical reminder that we were still alive. For now that was enough. I adjusted the blanket around her, my eyes never leaving her face. She was the only truth I had left in a world full of lies, and I'd be damned if I let the fire go out. My jaw ached, my head was still throbbing, and we had maybe 6 hours before we had to move again. But as I watched her sleep, the silk tie still draped over her pale wrists, I knew I'd do it all again. Every betrayal, every bullet, every goddamn mile. She was worth the wreckage. She was the only thing worth saving. I leaned back against the wall, my hand resting on my gun, and waited for the morning to come. It was going to be a long fucking night, but I'd spent worse ones alone. At least this time, I had something to lose.
Chapter 17. Victoria POV. Knox didn't just lead me into the villa, he hauled me through the threshold like I was a piece of high-value contraband he'd just finished stealing. The transition from the armored van to the interior of the house was a literal slap to the system. 1 second I was breathing in the recycled stale air of our transport, and the next, the freezing mountain wind was whipping my hair into a frenzy and stinging my eyes. The blizzard was moving in fast, a total whiteout that turned the horizon into a blurred, jagged mess of gray and white. I stumbled on the immaculate gray concrete of the foyer, my boots tracking freezing slush across the floor, and I could feel the deep, thrumming aches in my thighs from the test he'd put me through in the van. My body was screaming for a break, but Knox just tightened his grip on my arm, his fingers digging into the muscle. Get inside, Victoria. Now, he grunted, his voice sounding like gravel being ground under a boot. He didn't even look at me, his eyes scanning the perimeter like he expected a hit squad to materialize out of the snow. I shivered, the cold sinking through my layers and settling into my bones. "This is worse than the last safe house, bastard," I snapped, trying to shake some feeling back into my hands. The villa was brutalist, all sharp angles and cold surfaces, looking more like a bunker for a tech billionaire than a place to hide. It was the kind of aesthetic that screamed, "Leave me the fuck alone," or "I have enough money to bury your body and never get caught." Knox didn't answer. He just reached for a panel on the wall and hit a sequence of buttons. "Don't look back." I turned just in time to see the heavy steel shutters beginning their descent. They didn't just slide, they groaned with a mechanical, industrial weight that made my teeth ache. One by one, the floor-to-ceiling windows were swallowed by gray metal. The last sliver of the world, the swirling snow and the dying gray light, vanished with a final echoing thud that vibrated through the floor. We were sealed in. No windows. No exits. Just the two of us in a soundproof, steel-lined tomb. The artificial lamplight kicked on, harsh and yellow, and for a second the silence was so absolute it felt like it was pressing against my eardrums. "No one is getting in, and you certainly aren't getting out," Knox said, finally looking at me. His steel-gray eyes were flat, completely devoid of anything resembling warmth. He looked like he was cataloging every bruise he'd just put on me, checking the inventory of his prize. "A gilded cage. How original," I muttered, rubbing the circulation back into my arms. My bravado was a thin veil, and we both knew it. I was exhausted, sore, and trapped in a mountain fortress with a man who thought possession was a love language. If I wanted out, I'd already be gone. "I'm the one with the keys to your father's empire, remember? I'm the only reason you're still breathing." "The only reason you're still breathing is because I haven't decided to stop you yet," he countered, walking past me toward a bank of security monitors. He pulled a burner phone from his pocket, his jaw tight. The scar across his face looked more jagged in the artificial light, a reminder of the violence that was always simmering just under his skin. He ran a gloved thumb over the glass screen, over and over, like he was trying to press the data out of it. The 48-hour clock for his sister Bridget was ticking, and I could practically feel the pressure radiating off him. It was a vibrating, low-frequency rage that filled the room. "Is it Bridget? Is he making demands?" I asked, stepping closer despite every survival instinct I had telling me to back the fuck off. "Don't speak her name. Focus on me, cunt," he spat, his voice dropping an octave. He didn't even look up from the screen. He was spiraling into that dark, possessive madness where the rest of the world ceased to exist. To him, Bridget was leverage, and I was the asset, and the Roche group was a ghost he was waiting to kill. "I need to know what you plan to do, Knox. We can't stay in this hole forever, while your father decides which one of us to execute first." He finally looked at me, his gaze dropping to the neckline of my shirt. "My plan is irrelevant. You need to focus on surviving the next hour. Stop thinking like an accountant. Start thinking like mine." I walked away before I said something that would get me pinned to the wall. I needed space, or at least the illusion of it. I found the master bathroom, a cavern of marble and glass, and shut the door. I didn't lock it. There was no point. I stripped off my clothes, my movements slow and clumsy, and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. Jesus, I looked like a piece of meat. I cataloged the damage like I was auditing a ledger. Dark thumbprint bruises on my inner thighs from where he'd held me down in the van. Friction burns on my hips. A faint mark on my neck that was already turning a deep, ugly purple. I touched the bruise on my thigh, wincing as the dull ache flared. I should have been horrified. I should have been planning a way to slit his throat while he slept. But as I traced the outline of his grip on my skin, my breath hitched. My body was reacting to the memory of his weight, the heat of his skin, and the absolute terrifying certainty of his focus. It was unhinged. I was trauma-bonded or just plain broken, but the revulsion and the arousal were so tangled up I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. The door didn't just open, it swung wide with a deliberate lack of ceremony. Knox stood in the doorway, still wearing his tactical shirt, his arms folded across his chest. He didn't apologize. He didn't look away. He just leaned against the marble frame and watched me. "Do you like what you see, Victoria?" he asked, his voice a low vibration that seemed to bounce off the tile. I didn't reach for a towel. If he wanted to look at the damage he'd done, I'd let him see every damn bit of it. "They're healing quickly at least," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "They look better on you than the silk slip," he said, his eyes tracking the line of my collarbone down to my waist. "Don't hide from me. Every mark on that skin is a promise I kept." "A promise to break me? You're doing a great job, bastard." He walked toward me, his movements fluid and predatory. The bathroom felt smaller with every step he took. He didn't touch me at first, just stood close enough that I could smell the damp wool of his jacket and the sharp metallic tang of the storm he'd brought inside with him. I could feel the tension in my neck, the muscles tightening until it was painful. He was enjoying this, the surveillance, the ownership, the way I couldn't even take a fucking shower without him marking his territory. "I'm not trying to break you, Victoria. I'm making sure there's nothing left of the woman who walked into that Syndicate office. That woman is dead. Only this version of you exists now. The version that belongs in this cage." He reached out, his fingers cold as they hooked under my chin, forcing me to look at him in the mirror. I saw the contrast, my pale skin, red gold hair disheveled, and his dark looming presence behind me. I looked like a victim, but the fire in my amber eyes said something else. It said I was still calculating. "Don't take my thoughts from me, Knox," I whispered. "I'll take whatever I want," he said, and then he pushed me back against the doorframe. The wood was hard against my spine, and the suddenness of it knocked the air out of my lungs. He didn't waste time with a kiss. He just hiked my leg over his hip and entered me with a rough, punishing thrust that made me cry out against his shoulder. It wasn't a romantic reunion. It was a reclamation. His hands were all over me, inspecting the bruises he'd made earlier like he was checking the seal on a container. I kicked my foot back, catching the edge of the door to push myself harder onto him, inviting the aggression because the alternative was thinking about the fact that we were probably going to die in this mountain villa. "I wanted you from the moment the shutter closed," he growled into my ear. "Take the pressure, cunt." I grabbed his hair, pulling his head back so he had to look at me. "I'm not a fucking doll, Knox. If you're going to claim me, do it. Stop talking about it." He let out a dark, ragged laugh and slammed me harder against the door. I could hear the wood creak, feel the vibration of his heart against my chest. He was vibrating with a frantic, suppressed energy, the kind of heat that only comes from knowing the world is closing in. He used one hand to force my chin up, making me look at our reflection. "Look at the ownership in your eyes, Victoria," he demanded. "See yourself as I see you, mine." I looked. The mirror was already starting to fog from our breath, but I could see the way my fingers were digging into his shoulders, the way my eyes were blown wide with a mix of fear and absolute reckless need. I looked wrecked. I looked like a woman who had given up on the idea of a normal life and had decided to burn in the friction instead. It was baddie behavior, born out of pure survival. If I was going to be in a cage, I was going to be the most dangerous thing in it. He bit my shoulder, a sharp, sudden nip that drew a tiny bead of blood. I gasped, the pain sparking through my nervous system and triggering a climax that felt like a localized earthquake. I clung to him, my body shaking, while he licked the blood clean, and silenced my moans with a kiss that tasted of salt and iron. "Be quiet," he whispered against my lips. "I want only the sound of my name." When he finally pulled away, I almost collapsed. He caught me by the waist, his grip firm, and for a second I saw a flash of something in his eyes. Not empathy, he didn't have that, but a terrifying singular devotion. Like I was the only thing keeping him tethered to the ground. "Kitchen," he said, his voice returning to its usual clipped tone. "Eat? You're losing weight." The meal was a grim affair. Cold bread, some cured meat he'd found in the pantry, and a bottle of red wine that probably cost more than my first car. We ate in total silence, the only sound the relentless howl of the blizzard against the steel shutters. It was a rhythmic, low-pitched roar that made the whole villa feel like it was vibrating. Every time I dropped a fork or moved my chair, the sound echoed like a gunshot in the sterile, high-end kitchen. Knox didn't speak. He just sliced the meat with surgical precision, his eyes fixed on the table. "The storm is getting worse," I said, just to break the suffocating quiet. "Good," he said. "We need to talk about the Roche group, Knox. If they know about the encryption keys." "I told you to stop thinking," he interrupted, setting the knife down with a deliberate clack. "The only numbers you need to worry about are mine. The Roche group is a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, the world doesn't exist." He walked around the table, taking the wine glass out of my hand and setting it down sharply. He gripped my chin, his fingers cold and demanding. "Look at me. Not the storm, not Bridget. Me?" I could feel him vibrating again. He was like a live wire, the adrenaline of the test and the pressure of the ultimatum still surging through him. He was a red flag the size of a billboard, but in this room, in this silence, he was the only horizon I had left. I reached out, my hand trembling slightly, and placed my palm flat against his chest. His heart was racing, a frantic hard pulse beneath the tactical fabric of his shirt. "You're vibrating, Knox," I whispered, my voice softening. "Let me handle this. Relax. The world can wait." I slowly unbuttoned the top of his shirt, my fingers grazing the hard muscle of his sternum. I was playing with fire, but he was a fire I knew how to bank. I needed him focused, not spiraling into a violent haze. He watched me, his breath hitching, his eyes tracking every movement of my hands. "You think you can manage me, Victoria?" he asked, his voice a dangerous purr. "I think I'm the only one who can," I said, and I meant it. He didn't argue. He just scooped me up and carried me toward the great room, where a fire was already beginning to roar in the massive stone hearth. He dropped me onto the thick sheepskin rug, the orange glow of the flames highlighting the bruises on my skin. He didn't wait for me to get comfortable. He was on me in seconds, his mouth crashing down on mine as the sound of the storm faded into the background. There was only him. Only the pressure. Only the cage. Later, in the master bathroom shower, the steam was so thick I could barely see the walls. The water was scalding, the kind of heat that made my skin turn a bright, angry red, but I didn't care. I needed the sensory overload. Knox was behind me, his hands slick with soap, his body a solid weight that pinned me against the tile. "Harder, Knox," I gasped as he entered me again, the water roaring over us. "Make me forget the snow. Focus on the steam, cunt." "Focus on me," he growled, his hands gripping my throat lightly, just enough to remind me who was in control of my breath. The physical friction was a desperate way to ignore the reality of the hunt outside the steel walls. I was drowning in sensation, my knuckles white as I gripped the glass door handle for leverage. "Jesus, you're going to break me," I whispered as the climax hit, a sharp, overwhelming contraction that felt like a surrender. "Good," he said, his voice ragged. "That's the goal." We eventually made it to the bedroom, the enormous mattress feeling like an island in the middle of a dark ocean. I tried to roll away, to find a sliver of space to just be, but Knox wouldn't have it. He pulled me back, his ankle hooking around my calf, his arm draped heavily over my waist. He rested the jagged scar of his jaw against the curve of my neck, his weight a constant grounding presence. "Stay still, mine," he muttered. "You take up too much space," I complained, though I didn't pull away. "I'm not going anywhere, Knox." "I know," he said. And the way he said it, with a grinding certainty, made me realize that he wasn't just talking about the room. He was talking about the rest of my life. I woke up hours later to total darkness. The storm was still raging, a dull, relentless roar that seemed to have become part of the house. Knox wasn't in bed. I sat up, my head throbbing with a dull ache, and saw him as a shadow against the shuttered window. He was holding a glass of whiskey, his breath fogging the metal slightly. "She's leverage," he said quietly, not turning around. I know what Marcus is doing. He thinks Bridget will make me hesitate. Will she? I asked. He turned then, his eyes glowing with a faint, obsessive light in the dark. She means nothing compared to you. I will burn this entire hemisphere down if they touch you. The weight of that confession hit me like a physical blow. He had chosen me over his own blood. Over the Syndicate. Over everything he'd ever known. It was the ultimate proof of his protective madness, and it was the most terrifying thing I'd ever heard. It meant I could never leave, because my life was now stained in the blood he was willing to spill for me. Don't lie to me, Knox, I said, my voice trembling. I never lied to my assets, he said, taking a slow sip of the whiskey. I saw a burner laptop on the side table, one Rowan must have left for contingencies. My professional brain kicked in, the accountant who needed to see the numbers to find the digital trail of the encryption keys. I reached for it, my movements quick and quiet, but I wasn't fast enough. Knox was across the room in a heartbeat. He didn't grab me. He just took the laptop out of my hand and with a calm, terrifying efficiency, hurled it across the room. It hit the stone hearth with a sickening crunch, the screen shattering into a spiderweb of dead pixels. I told you to stop thinking, he said, his voice cold. The only numbers you need to worry about are mine. That was reckless, bastard. That contained data. I shouted, the adrenaline spiking through my system. Let it burn, he said, stepping into my space. You are the asset now, not the hardware. You are the key. You don't need a machine to tell you what you are. He dragged me toward the shuttered window, pressing my cheek against the cold, vibrating metal. Look outside, Victoria. Tell me what you see. Nothing. Just white. It's a fucking blizzard, Knox. Exactly. There is no rescue. There is no Roche group. There is no world outside this room. There is only me. I felt the extreme cold radiating off the metal, the contrast to the heat of his body behind me. He was trying to drill the us against the world mentality into my bones, and the scary part was that it was working. I felt safer in this steel-lined tomb with a predator than I ever had in the real world. He moved me back to the fireplace, the rug scratchy against my skin. He pulled a silk tie from his pocket, a deep dark blue, and began to bind my wrists to the leg of a heavy oak table. Are you comfortable, Asset? You look restrained, he whispered, his mouth inches from my ear. Don't fight the tie. Fight me, I challenged, my defiance reaching a boiling point even as my body prepared for the surrender. He entered me slowly, agonizingly so, halting his movement entirely until I was writhing against the silk. The silence in the room was unbearable, punctuated only by the crackle of the fire and the sound of my ragged breathing. Say it, Victoria. Say who you belong to, or we wait until morning. Knox, please, I gasped, the wait becoming a physical torture. Say I am Knox's cunt. Loudly. I looked up at him, the orange firelight reflecting in his gray eyes, and I saw the absolute unhinged necessity of his need. He didn't just want my body, he wanted the truth of the cage. I am Knox's fuck. I am yours. I'm Knox's cunt, I shouted, the words tearing out of my throat. He rewarded me with a frantic, bone-deep thrusting that left us both spent and gasping for air. He collapsed onto me, his weight crushing the air from my lungs, his heart thudding against mine like a war drum. Good girl, he whispered into my hair. As the fire died down, a new sensation started to creep in. A heavy, internal chill that had nothing to do with the room temperature. I tried to reach for a glass of water on the table, but my hand trembled visibly, spilling a few drops onto the rug. My head was pounding, a dull rhythmic ache behind my eyes that made the room swim. Are you cold? Knox asked, noticing the tremor. No, I'm fine, I lied, my voice sounding thin even to my own ears. Just tired, bastard. He didn't look convinced, but he scooped me up anyway and carried me back to the bedroom. He used a heavy, old-fashioned key to turn the lock on the bedroom door, the metallic thunk sounding like a final decision. He bundled me into the bed, the duvet feeling like a ton of lead on top of me. Sleep now. No dreams, just black, he said, sliding in behind me and pinning me to the mattress with his arm. I don't need a lock, Knox. I won't run, I murmured, my eyes fluttering shut as the fever began to take hold. I know, he said. But I need the reminder. I fell into a heavy, sweating sleep, but the quiet didn't last. Fragments of the ledger started to surface, long strings of numbers, corporate jargon, Marcus Hennessey's cold voice. I was murmuring them in my sleep, my body shaking with a sudden, violent chill. Shush. The numbers don't matter now, Knox's voice cut through the fog. I felt his hand on my forehead, his touch unusually light. I'm not giving you back to Marcus. They won't touch my cunt. He sounded frantic. Terrified. The man who killed without remorse was suddenly paralyzed by a cough and a spike in temperature. I tried to open my eyes, but the lids felt like they were glued shut. I could feel him dipping a corner of the sheet in water, dabbing my forehead with a hand that was shaking slightly. Don't leave me, Victoria, he whispered, his voice a raw confession of obsession. You are everything. Open your eyes. The storm was still raging outside, a distant, continuous roar that sounded like the world was ending. But inside the room, the only thing that mattered was the dry, ragged sound of my breath and the man who had locked himself in with his own greatest vulnerability. He was finally, utterly dependent on my survival. And as I slipped fully into the fever, I realized that the cage didn't have any exits for either of us. The butcher was afraid of a fever, and that was the most dangerous vibe check of all.
Chapter 18. Knox POV. The silence in the room didn't just sit there, it screamed. I woke up the second the rhythm changed, my internal clock slamming me into awareness because the girl next to me wasn't breathing right. It wasn't the soft, rhythmic puffing of a woman who was safe and owned. It was a jagged, shallow rasp that set my teeth on edge. I reached out, my hand finding the curve of her hip, and I nearly pulled back from the sheer radiating heat coming off her. Deadass, she felt like she'd been sitting under a heat lamp for 6 hours. The high-thread count-Egyptian cotton sheets were a fucking mess, damp with sweat and sticking to her lithe body like a second, suffocating skin. I pulled them away sharply, the fabric making a wet, tearing sound as it unpeeled from her thighs. Victoria didn't even moan. She just lay there, her red-gold hair matted against her forehead, her skin a flushed, angry pink. This was some bullshit. I've dealt with bullet wounds, extractions and interrogations that lasted 48 hours without a break, but I didn't know how to fight a fucking virus. It's the one thing you can't put a suppressor on and erase. My chest felt tight, a rare localized spike of pure instinctual panic that I hadn't felt since I was a kid watching my old man execute a runner in the kitchen. I hated it. I hated feeling like I didn't have the leverage. I reached out and shook her shoulder, not gently. Victoria. Open your eyes. Now. Don't do this, you little bitch. Look at me. She didn't look at me. Her head just lolled to the side, her amber eyes hidden behind lids that looked too heavy to ever open again. I rolled her onto her back, my movements firm, the kind of handling she was used to, but there was a tremor in my fingers I couldn't suppress. I checked her pulse at the side of her neck, my thumb pressing hard against the carotid. Her heart was racing, a frantic drumming that told me her body was working overtime to fight whatever the hell this was. 120 easy. Maybe more. I looked at her pupils, pulling her lids up, but she was gone, drifting in some fever dream hell where I couldn't reach her. It was a vulnerability I never anticipated. I'd spent so much time breaking her, molding her into the perfect submissive asset who knew her place in my cage, and now some microscopic prick was trying to take her from me. I scraped my fingernail over the jagged scar on my jaw, a nervous tick I thought I'd killed off a decade ago. It was a grounding move, the sting of the old tissue reminding me that I was the one in control here. Heart rate is 120. She's burning up, I muttered to the empty, expensive room. The storm outside was still tossing rain against the windows of the villa, a low-frequency rumble that made the whole place feel like a tomb. You will not break on me, Victoria. I forbid it. You're mine, and I haven't finished with you yet. I stood up and paced into the ensuite, my boots clicking too loud on the marble. I started ransacking the cabinets, throwing aside artisanal soaps and overpriced moisturizers like they were garbage. Where the fuck was the actual medicine? This safe house was supposed to be top tier, a 5-star fortress, and yet I couldn't find a fucking digital thermometer. Fuck. Where the fuck is the Tylenol? Rowan promised this place was stocked. Useless, all of it, I growled, my frustration boiling over. I swiped my hand across a decorative glass shelf, sending a dozen crystal bottles of whatever the fuck women use for their skin crashing into the sink. The sound of shattering glass echoed like a gunshot, but it didn't make me feel better. It just highlighted how isolated we were. If her brain fried because I couldn't find a fever reducer, I was going to find Rowan and peel the skin off his back. I finally found a first aid kit tucked behind a stack of plush towels. It had the basics, but it felt like bringing a knife to a drone strike. I grabbed a thermometer and some high-grade fever reducers, my hands moving with a frantic haste that disgusted me. I was supposed to be the coldest instrument the Hennessey Syndicate had ever produced, and here I was, losing my mind over a girl with a temperature. I went back to the bed and tried to spoon a small measure of water into her mouth, but she was too far gone. She coughed it back up, the water trailing down her chin and disappearing into the hollow of her collarbone. That little dip in her skin, the one I'd bitten and licked 1,000 times, was now just a reservoir for lukewarm water and sweat. Drink, damn you. Don't be stupid, I hissed, my voice cracking. I felt a protective rage rising in my gut, a need to lash out at the unseen enemy. It was an insult to my ownership. I'd marked her, I'd claimed her, and yet her own biology was defying me. You are going to fight this, Victoria. You don't get to quit. I don't give you permission to die. I pulled my tactical knife from the nightstand. The blade was matte black, honed to a razor edge. I didn't even hesitate. I slid the tip under the strap of her sweat-soaked silk slip and sliced upward. I did the same on the other side, the expensive fabric parting like it was nothing. I ripped the silk away, exposing her fully. The sight of her should have been a turn-on, it always was, but seeing the bruises I'd left on her hips, and the raw friction burns on her wrists against the backdrop of her feverish, trembling skin, made me feel a sickening mix of guilt and dark satisfaction. I was the one who did that to her. I was the source of her pain, and now I had to be the source of her survival. The phone on the nightstand vibrated, a harsh mechanical buzzing that made me want to put a bullet through it. I glanced at the screen. A message from Rowan. A countdown clock. T-minus 24 hours for Bridget. Logistics ready for Leon. The text was like a bucket of ice water over my head. My sister was on the chopping block. Marcus, that old bastard who called himself my father, was waiting for me to make the move, to secure the Syndicate's offshore interests or let my own blood be executed as collateral. It was a test, a leverage play he'd used 100 times. In any other scenario, I'd have been halfway to the extraction point by now. But I looked at Victoria, her chest heaving, her skin glowing with that unnatural sickly heat, and the Syndicate felt like a distant, annoying joke. Bridget was a Hennessey, she knew the risks. She was a piece on the board. Victoria? Victoria was the board. She was the only thing that made the air in my lungs feel real. I grabbed the phone, my thumb hovering over the screen for a second before I flipped it over and kicked it across the room. It hit the far wall with a solid thud and went silent. Let Marcus burn, I muttered, the decision feeling final, like a bridge exploding behind me. We have a problem here. She is more valuable than every ledger they own. I didn't care about the consequences. If the Roche group moved in, if my father sent a cleanup crew, let them come. I'd stack their bodies in the hallway. Right now, I had to fix her. I scooped her up, her body feeling alarmingly light, almost fragile. She instinctively clung to the heat of my neck, her small hands fumbling for purchase on my shirt, her breath hot and shallow against my skin. I've got you, cunt. Hold still, I said, my voice dropping into that low, commanding register that usually made her spine go rigid. She let out a weak, broken murmur, something that sounded like please, and it nearly leveled me. You rely on me, Victoria. Only me. Nobody else is coming for you. I carried her into the bathroom, the slippery feel of her sweat-slicked skin against mine making me feel like she was already sliding away. I settled her onto the edge of the deep marble tub, her legs parting weakly as she leaned her head back against my chest. I propped her up, supporting her with my own body, my heat a steady anchor against her chaotic fever. Lean back. Hold still. Don't fight me, I commanded, my hands sliding under her arms to keep her upright. She was trembling, a fine rhythmic shudder that told me she was right on the edge. I grabbed a silver ladle from the counter and started dripping lukewarm water over her shoulders and down her chest. I watched the way it beaded on her skin, running between her breasts, highlighting the fragile architecture of her ribs. It was clinical, yeah, but I couldn't stop the way my eyes catalogued every inch of her. I look at you, Victoria, and I see nothing but mine, I whispered. I picked up a soft, oversized sponge and began to scrub her skin. It wasn't a gentle wash, it was a ritual. I was cleaning her, reclaiming her from the sickness. I forced her to stay upright, demanding silent compliance even though she was half dead. Stay still, accountant. Focus on my hands. I'm giving you life. The sponge dragged over her fevered skin, and I felt her muscles jump under my touch. I moved the sponge lower, lingering on the bruises on her inner thighs. The deep purples and yellows were a map of my own obsession, and I pressed my thumb into the darkened skin, watching the blood flow back in. I put those there. Remember that when you wake up, I growled, my voice thick with a sudden possessive lust that I couldn't suppress even now. It was sick, I knew that. She was dying of a fever, and I was getting hard, watching the water run over the marks I'd made. I moved my hand to clean the delicate area between her legs, my touch firm and unapologetic. Victoria let out a low, feverish moan, her head rolling back against my shoulder. Her body was reacting, even when her mind wasn't there. Even dying, you feel this. Your body knows the master, I said, leaning down to whisper it directly into her ear. My breath was hot against her damp skin, a guttural declaration of possession. You belong here. You belong to me. I own the ground you stand on. I used a thick plush towel to pat her dry, taking my time with every curve. I wasn't just drying her, I was creating friction, awakening her nerve endings, making sure she knew she was still alive because I said she was. I hate cleaning up after you. But you are worth the inconvenience, I muttered. I grabbed a bottle of rich scented oil, something heavy and musky that smelled like my own skin, and started applying it to her body. My palms slid over her stomach and hips with rhythmic intensity, pushing the oil deep into her skin to combat the dryness of the fever. You will smell like me when you wake. My oil. My touch. Nothing else. Her hands fluttered up weakly, grasping my forearms. She was drawing strength from me, reaching for the very person who had caged her. It was the ultimate submission, and it made my chest swell with a dark, distorted pride. Knox, she whispered, her voice barely a thread of sound. It was the first time she'd used my name without a bastard or a fuck you attached to it. It sounded like a prayer. Use my name when you're lucid, Victoria. Not when you're weak, I snapped, though I didn't pull away. I lifted her chin, forcing her to look at me through the haze of her delirium. I needed her to see me. I needed her to know exactly who was saving her. Look at me. Who saves you? Who owns you? Say it, Victoria. Say you are my cunt. She didn't say it. She couldn't. But the way her amber eyes flickered trying to find mine was enough. I pressed a hard, demanding kiss to her forehead, the heat of her skin searing my lips. Then I sank my teeth into the side of her throat, right over the pulse point. I didn't draw blood, but I bit down hard enough to leave a bright red welt, a fresh badge of ownership that would be there when she woke up. This is a reminder. You are never leaving, I growled against her skin. I lifted her back into my arms, her naked oiled body slick against my black shirt. I felt the weight of her, the reality of her, and I knew I was down bad. I was wrecked. This woman was a virus of a different kind, one that had gotten under my skin and into my blood, and there was no fucking cure for it. I carried her back to the bed and laid her down, arranging her under the clean blankets, with a level of care that would have made my father laugh his head off before he killed me. I sat in a stiff leather chair by the bed, the silence of the villa closing in again. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I pulled my Sig Sauer P226 from my holster and started field stripping it on the nightstand, my movements mechanical and precise. The click and slide of the metal were the only sounds in the room besides her breathing. I cleaned every groove, every spring, my eyes never leaving her chest. If she stopped breathing, I was going to burn the Hennessey Syndicate to the ground. I'd find every ledger, every offshore account, every hidden asset, and I'd turn it all to ash. I didn't need the money. I didn't need the power. I needed the air in her lungs. You are my weakness, I whispered to the shadows, the gun parts laid out in perfect order before me. And my only strength. The night dragged on, a fever dream for both of us. I eventually shed my clothes and slid into the bed behind her, pulling her back against my chest. I was the anchor, the steady heat that her body needed to regulate itself. I wrapped my arm across her ribs, feeling the frantic heartbeat start to slow, matching mine. I fell into a light, hyper-alert sleep, the kind you have in a war zone, where every snap of a twig is a death sentence. When the sun finally hit the windows, the storm had moved on, leaving the world outside looking clean and deceptive. I woke up instantly, my hand already reaching for her forehead. She was cool. Damp with sweat, yeah, but the furnace was out. I felt a surge of triumph that was more powerful than any successful hit I'd ever pulled off. It was a vibe check from the universe, and I'd passed. I pressed my lips to her forehead one more time, just to be sure. The heat was gone. You fought. Good girl. It's over, I muttered, the tension in my shoulders finally starting to give way. But the world didn't stop, because Victoria was okay. I looked at the clock. T-12 hours for Bridget. My sister was halfway to a shallow grave because I'd spent the night playing nurse to an accountant. I didn't care. I'd fix Bridget, or I wouldn't. That was the game. I stood up, my joints cracking, and walked over to the phone I'd kicked across the room. The screen was cracked, a jagged line running through the center, but it still worked. I dialed Rowan. Knox. Where the fuck have you been? Marcus is losing his goddamn mind. He thinks you've flipped, Rowan's voice was a frantic whisper. I don't give a fuck what Marcus thinks, I said, my voice returning to its cold, dead cadence. The fever dream was over, the predator was back. Logistics are green. Move everything up. We depart in 90 minutes. No more delays. Bridget is my problem now. If anyone gets in the way, put them down. Copy that. Leon is crawling with Roche Group enforcers, Knox. Malone is there. He's looking for the girl. Let him look, I said, my eyes moving to the bed where Victoria was starting to stir. He touches her, he dies. Simple as that. I hung up and walked back to the bed. Victoria opened her eyes, those amber depths looking weak but lucid. She saw me towering over her, my hair a mess, my jaw covered in dark stubble, and she didn't look away. She saw the madness in my eyes, the depth of the obsession that had kept me awake all night. How long? She whispered, her voice like gravel. Long enough, I said. You look like hell, Victoria. You look worse, she countered, a tiny spark of her usual defiance flickering in her eyes. She moved her tongue over her lips, tasting the metallic residue of the pills I'd forced down her throat. She knew. She knew I'd handled her, that I'd seen her at her most vulnerable, and that I hadn't let go. I ran my fingers through her red-gold hair, checking for tangles, my touch possessive. I checked the marks on her wrists, satisfied with the way the salve had worked. They were still there, my brands, reminding her who she belonged to. You scared me. Never do that again. Do you understand? I need you strong, Victoria. We're moving. I went to the closet and pulled out a fresh silk dress, something the color of dark wine. I brought it back to the bed and started dressing her myself, ignoring her weak attempts to help. I slid the silk over her skin, my hands lingering on her hips, her breasts, her throat. I was arming her for the field, but handling her like she was a holy relic. I buckled a thin leather belt around her waist, tightening it until she had to take a sharp breath. Don't think, Victoria. Just obey. I loaded our gear into the armored SUV in the driveway, the cold morning air hitting my face and snapping the last of the exhaustion away. I guided her into the passenger seat, securing the seatbelt across her chest with a force that made her wince. I checked the door locks twice, my eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of Malone or my father's men. The peace was gone. The isolation was over. Keep your eyes open, Victoria. The real fight starts now. Don't worry about Bridget. Worry about the men who try to touch you. I got behind the wheel and fired up the engine, the low growl of the V8 filling the cabin. The smell of the musky oil on her skin filled the car, a constant reminder of the night we'd just survived. I glanced at her as I put the car in gear. She was pale, but she was steady. We were driving into a goddamn meat grinder in Lyon, and I was choosing to take her with me because I couldn't bear the thought of her being anywhere else. It was clown behavior, a total strategic failure, but I didn't give a shit. I'd rather fight death than watch it approach. I slammed the car into drive and tore down the driveway, leaving the mountain villa and the fever dream behind. The road to Lyon was open, and I was going to paint it red.
Chapter 19. Victoria POV. I looked like shit, and I knew it. The fever had finally broken, leaving my skin pale and my amber eyes looking way too big for my face, but I wasn't about to let Knox see me as some wilting flower. I stood in front of the ornate mirror in the master suite, dragging a brush through my red gold hair with a vengeance, watching him through the reflection. He was a goddamn silhouette against the window, watching the mountain storm like he was the one who'd summoned the thunder. The air in the room didn't feel like a sanctuary. It felt like a pressure cooker about to blow the lid off. I reached up and adjusted the heavy gold chain around my throat, the one he'd put there back in the penthouse, the one that never came off. It was cool against my skin, a constant heavy-ass reminder that no matter how many safe houses we ran to or how many borders we crossed, I was still the girl in the cage. This villa was just a cage with a better view, and right now Knox looked like he wanted to break everything inside it. He was vibrating with this low-frequency rage that made the hair on my arm stand up. I could tell he was spiraling back into that obsessive, dark fixation shit he'd been doing while I was sick, acting like I was a piece of glass that would shatter if he breathed too hard. It was suffocating. I wanted to tell him to knock it off, but I knew that tone. I knew that rigid posture. He wasn't just worried, he was waiting for something to die. Ignore it. It's noise, Knox growled, though he hadn't moved a muscle. He was talking about the burner phone on the marble desk that had been chirping for the last 3 minutes. The sound was like a drill to the temple, rhythmic and persistent, slicing through the sound of the rain hitting the window panes. He wouldn't look at it, but his right hand was clenching and unclenching at his side, his knuckles turning white. He looked feral, dead-ass unhinged. I put the brush down and turned around, leaning my hip against the dresser. The room smelled like damp earth and the wood smoke from the fireplace, but there was a metallic tang underneath it that usually meant Knox was about 2 seconds away from killing someone. That frequency belongs to Marcus or worse, Knox, I said, my voice still a little raspy from the illness. You can't just let it ring. If they've found the signal, they've found the villa. We're sitting ducks in a very expensive trap. He finally turned, and the look in those steel gray eyes was enough to make my heart skip a beat, and not in the cute way. It was the look of a predator who just realized the fence was down. He didn't say anything. He just stepped over to the desk, his movements too smooth, too controlled, and picked up the heavy glass tumbler of scotch. He gripped it so hard, I thought the crystal would actually shatter into his palm. He stared at the vibrating phone like it was a venomous snake. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion that made my stomach drop, he swiped the screen and hit the speaker. Hennessey, he spat, the word sounding like a threat. The little accountant has the keys, Knox. Hand her over and walk away clean. Malone's voice filled the room, cold and mocking. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. Malone was the Roche Group's lead dog, a man who didn't have a soul, just a price tag. Hearing him talk about me like a line item in a ledger made my blood turn to ice. Your father won't risk his daughter's life, but I'll risk yours. Think of it as a trade, the key for the girl's life. Don't worry, Hennessey. I'll return your property, mostly intact. The silence that followed was deafening. Malone's laugh, a dry, grating sound, echoed off the high ceilings. I stepped back involuntarily, my hip hitting the sharp, carved corner of the dresser. I could see the exact moment Knox's control snapped. It wasn't a loud explosion. It was the way his jaw set so hard the jagged scar across it went stark white. The disrespect, the way Malone had called me property, as if he had a right to even think about touching me, triggered something animalistic in Knox. It wasn't about the money or the encryption keys anymore. This was about the fact that another man had dared to vocalize a desire for what Knox considered his and his alone. You'll die bleeding. Slowly, Knox said, his voice dropping to a register that felt like it was vibrating in my bones. He didn't wait for a reply. He slammed the phone down onto the marble desktop with enough force to send plastic shrapnel flying across the room. The device was pulverized, a heap of dead electronics. I tried to keep my voice steady, my brain already trying to crunch the numbers on our survival. Knox, listen to me. He's trying to manipulate you. He wants you to lose your head so you make a mistake. We need to trace where that call originated. We need to. Silence, he barked. He was across the room before I could blink, his hands grabbing my waist and lifting me until my toes were barely skimming the carpet. He slammed me back against the doorframe of the master suite, the wood biting into my spine. His heart was hammering against my chest, a frantic, violent rhythm. He wasn't looking at me like I was Victoria anymore. He was looking at me like I was a prize he had to brand before the world tried to snatch it. That bastard won't speak your name again. He thinks he can talk about you. He thinks he can imagine what you feel like. He didn't just stand there. He reached out and kicked the heavy bedroom door wide, the wood slamming against the stopper with a crack that sounded like a gunshot. I shivered as the cold air from the hallway rushed in, but Knox didn't care. I could see a guard positioned 40 feet down the hall freeze, his head immediately bowing as he stared at the floor, not daring to look toward the open doorway. The audacity of it, the raw public display of what was about to happen, made my face flush with a mix of humiliation and a sudden dark spike of arousal I hated myself for feeling. The door stays open, Knox growled into my ear, his breath hot and ragged. Every man in this villa needs to hear who you belong to. Look at the hall, Victoria. I want you to remember where you stand. I want them to know that if they even think about what Malone said, I'll gut them where they stand. Knox, stop, I whispered even as my hands gripped the lapels of his suit jacket. This isn't a strategy, it's panic. You're being toxic as fuck right now. On your knees? Now, cunt, he commanded, his voice loud enough to carry all the way to the end of the corridor. He didn't wait for me to obey. He grabbed a handful of my hair, not enough to really hurt, but enough to force my head back and make me look at the predatory madness in his eyes. I called him a bastard, the word hissed through my teeth, but my knees were already hitting the thick antique carpet. The smell of rich wool and Knox's expensive cologne was suffocating. I felt the rough silk of my robe being torn away as he ripped the belt, the garment falling in a heap. I was exposed, naked in the light streaming from the hallway, feeling the cold mountain draft against my skin while Knox stood over me like a dark god. I hated that I wanted this. I hated that his violent fear translated directly into my desperate need for the very thing that was destroying my life. It was a red flag the size of the mountain we were hiding on, but as Knox's hands marked my skin with bruising pressure, I knew there was no going back. This was the price. He needed to know I was his, and I needed to know he was the only thing standing between me and Malone. He didn't give me a chance to breathe. He pinned me against the doorframe, my back against the cold wood while the hallway remained a gaping public maw behind us. He silenced my protest with a kiss that tasted like iron and desperation, his teeth grazing my lower lip until I tasted blood. It wasn't a caress, it was a claiming. "Say it," he muttered against my mouth, his fingers digging into my hips so hard I knew I'd have his thumbprints there for a week. "Tell me you belong to the Hennessey Syndicate, not the Roche Group. Tell me you're mine." "I'm yours, you bastard," I gasped out, my knuckles white as I gripped the brass handle of the door, trying to anchor myself while the world spun. I could see the dark shape of the guard down the hall shift uneasily, and the realization that I was being seen, being heard, made my skin feel like it was on fire. "I'm yours." He dragged me to the edge of the bed, forcing me down while keeping my eyes fixed on that open doorway. "Open your legs, accountant. Show me your compliance. I want to hear the truth of your body, not the lies of your mind." I did it, the shame and the heat warring in my gut as he entered me with a sharp, immediate thrust that stole the air from my lungs. There was no build-up, no softness. It was raw, visceral possession. He leaned in, biting the curve of my shoulder, his steel eyes never leaving mine. "Deep. Stay right there. Don't move. You are mine to use." The pace accelerated into something frantic and brutal. Every time I tried to hide my face, to bury it in the pillows to muffle my cries, he'd grab my hair and pull my head back, forcing me to face the exposure. "Louder, Victoria. Let them hear how easily I take you. This is what happens when men look at what belongs to me." My head thudded against the carved headboard as I spiraled, my body betraying every ounce of professional logic I'd ever possessed. I was screaming his name, my voice echoing out into the villa, a public declaration of surrender that felt like a brand. He flipped me onto my stomach, his weight crushing me into the mattress as he took me from behind with a rhythm that felt like war. He leaned down, his voice a dark, lethal promise in my ear. "Mine. You are my encryption, my fortune, and my fucking weakness. Malone thinks he can trade you? I'll send him your jaw in a box." He slid a heavy silver ring from his finger, scraping the cold metal down my spine before returning his hands to my hips, anchoring me as I reached a shattering peak. I arched my back, my fingernails leaving shallow cuts on his muscled shoulders, calling out for him in a way that was utterly feral. When he finally broke, it was with a heavy, shuddering release that felt like it was driven by the same storm outside. He collapsed on top of me for a second, his heart hammering against my back, his breath ragged. "Possessed," he whispered, the word a final, absolute sentence. "Forever mine, Victoria. Forever." He didn't pull away immediately. He stayed there, letting the cold air from the hall chill the sweat on our skin, a final act of dominance. He bit the skin of my shoulder just below the collarbone, leaving a fresh red mark next to the bruises. "Proof," he muttered. "Malone will see this and understand." "Get up, Knox," I said after a long moment, my voice trembling but my mind finally clicking back into a cold, analytical gear. "The performance is finished. Close the door." I refused to scramble for the sheets. I lay there exposed, watching him with a desperate kind of composure. He leaned over me one last time, giving me a brief, bruising kiss that tasted of salt and iron. "I own the breath in your lungs, Victoria. Never forget the price of that protection," he said, his jagged scar brushing my cheek. "Don't worry. He's coming for the keys. He'll get me instead." I reached up, cupping his jaw for a second, pulling him back down for one final grounding touch. I needed the warmth before the cold reality of Malone's arrival set in. I wrapped my legs briefly around his waist, a final plea for some kind of humanity before the war resumed. Then he stood up. Knox walked to the door, his naked body a map of scars and muscle. He didn't look like a lover, he looked like a weapon. He paused at the threshold, glaring down the hall at the silent guard before slamming the heavy oak door shut. The sound of the lock clicking into place felt final, like a tomb ceiling. The privacy was back, but it felt hollow now. The message had been delivered, and we both knew there was no going back to who we were before the phone rang. I sat up, wrapping the silk sheets tightly around my chest as the coldness seeped back into my bones. The room felt stifling, heavy with the scent of what we'd just done, but my mind was already racing. What happens when he shows up? Do we run or do we fight? Malone isn't like Marcus Knox. He won't wait for a formal invitation. Knox didn't answer right away. He walked over to the nightstand and retrieved his suppressed Heckler & Koch. The way he handled the weapon was ritualistic, methodical. He started cleaning it, his focus shifting completely from my body to the tactical reality of the kill. I will burn this mountain down before he touches a single hair on your head. Believe that. Get dressed. You need to be ready to move when I tell you. We kill them all. Every last man. I got out of bed, my legs feeling a little shaky as I found my clothes. I bypassed the silk slips and grabbed a heavy dark turtleneck and thick trousers. I felt the throb in my shoulder where he'd bitten me, a physical reminder of the price I'd paid for his madness. I slipped my hand into my pocket, feeling the small, concealed blade Knox had made me carry. The steel was cold, and for the first time it felt comforting. I'm ready, I said, my voice flat and hard. Tell me what I need to count. My safety was measured only by the depth of his obsession now, and I had a feeling the body count was about to be the only thing left in the ledger. I accepted the price. Now, I was going to help him make Malone pay it. I watched him reset the action on the pistol, the sharp click echoing in the quiet room. There were no more words, no more poetic lingering. There was just the gun oil and the weight.
Chapter 20. Knox POV. I fucking hate being stationary. Every second we spend sitting in this godforsaken alpine shack is another second my old man's cleaners get closer to putting a hollow point through the back of my skull. I stood by the idling car, the engine ticking like a goddamn bomb, and scanned the tree line. The fog was rolling in thick, tasting like damp pine and regret. It's some movie set bullshit, all beautiful and quiet, but to me it's just a massive blind spot. I habitually brushed some needles off the shoulder of my suit. A habit, a tick, whatever the fuck it is. I can't stand looking like a mess even when I'm a dead man walking. I check the tire tread because that's what I do. I look for the failure point. I look for the reason we're gonna slide off a cliff or get cornered by a bunch of Roche Group vultures. The 72-hour clock was screaming in my head, a digital countdown I couldn't turn off. Every beat of my heart felt like it was wasting time I didn't have. I looked at the passenger seat. Victoria was sitting there like a ghost, pale as the mountain mist, watching me with those amber eyes that see way too much. She wasn't shaking anymore. That was the problem. She was too calm. She was acclimatizing to the violence like a duck to water, and it weirded me out. We don't stop moving until the 72 hours are up, I snapped, more to the wind than to her. I needed the sound of my own voice to anchor the fact that I was still the one holding the wheel. You look like you're smelling a trap, not a safe harbor, she said, her voice dry as a bone. She didn't even blink. I didn't answer. I just headed for the door, my boots crunching on the gravel. I cleared the house in 20 seconds flat, pistol out, checking the corners, kicking doors open like I expected Malone or one of my father's hitters to be waiting with a shotgun and a smile. Nothing. Just dust and the smell of a place that hadn't seen a human soul in a year. It was a concrete bunker disguised as a villa, reinforced shutters, heavy-duty locks, the whole 9 yards. I slammed the shutters down, the metallic clatter echoing through the main room like a gunshot. It was a beautiful cage, but it was still a cage. I felt the walls closing in the second the locks clicked. Victoria walked in behind me, moving stiff, her silk blouse ruined and her hair a mess of red gold tangles. She looked at the spent shell casing someone had left near the fireplace, and picked it up, turning it over in her fingers before dropping it on the mantel with a heavy thud. Is this what safety looks like, Knox? A concrete bunker? She looked around, her lip curling just a little. Don't worry, the security systems are sound, I grunted, checking the perimeter monitors. For now. I tried to ignore the throbbing in my left arm, but the adrenaline was wearing off, and the pain was starting to bite. I peeled back the sleeve of my jacket, wincing as the fabric tore away from the dried blood. It was a nasty, jagged cut from the Viridian crew's little negotiation. I'd traded a Hennessey asset, a whole laundering hub in Dublin, just to get us 3 days of breathing room. My father would skin me alive for that. Actually, he'd probably make me watch while he did it to Victoria first. I grabbed her discarded silk scarf from the table, some expensive shit she'd been wearing when I plucked her out of her life, and tried to wrap it around the wound. The silk soaked through instantly, turning a deep, ugly crimson. It was a waste of good fabric, and a reminder that I was leaking. I felt exposed. Weak. And I fucking hate being weak. Don't stare, Victoria. It's nothing, I said, even though I could feel her eyes burning into the side of my head. That looks expensive, she said. Both the suit and the wound. Who did you have to fuck over to get that? I slammed the military-grade medical kit onto the heavy oak table. The noise was too loud in the empty room. I was fumbling with the bottle of antiseptic, my fingers slick with blood and sweat, trying to get the cap off with one hand. It wouldn't budge. I tried to use my teeth, feeling like a goddamn animal, and then I just slammed the bottle down on the wood so hard it nearly shattered. I was losing my shit. The pressure, the betrayal, the fact that I'd burned my entire life to the ground for the woman standing 3 feet away, it was all piling up, a mountain of bad decisions that was about to collapse on my head. I'm Knox Hennessey. I don't fumble with bandages. I don't hide in the mountains like a kicked dog. But here I was. Keep your distance. I can manage it, I growled when I saw her move. You always think you can manage everything, Hennessey. Look where that got us. Look at this place. We're trapped in a hole in the dirt. She didn't listen. She never fucking listens. She walked over, her presence radiating this cold, weird defiance that makes my blood boil. She didn't look scared. She looked like she was judging my competence. She reached out and just took the bottle from my hand. I froze. My grey eyes narrowed, and for a second, I thought about backhanding her just to remind her who the fuck was in charge. But I didn't. I stayed still, my arm trembling slightly from the strain and the blood loss. She didn't offer any comfort. She didn't say it was going to be okay. She just stared at the wound with this predatory interest, assessing the damage like I was a piece of broken machinery she was thinking about fixing or scrapping. You'll bleed out, Hennessey. We don't have time for your pride, she said, her voice raspy. I need you functional. Let me see it. She didn't wait for an answer. She unscrewed the cap and splashed the antiseptic directly onto the open cut. I flinched, a violent jerk that sent a chair scraping across the stone floor, and a string of curses exploded out of my mouth. It felt like she'd pressed a white-hot iron to my skin. The sharp medicinal smell filled the air, mixing with the metallic tang of my own blood. She didn't even flinch at my reaction. She just watched the skin bubble and turn white. Did it hurt the asset you traded to the Viridians as much as this hurts you? She asked, her voice dropping an octave. Tell me who died for our 72 hours of peace, Knox. You threw away an empire for a few days. You're a traitor now. A traitor for what? This. She gestured to the room, to us, to the mess we were. Her words cut way deeper than the knife had. She was poking at the one thing I couldn't defend, the fact that I'd gone scorched earth for her. I'd killed my own men. I'd betrayed my father. I'd turned into a clown, a fucking mark, all because I couldn't stand the thought of someone else putting their hands on her. It was pathetic. It was a weakness. And she was rubbing my nose in it. I snapped. I grabbed her by the jaw with my good hand, my fingers digging into her cheekbones until I knew I was leaving bruises. I shoved her back, her head snapping to the side as I forced her to look at me. Shut up, Victoria. I am not the traitor. I am the man who keeps you breathing. I am the monster Marcus made, and you are mine. Do you get that? Mine. If you speak again, I will silence you permanently. She didn't pull away. She didn't even try to fight the grip. She actually leaned into it, her eyes bright with this dangerous, exhilarating challenge. She laughed, a low, bitter sound that had zero humor in it. It was the sound of a woman who knew she'd already won the only fight that mattered. A traitor for a cunt. That's what you are now, Knox. Accept it, she spat, the word hitting me like a physical blow. Marcus Burke will hunt us to the grave. We earned it. You gave us 3 days. What happens when the clock runs out? Do we beg? Do you kneel for him like you want me to kneel for you? She reached up, her movements swift and predatory, and she licked the pad of my thumb where it was crushing her cheek. The wetness of her tongue against my skin sent a jolt of raw electric lightning straight to my gut. It short-circuited every defensive thought in my brain. 1 second I was ready to choke the life out of her for the insult, and the next I was drowning in the need to consume her. I shoved her back against the table, the medical supplies scattering everywhere. The antiseptic bottle rolled off the edge and shattered on the floor, the glass ringing out like a bell. I towered over her, my breath coming in ragged, ugly hitches. The smell of the alcohol was overwhelming now. I felt like I was losing my mind. Do you want me to break you again, Victoria? Is that what you need? You think because I'm bleeding I'm soft? You think I won't wreck you right here on this fucking table? Go ahead, Hennessey. Break me. See if I come back whole. Show me the violence. Don't hide it behind your bespoke suits and your professional silence. Use me to forget the knife. Use me to forget the clock. I want to see the blood. She reached out and deliberately pressed her thumb into the center of the open cut on my arm. I growled, a sound ripped from the bottom of my lungs. The pain was white-hot, blinding, making my vision swim with red. She ground her thumb bone into the muscle, forcing my knees to buckle slightly. It was agony, pure and distilled, and it cleared the fog of my rage instantly, leaving nothing but pure, unadulterated need. I looked at her, and I realized the truth. I wasn't her captor. I was the one in the cage. I was bound to her by every drop of blood I'd spilled, by every bridge I'd burned. I was a dead man walking, and she was the only thing that made the walk worth it. Look at me, Knox, she commanded, her voice raw. Look at what you chose. Look at your failure. I am your failure, and I am your queen. Now stop pretending you're in charge and give me what I earned. I didn't say a fucking word. I couldn't. I grabbed the front of her fragile silk blouse and ripped it open with a single savage yank. The buttons pinged off the stone floor like hailstones. I claimed her mouth in a kiss that tasted like iron and desperation, our teeth clashing, our breaths mingling in a frantic, messy pile of hunger. I wasn't being careful. I wasn't being a gentleman. I was being the butcher she wanted to see. I lifted her onto the table, sweeping the rest of the medical supplies aside with my good arm. I saw a shard of glass near her hip, and swiped it away just before I mounted her. Even in the middle of a breakdown, I couldn't let her get cut by anything that wasn't me. She wrapped her legs around my waist, pulling me into her heat with a strength that surprised me. She was demanding this. She was driving the bus now, and I was just along for the ride. I looked down and saw a smudge of my blood on her collarbone, a bright red streak against her pale skin. My life force staining her. It felt right. It felt like a covenant. Mine, I whispered against her neck, the word sounding like a threat and a prayer. You are sealed with my blood. Tell me you belong to the traitor. Shut up and take me, she hissed, her fingers tangling in my hair and yanking my head back to force me to look at her. She wasn't asking. She was ordering. I entered her with a rough, possessive thrust that knocked the air out of her. The table groaned under the impact, the old wood fibers straining as I drove into her. I felt the sting of my arm intensify with every move, the blood dripping steadily now, creating a small dark pool on the oak table beneath her hip. I didn't care. I felt like I was bleeding out into her, giving her everything I had left until there was nothing but an empty shell in a black suit. Mine. Understand me. Mine. I snarled, my usual detachment shattered into a million jagged pieces. I was moving too fast, driven by the pure, unadulterated fear of the clock. If I stopped, the 72 hours would be over. If I stopped, we were dead. So I didn't stop. I pushed harder, my knuckles white as I gripped the edge of the table for leverage. Victoria met every thrust with a hungry, defiant energy. She wasn't just taking it, she was reclaiming it. She leaned forward and kissed the ragged edge of my wound, tasting the copper on her tongue. I jerked, a violent shudder racking my frame, and for a second I thought I was going to pass out. The pain and the pleasure were so tangled up, I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. "We are one asset now, Knox," she whispered against my ear, her breath hot and smelling of salt. "Damaged. Worthless without the other." She was right. Deadass right. I was ruined. I was obsessed. I was down bad for a woman who should have been a footnote in a ledger. I gripped her shoulders, my fingers probably leaving marks that would last longer than our reprieve, and buried my face in her neck. The smell of her soap and skin and that faint, expensive perfume drowned out the smell of the mountain and the antiseptic. I moved with a manic rhythm, the slapping of our bodies against the wood the only sound in the bunker. I was trying to escape my own head, trying to drive the thought of my father and the Roche group out of my brain. She grabbed a handful of my hair again, forcing my face up. "Say it, Knox. Say I control this. Say you're mine." "Fuck," I choked out the word, a broken mess. "My addiction. You're my goddamn addiction." I hit the edge, a raw animalistic sound ripping from my chest as I climaxed. It felt like my soul was being dragged out through my skin. I collapsed against her, my forehead resting on hers, my body trembling with the weight of it all. I gave her everything. Every ounce of rage, every bit of fear, every scrap of the man I used to be. I was empty. I was just a guy in a room with a woman, waiting for the world to end. Victoria held me, her nails digging into my shoulders, her own breath hitching as she followed me over the edge. She locked her ankles behind my back, refusing to let me pull away, binding me to her even as the fire started to die down. We stayed like that for a long time, the only sound the soft ticking of some utility meter in the wall. The urgency was gone, replaced by a profound heavy silence that felt like the aftermath of a car wreck. I finally pulled back, my muscles feeling like lead. I looked at the mess we'd made, the scattered gauze, the broken glass, the blood staining the oak. I reached for a single, unused square of gauze, and gently wiped the red smudge from Victoria's hip. It was a small gesture, almost tender, and it felt weirder than the violence. "The clock didn't stop, Knox," she said, her voice returning to that cool, detached tone. She was already pulling the pieces of her identity back together. "I know," I said, straightening my jacket and looking at the door. I could already feel the cold mountain air creeping back into the room. The bubble was gone. But we bought this moment. Now get dressed. We're leaving in 10. I didn't look back as I walked to the window to check the tree line again. The fog was thicker now, hiding whatever was coming for us. I touched the wound on my arm. It had stopped bleeding mostly. But the mark she'd left on my head, that was never going to heal. I was the traitor now. And as I watched the shadows shift in the pines, I realized I'd do it all again. The countdown was still running. So what? I was still standing. And she was still mine. For now, that was the only truth that didn't feel like a lie.
Chapter 21. Victoria POV. I woke up alone, which was the first red flag of the morning. Usually Knox was there, pinned to my side like a possessive shadow, making sure I couldn't even breathe without him knowing the rhythm of it. But the bed was empty, the silk sheets tangled and cooling, smelling like that dark, expensive cologne he wore and the sharp, metallic scent of the mountain air leaking through the reinforced window frames. My body was a map of what he'd done to me the night before. I could feel the dull throb in my thighs and the way my shoulders stung where he'd left a literal mark, a bruised promise of ownership that still felt like it was humming under my skin. I traced the intricate floral pattern woven into the duvet with one numb finger, trying to find the point where I ended, and this absolute madness began. He'd left the cage unlocked, but the door felt heavier than it ever had when it was bolted shut. It wasn't just the physical ache, it was the psychological weight of knowing that the man who'd abducted me was starting to look more like a liability than a master. His control was absolute, sure, but his need for me was becoming something feral and uncontrolled, a glitch in the programming of the Syndicate's coldest weapon. I could work with that. Data didn't lie, and the data was telling me that Knox Hennessey was starting to spiral, and I was the gravity pulling him down. I didn't stay in the sheets to mope. I pulled on a heavy black turtleneck and military-grade trousers, covering every single inch of skin he'd claimed. I wanted to feel like I was in a suit of armor, not a silk-wrapped prize. The wool was rough against the sensitive spots on my neck, a constant reminder of his hands, but I needed the friction to keep me grounded. I caught my reflection in the full-length mirror, and for a second, I didn't recognize the woman looking back. There was no more corporate polish, no more soft edges. My red gold hair was a mess of tangles, and my amber eyes looked harder, like they'd been tempered in a forge. Knox wanted a trophy to put in a glass box, but he was going to realize real fast that I wasn't just some asset to be managed. I was the person who knew exactly how much his empire cost, and I was the only one who knew how to balance things when everything started going to hell. I finished lacing my boots, feeling the weight of the situation settling in my gut. He needed a co-conspirator, not a captive, and it was time I reminded him which one I was before Malone and the Roche group decided to turn this villa into a morgue. The living area smelled like gun oil and bad intentions. Knox was sitting at the massive wooden dining table, illuminated by the gray, miserable light of dawn filtering through the clouds. He was meticulously assembling a suppressed H&K pistol, the pieces clicking together with a clinical precision that made my skin crawl. He didn't look up when I walked in, but I saw his shoulders tense, a microscopic reaction that told me he knew exactly where I was. There were weapons blueprints scattered across the table, alongside a stack of burner phones that looked like they'd been through a war zone. The world doesn't stop because you found a moment of peace, I thought, watching him work. He looked exhausted. The jagged scar across his jaw seemed deeper, more pronounced in the harsh light, and there was a vibration in the room that felt like a countdown. He was a man who lived by the kill, but even he had to be feeling the weight of the 48-hour clock ticking down over our heads. "You're late," he said, his voice a low grate that sounded like it had been dragged over gravel. He didn't stop moving his hands. He was focused on the suppressor, his long scarred fingers moving with a grace that was honestly sickening considering what those hands did for a living. "I didn't realize we were on a schedule," I snapped, pulling out a chair. The wood scraped against the marble floor, a sharp, ugly sound that finally made him lift his eyes. They were steel gray and bloodshot, fixed on me with that intense voyeuristic stare that usually made me want to hide. "The world doesn't stop because you found a moment of peace, Knox. That's what you were going to say, right? Don't get smart, Victoria. It's a bad look when we're 48 hours away from being hunted like dogs." He set the pistol down and reached for a cleaning rag, but I wasn't looking at the gun. I was looking at his left forearm. The white bandage he'd wrapped around it was askew, stained with a dark, wet patch of red that was definitely spreading. "You're a liability, Knox," I said, leaning forward. I didn't wait for him to respond. I reached out and clamped my fingers around his wrist. He flinches, a violent, involuntary jolt of pain that made him snatch his arm back, his eyes flashing with a sudden, sharp violence. I saw the sweat bead on his upper lip immediately. He was hurting, and he was trying to hide it like some kind of invincible god. It was the most human thing I'd ever seen him do, and it pissed me off. "Don't? You're a liability, Knox, not a god. Let me see it." "It's nothing," he growled, clutching his arm to his chest like a wounded animal. "Mind your own fucking business. My business is staying alive, and you're our only defense. If you can't hold a gun because you're too busy being a martyr, we're both dead. Let me see the fucking arm, Knox." I didn't back down. I stared him down until he finally grunted, a sound of pure frustration, and roughly unlaced the bandage. The cut was jagged, inflamed, and weeping. It looked like he'd reopened it last night, probably when he was busy pinning me against the door to show his men who I belonged to. The irony wasn't lost on me. His obsession with marking me was literally rotting him from the inside out. It's infected. You need antibiotics, not more adrenaline. You're using me to forget the pain, and it's going to get us killed. I don't need a lecture from the woman who's only alive because I haven't decided to kill her yet, he spat, but he didn't pull away when I reached for the wound again. The sickly sweet scent of infection hit me, and I felt a surge of dark validation. He'd hurt himself for me. It was toxic as hell, but it was a leverage point. We have less than 2 days left. Your pain is a strategic oversight, I said, my voice dropping into that cold, analytical tone I used when I was dissecting a fraudulent ledger. I looked him dead in the eye, ignoring the way he was looming over the table. Did the sight of my panic make you feel potent last night, Knox? Or just stupid? Because Malone was watching. Your men were watching. That open door wasn't a declaration of ownership, it was an invitation to the hunt. You showed them exactly where to hit you. Knox shoved the chair back, the sound echoing through the villa like a gunshot. He stood up, towering over me, his entire body language reverting to that primal predator mode he loved so much. He looked like he wanted to wrap his hands around my throat, and for the first time I didn't care. I stood my ground, my heart hammering against my ribs, but my face remained a mask of indifference. It was necessary, he whispered, his voice dangerously low. You are mine, Victoria. Mine? Every man in my organization knows the price of looking at what I own. I don't care about Malone. I care about the fact that you think you have a say in how I manage my property. I am not your prize, Knox. I am your leash, I said, pointing a finger directly at his chest, right over the hard, unyielding muscle of his heart. I could feel his pulse racing under my fingertip. It was fast, way too fast for a man who was supposed to be in control. Malone is smarter than your goons. He doesn't need to find your money. He doesn't need to find your offshore accounts. He just needs to touch me, and you'll burn the whole world down to get me back. I am the encryption key to your entire control, and I am portable. You've made me your greatest weakness, and you're too much of a coward to admit it. Shut your mouth, Victoria, he growled, taking a step toward me, his hand twitching like he wanted to strike me or grab me, he didn't even know which. You are a captive. You are a whore I keep in a cage, because I like the way you scream. I will not listen to tactical advice from my fucking property. I laughed. It was a short, sharp sound that felt like ice water in the room. Call me a prize again, Knox. I'm immune to it. Those words are hollow echoes of the glass cage, and we aren't in the cage anymore. I saw the way you looked at the bruises you gave me this morning. They terrify you now. You're scared that if you break me, you won't have anything left to hold on to. He reacted before I could finish the thought. He slammed his hands down on the table on either side of me, trapping me against the wood. The heavy H&K was still in his right hand, the cold metal of the barrel brushing against my hip. He was breathing hard, his face inches from mine, and I could see the raw, unguarded need in his eyes. It was pathetic and terrifying all at once. Tell me what you need, Victoria, he whispered, his forehead almost touching mine. Before I forget how to speak your language. You play with fire like you won't get burned. I want you to use your words, Knox. Not your hands, not a gun. Your words. I leaned into the space between us, my voice dropping to an intimate, lethal whisper. I reached down and gently covered the jagged wound on his arm, feeling the heat of the infection through my palm. He hitched a breath, a tiny sound of total submission that he probably didn't even realize he'd made. Claim me without the bruises. Tell me I'm the reason you're going to lose this war. Admit that I am the flaw in your impenetrable world. The silence stretched out, thick with the smell of gun oil and the approaching storm outside. Knox's mask didn't just crack, it shattered. He dropped his head, his forehead resting against mine, his breath hot and ragged against my skin. He looked broken for a split second, a man who had finally realized he'd built his own gallows. I can't see the numbers when you're in the room, Victoria, he admitted, his voice a fractured growl. I only see mine. I don't breathe when you're gone. You are the flaw. You are the only thing that will kill me, and I'm going to let you do it. I felt a surge of dark, possessive power. It wasn't love, nothing about this was love, but it was a bond forged in blood and obsession. I slid my fingers into the thick hair at the nape of his neck, asserting a quiet control that felt more powerful than any weapon he had on that table. He was mine now. He wasn't the hunter, he was the one tethered to the cage. I'd found the master's key, and it was the terrifying depth of his own need. Good, I whispered, pulling back just enough to look at him. Now we can proceed. Knox pulled away, taking a shuddering breath and immediately trying to mask the vulnerability. He wiped a stray track of sweat from his temple and turned back to the table, but the energy in the room had shifted. He wasn't looking at me like an object anymore. He was looking at me like the only person who could help him survive the next hour. He spread a laminated map across the table, his fingers tracing the coordinates of the surrounding terrain. Malone will hit from the East Ridge, he said, his voice returning to that clinical, professional clip. He favors high ground and noise. He thinks he's coming for the encryption keys, but he's going to find a slaughterhouse instead. I pulled my encrypted tablet toward me, my fingers flying over the screen as I ran simulations on the Roche Group's shell companies. How much leverage do we need? I can drain his Cayman accounts in 30 seconds if I have a stable uplink. What do you need me to count, Knox? Bodies or dollars? Both, he said, and for a second there was a ghost of a smirk on his face. He reached into his waistband and pulled out a small, razor-sharp stiletto, sliding it across the table toward me. The steel was cold and oiled, catching the gray light. If I go down, you finish the audit, and then you take the final exit. Don't let them have the satisfaction of winning. I picked up the blade, testing its weight. It was perfectly balanced. I didn't even hesitate before sliding it into the hidden sheath in my boot. I won't use it on myself, Knox. I'll use it on the man who tries to stop me from saving you. The digital clock on the burner phone flickered, hitting the 48-hour mark. Right on cue, the mountain storm outside decided to show its teeth. A massive gust of wind rattled the villa, the sound of it howling around the eaves like a choir of the damned. Knox walked over to the surveillance monitors, his jaw tight. I joined him, watching the flickering, distorted images of the narrow driveway below. Time's up, he said. A notification flashed on one of the burner phones. Knox picked it up, his face turning to stone as he read the screen. He held it out so I could see. Malone, see you soon, Knox? My heart did a slow, heavy roll in my chest. He knew we were here. He knew exactly what Knox had been hiding. Knox didn't say a word. He walked over to me, cupped my face in his hands, and kissed me. It wasn't the aggressive, demanding kiss from before. It was deep, desperate, and tasted like iron and cold determination. It was a promise that if we were going to burn, we were going to do it together. I am not your weakness, Knox, I whispered against his lips as he pulled away to check his holster. I am your fire. Now go burn them down. Win, Hennessey. Do not fail me. He looked at me one last time, an acknowledgement of the new command, and then he melted into the shadows of the villa, moving toward his defensive position. I hurried to the surveillance hub, my knuckles turning white as I gripped the edge of the desk. On the screen, the first pair of headlights cut through the mountain mist, heading straight for us. They were early. And I was ready. I grabbed the tablet and the burner phone, my eyes fixed on the breach. This was what we were made for. The dark heart of the storm was finally here, and I was the one holding the ledger.
Chapter 22. Knox POV. The outskirts of Paris smell like hot asphalt, cheap exhaust, and the kind of old money that usually rots from the inside out. I've got one hand on the wheel, and the other arm feeling like a pack of wolves decided to use my bicep as a chew toy. Victoria's stitching job was solid. Deadass, she's got the hands of a surgeon and the cold-blooded focus of a hitman when she wants to, but every time I shift the gears of this stolen sedan, the pull on the sutures makes my vision go white for a split second. It's fine. I've lived through worse. What I can't handle is the way she's looking at the city, her amber eyes reflecting the neon glow of the cafes and the streetlights, like she's memorizing a world she's already said goodbye to. She rests her hand on my thigh, her fingers digging in just enough to let me know she's there. It's a silent anchor. It's also a fucking distraction I don't need, while I'm trying to filter every black SUV and tinted window for a Roche Group tail. My brain is basically a tactical HUD at this point, scanning license plates, calculating exit routes and wondering which one of these French arseholes is on a Syndicate payroll. The city smells like exhaust and old money, Knox, Victoria says, her voice low and steady. It's weird how she's adjusted. A few weeks ago, she was a terrified accountant in a glass cage. Now she's sitting next to a man who'd burn the world to keep her, and she's not even blinking. They'll never find us in this noise. Keep your eyes forward, Victoria, I growl, checking the rear view for the 10th time in 2 minutes. A silver Peugeot has been 2 cars back since the last toll. Might be a coincidence. Might be a fucking funeral procession. I need you to clock the patterns, not the monuments. We aren't here for a fucking vacation. If they touch you, if they get close. She doesn't finish the sentence, but she doesn't have to. I feel her fingers flex against my leg. She's signaling. Every time a car gets too close or a bike weaves through the lanes, she taps my skin. It's a rhythmic, physical code. We are 2 ghosts now, Hennessey, she adds. Don't forget that. Ghosts don't bleed, I mutter, the throb in my arm reaching a crescendo. And they don't have Roche fixes crawling up their asses. Don't get comfortable. I take a hard right into a side street near the first arrondissement, tires chirping against the wet pavement. The alley is a narrow, graffiti-covered shithole that smells like stale piss and damp stone, which is exactly why it's perfect. I kill the lights and roll the car into the shadows. I need to swap the plates. It's basic shit, but with my left arm feeling like a lead weight, it's gonna be a bitch. I hop out, the chill of the Paris rain hitting my face. I'm wearing a bespoke black suit that costs more than most people make in a year, and here I am, kneeling in a puddle with a screwdriver. Victoria slides out of the passenger side, her red gold hair a dangerous splash of color against the dark stone. She stands perfectly still, her head tilted, listening to the city's heartbeat. Easy, Knox. Slow down, she whispers. They're already suspicious of the suit. You look like a CEO who got lost on his way to a bordello. I don't have time for the commentary, Victoria. Every minute we're standing in this alley is a mistake, waiting to happen. I wrench at the plate, the screwdriver slipping and catching my fingernail. Fuck. I hiss, blood blooming under the nail. I don't even look at it. I just wipe the hand on my trousers. Victoria suddenly drops low, her hand hitting the stone. She looks at me, a tiny tilt of her chin toward the street. I freeze. I pull the license plate against my chest, masking the reflective metal. A patrol car cruises past the mouth of the alley, its blue lights reflecting off the wet bricks. My heart doesn't even speed up, it just hardens. Did they see me? Speak, damn it, I whisper when the lights fade. No, she says, standing up slowly. But I heard the shift in the idle bastard. They were looking. We need to move. She's learning too fucking quickly. This defiance she's got, this dark, sharp edge, it used to be a problem. Now, it's the only thing keeping us ahead of the Reaper. I finish the plates, my arms screaming, and we get back in. 10 minutes later, we're pulling up to L'Hôtel de l'Ombre. It's one of those places that doesn't exist on Google Maps. It's a ghost hotel for people who need to be invisible, but have the bankroll to do it in style. I step out, adjusting my jacket to make sure the suppressed pistol at the small of my back isn't printing. I look like the arrogant prick the world expects me to be. Victoria plays her part too, draping a silk wrap over her shoulders, looking bored and expensive, the ultimate high-end consort. The lobby is all polished marble, and the scent of some custom diffuser that smells like sandalwood and secrets. I walk up to the desk, not even looking at the clerk. I just slide a stack of euros across the marble. You will forget the name on this ledger within the hour, I say, my voice like cold steel. Do you understand? The clerk looks at the money, then at my eyes. He's seen men like me before. He knows the euros are a down payment on his silence and his life. Of course, monsieur. The highest floor is prepared. Absolute privacy. I don't care about the view, I snap. I care about the triple locks. Victoria trails a step behind me, her expression a mask of beautiful indifference. She runs a fingertip over the marble counter, leaving a faint streak she immediately wipes away with a flick of her wrist. Smile, Victoria, I mutter as we head for the elevator. You look like a woman who misses her life, and that's a liability. It's hard to smile when I know you'd slit this man's throat for a typo, she says, her voice so low only I can hear it. We hit the elevator, and the doors slide shut. The space is small, mirrored, and smells like her, that expensive soap and the underlying scent of adrenaline. I pull her against me, my hand slamming onto the small of her back. I need to feel her. I need to ground myself before I start seeing enemies in the reflections of the brass buttons. Look at the cameras, Victoria, I command, leaning into her ear. I want to see if they're moving. You're checking the gun, not the cameras, she says, her breath hitching as I press her against the wall. You're nervous. I'm looking at one thing and that's you, I growl, the word cunt almost escaping my lips before I catch it. I'm down bad for this woman, and it's going to get me killed. Remember that. She reaches up, her fingers grazing the scar on my jaw, straightening my collar with a gentleness that makes my skin crawl with a different kind of heat. Are we safe for 5 minutes, Knox? Give me 5 minutes. Paris is a trap, I say as the elevator dings. But for 5 minutes? I'll hold back the fucking world. The penthouse is massive. Soundproof. Secure. I don't give a shit about the silk curtains, or the view of the Eiffel Tower. I pull out the handheld scanner, moving through the rooms like a ghost, checking every vent, every light fixture, every fucking outlet for bugs. Clean. For now, I say, tossing the scanner onto a velvet sofa. I lock the triple deadbolt, and set the portable alarm on the door frame. I check the balcony windows, my eyes narrowing. There's a slight interference on the scanner near the glass, probably just street noise from the cafes below, but it makes the hair on my neck stand up. I ignore it. I have to. If I don't stop moving, I'm going to collapse. You always look disappointed when you can't find a hidden knife, Hennessey, Victoria says. She's standing by the window, silhouetted against the city lights. This silence is the most dangerous sound in the world, I tell her. Do you trust this safe house? Or is that question beneath you? I walk over to her, my boots silent on the plush carpet. 72 hours. We're safe for the first few. But the clock never stops. I lead her into the bathroom, stripping my jacket and shirt off. The bandage on my arm is stained with a fresh bloom of red. I sit on the edge of the marble tub, and she's already there with the kit. She starts unwrapping the gauze, her movements focused. She's not looking at me like I'm a man, she's looking at me like I'm a problem to be solved. Stop staring at it like it's a ledger, Victoria, I grunt as the cool air hits the wound. It's healing well. I'm good with a needle, aren't I? She touches the skin around the jagged line, her fingers sterile and cold. The only reason I let you touch me is because I know you need me alive, I say, trying to reclaim some shred of the dominance that's leaking out of me with every pulse of my heart. Don't move. You'll rip the suture and I won't stitch you twice, Knox. Fuck your instructions, I growl, but I stay still. I watch her mouth as she concentrates. She sees the break in the armor, and she finds power in it. She knows she's the only one I trust to hold a blade that close to my skin. Once the new dressing is on, we move to the bedroom. The bed is huge, covered in silk sheets that look like they've never been touched. I lie on the edge, still in my trousers, watching her. Victoria sheds the silk wrap, then the worn clothes from the road. She stands there naked in the dim light, and I can see the fading marks I left on her. The bruises I gave her in the penthouse back home. The bite marks. The branding of my obsession. Take it off. All of it, I say, my voice thick. I want to see every mark one left. They're fading, Knox, she says, her eyes locked on mine. You'll have to renew the contract soon. We have perhaps 6 hours of quiet. Don't waste it on clothes. My body is yours, she says, stepping toward the bed. You paid for it with blood. Do you like your investment? I don't answer. I just reach out and pull her into the center of the bed. My weight is heavy, grounding us both. I'm not trying to break her tonight. I'm trying to survive the next 10 minutes without losing my fucking mind. I pull her beneath me, the silk sheets sliding against our skin like water. I don't use the usual force. I just press down my chest against hers, feeling her heart hammering against my ribs. I want to squeeze the fear out of her. I want to squeeze the rest of the world out of the room, until it's just us and the dark. Focus on me, Victoria. Only me, I whisper, using my good hand to push that red gold hair away from her face. I need to see her eyes. I need to know she's here, deadass in this moment with me. I'm right here, Knox, she says. I kiss her then. It's not soft. It's a desperate, hungry fucking wreck of a kiss. I taste the iron from my own lip where I bit it, and the lingering heat of the wine from the car ride. My hands map her skin, tracing the curves I've memorized 1,000 times, etching the landscape of her into my brain because I don't know if I'll see her in the light of day again. Victoria arches into me, her fingers digging into the raw muscular ridges of my back. She's not just taking it. She's demanding it. Don't think, Knox. Feel this, she gasped against my mouth. Tell me you belong to me, Victoria. Say it now. Yours, she breathes. Always yours. I move down her body, my tongue tracing the marks on her collarbone, the pale skin of her inner thigh. She's a masterpiece of my own making, a red gold disaster that I can't stop worshipping. I call her cunt and mine, the words tasting like a prayer and a threat all at once. I want her to know that even if the Roche Group burns this hotel to the ground, my mark is the only thing that matters. She's grabbing the sheets, her knuckles white, her head snapping back against the pillows. I use my mouth to worship her, a slow, agonizingly thorough attention that brings her to the brink. I want to hear her scream. I want the people in the next room to know exactly who she belongs to. Scream, Victoria. I want to hear it, I growl. Muffled bastard. Don't stop, she gasps, her nails digging into the base of my skull. I watch her face when she peeks. Her amber eyes go glazed, unfocused, and for a second she's completely gone. Then she refocuses on me, and the look in her eyes is so raw it makes my chest ache. Look at me. I demand. Don't look away. You belong to my eyes. Yes, she whispers, her voice a ragged thread. Yours. I enter her with a single deep thrust that forces the air from her lungs. It's not about the friction. It's about the connection. It's a mating rhythm, slow and deep, sealing the pact we made in the smoke and the blood of the road. I'm home. Inside her, the world makes sense. The violence stops. The scanning stops. Victoria wraps her legs around my waist, locking me in. She's using her body as a cage, reversing the roles, and I'm more than happy to be her prisoner. I lower my head, resting my forehead against hers, accepting her control of the moment. I'm not letting you go this time, she says, her voice fierce. You want control? Take it. I dare you, I challenge, my movements becoming more frantic, as the thought of losing her spikes my adrenaline. I whisper threats to the shadows, telling the world I'll kill every motherfucker who even thinks about looking at her. You are the only variable. The only weakness I possess. And they will never take you. I will spill their blood across the city for you, Victoria, I growl, pulling her hair back to expose her throat. Say my name, cunt. Say it like it's a prayer. She screams my name then, a strangled, beautiful sound that echoes in the soundproof room. We reach the climax together, a visceral, bone-deep release that leaves us both wrecked and tangled in the damp silk. I stay buried inside her for a long time, my face hidden in the crook of her neck, breathing in the scent of her sweat and the lingering ozone of our release. Never leaving, I mutter against her skin. I know, Knox. I know. I roll us over so she's on top of me, her weight a comfort on my chest. My hand rests on the small of her back, a possessive claim that's now just a gentle pressure. We drift into a shallow, hyper-alert sleep. I'm dreaming of the glass cage, but this time, I'm the one inside it, and she's the one holding the key. 3 a.m. The silence breaks. It's not a sound, it's a shift in the air. My predator instincts snap me awake before my eyes even open. My jaw locks so hard the muscles jump. Beside me, Victoria jolts, sensing the change in my body. I throw my hand out, palm up. Silence. I stare at the far wall. The shadows are wrong. And then I see it. A tiny pinprick red laser dot. It dances across the expensive wallpaper, steady and clinical, before vanishing into the darkness. Fuck. The signal anomaly near the window. It wasn't street noise. It was a localized jammer, or a specialized surveillance rig. They had this floor rigged before we even checked in. The Roche group didn't find us, they were waiting for us. Don't move. Don't breathe, I whisper, my voice so low it's just a vibration. What is it? Did you hear something? Victoria's voice is trembling, the peace of the last few hours incinerated in an instant. They're watching, Victoria. Across the street. They know we're here. The silence was the trap, she realizes, her voice cold with understanding. I roll off the bed, staying low to the floor, my hand reaching for the nightstand. I feel the slick, cold grip of the suppressed pistol. I chamber around, the metallic clack sounding like a cannon in the quiet room. I pull the silk sheet over Victoria, an instinctive, primal move to hide her, to protect her, even though I know a high-caliber round will go through that fabric like it's not even there. Stay low. Stay quiet, I command, positioning myself against the wall by the door. Who is it? Marcus or Roche, she asks, her eyes wide. It doesn't matter, I say, my voice turning into that cold, dead thing it becomes when the killing starts. They want you. And they won't have you. Do I fight, Knox? Or do I hide? You hide, Victoria. I am the shield. Now be quiet, cunt. A heavy, muffled thump echoes from the far end of the hallway. The elevator didn't ding. They used the service stairs. They're breaching. I tighten my grip on the weapon, the scent of gun oil and adrenaline filling my lungs. I'm going to kill every last one of them. Not because it's my job. Not because of the Syndicate. But because they interrupted the only 5 minutes of peace I've had in 20 years. The first flashbang hits the hallway, and the world turns into white noise. So much for Paris.
Chapter 23. Victoria POV. I was adjusting the collar of the silk robe Knox had bought me in Milan, watching his reflection in the full-length mirror, as I tried to pretend my life wasn't a goddamn fever dream. The fabric was too soft, too expensive, a complete contrast to the metallic jagged edge of the man standing 5 feet away. Knox was mid-step toward the minibar, probably looking for something top-shelf to take the edge off our latest narrow escape, when he froze completely. It wasn't a normal pause. It was a total system shutdown of his humanity, replaced instantly by something ancient and predatory. A muscle near the jagged scar on his jaw gave a single violent twitch, and his hand hovered just an inch from the holstered Sig Sauer P226 at his hip. The way he shifted, the way his shoulders squared and his weight centered, told me everything I needed to know. He'd gone from the man who'd just spent an hour tracing the lines of my body, to a lethal weapon in 2 seconds flat. This was the only Knox I truly knew, the one that lived in the dark, and seeing him flip the switch sent a cold, sharp spike of adrenaline straight through my chest. I instinctively reached down to smooth a non-existent wrinkle from the silk sheet covering the bed. A nervous, controlling gesture that did absolutely nothing to calm the frantic thumping of my heart. The luxury of the suite, the crisp smell of the expensive linen, the soft lighting, it all felt like a lie now. What is it? Quiet, Victoria. His voice was a low, guttural warning that didn't leave room for follow-up questions. I stood frozen, my fingers still dug into the silk. The room felt smaller. The sound of the HVAC unit, which I hadn't even noticed a minute ago, suddenly seemed deafening, a low hum that filled the void where the city's background noise should have been. It's too quiet. I can't hear the city. Knox didn't look at me. He was listening to things I couldn't hear, his steel-gray eyes locked on the heavy oak door of the suite. He moved with a predatory silence, his feet making zero impact on the marble foyer as he drifted toward the entrance. He didn't whisper his next instructions, he used a series of sharp hand signals, down, move, bathroom. He slipped the suppressed pistol free of his jacket holster with an unnerving, practiced speed, the steel glinting like a promise of violence in the soft room light. My instinct was to scream or ask a million questions about how the hell someone had found us in a high-security Parisian hotel. But the toxic synchronization of our bond had already taken over. I'd learned long ago that when Knox went feral, you didn't debate the ethics of the situation. You moved. I snatched my bare feet off the cold marble floor, pulling my knees up to my chest for a second before I sprinted toward the cover of the main bedroom doorway. Behind the armor. Now. I'm not leaving you. Don't make me repeat myself, cunt. The insult didn't even register as an offense. It was a punctuation mark, a command meant to keep me alive. I crouched near the bedroom door frame, my heart rate spiking so hard I could feel it in my throat. I watched the soft whisper of Knox's bespoke suit brushing against the leather chair as he pressed himself flat against the wall by the door. He was preparing for an ambush. He'd actually believed we were safe here for a night, and I could see the lethal rage in the line of his back, that brief moment of vulnerability, of thinking he could have something soft with me, was going to kill someone tonight. Then I heard it. A metallic SHHHT clink sound, the distinct signature of a specialized hydraulic lock bypass tool. It echoed in the sudden quiet like a gunshot. I glanced at the security tablet, resting on the mahogany desk, and felt my stomach drop into my shoes. The external camera feed had flatlined to black static. They cut the feed. They knew. Doesn't matter. Stand ready. That wasn't a pick. That was hydraulic. Knox didn't respond to my analysis. He didn't need to. The methodical nature of the breach was worse than some chaotic spray-and-pray assault. It meant we were being hunted by professionals, which meant the Roche group had finally caught up. I pushed a stray lock of red-gold hair behind my ear, my fingers sweaty and shaking against the delicate strands. I was an accountant. I dealt with ledgers and offshore tax havens, not mercenaries with door breachers. But as I watched Knox, I realized that line had blurred until it was fucking invisible. The lock exploded inward with a sharp, controlled burst. A small, dull canister rolled across the parquet floor, its silver surface reflecting the dim light for a fraction of a second. I barely had time to register what it was before Knox lunged, his boot connecting with the canister and sending it flying back into the foyer. The detonation was a sickening crack that felt like someone had slammed a hammer into my skull. My ears started ringing instantly, a high-pitched whine that drowned out the world, and my vision was flooded with dancing spots of white and red. I slammed my hands over my ears, a muffled scream escaping me as the concussive force vibrated through my chest, making my stomach clench with the sudden urge to vomit. I fought the urge to curl into a ball. If I stopped now, if I let the sensory overload win, I was dead. Knox needed me functional. I forced my eyes to stay open, blinking through the tears and the acrid burnt smell of flashbang powder that was already filling the suite. Focus, Victoria. Breathe. Knox's voice came through the ringing, distorted and distant, but it acted like an anchor. 4 figures burst through the broken door, silhouettes against the hallway light. Knox didn't hesitate. He used the residual disorientation of the flashbang to his advantage, dropping the first 3 men in rapid succession. The suppressed shots were little more than soft coughs, but the thump-thump of heavy bodies hitting the silk rug was horrifyingly loud in the confined space. I used the side of the wooden bed frame to slowly push myself back to a crouching position, trying to steady my hands while my brain screamed at me to run. The thick metallic scent of gunpowder was everywhere now, mixing with the smell of the hotel's expensive cologne. I watched as red bloomed rapidly against the pristine white of the carpet, a literal audit of the cost of being Knox Hennessey's obsession. He was a magnificent, terrible machine, moving with a grace that shouldn't belong to a man who killed for a living. Down. Knox made a sharp, breathy noise of effort as he engaged a fourth man near the foyer. I was focused on him, on the way he moved, when I spotted a shadow through the cracked vanity mirror. It was moving outside the floor-to-ceiling balcony glass, utilizing the connecting suite next door. The man was raising a submachine gun, aiming it squarely at Knox's exposed back while he was tied up with the guy in the foyer. The world slowed down. I could see the merc's finger tightening on the trigger, the silent killer about to end everything. Knox? Behind you. The glass. Where? He was too far away, too distracted by the man struggling under him. The low hum of the glass door track sounded as the flanking merc slid it open. I didn't think. I didn't analyze the risk or the moral implications of what I was about to do. I lunged for the nightstand, my knees stinging as I scrambled across the floor. I yanked open the drawer, my fingernail scraping painfully against the polished wood as I reached for Knox's spare weapon. The Glock 19 felt alien, impossibly heavy and cold in my palm. It was the weight of a definitive choice. Accountants don't hold guns, I thought, my mind spiraling for a split second. But Knox's woman does. Cold. Bastard. I pushed myself up against the wall, sighting down the unfamiliar barrel, just like Knox had shown me in that godforsaken safe house in Marseille. My vision was still blurry, but I focused everything on the man's throat, recalling Knox's harsh, simple training, center mass, rapid pull. I clicked the safety off with a dry, audible sound that seemed to echo through the room, just as the merc prepared to squeeze his own trigger. No mercy, Victoria. Never mercy. Knox's voice was a ghost in my head. I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted the copper tang of blood, using the small sharp pain to focus the adrenaline spike. Then I pulled the trigger. The noise in the bedroom was deafening, a raw, violent roar that was nothing like the quiet efficiency of Knox's shots. The Glock's recoil slammed back into my shoulder, a physical jolt that rattled my teeth. The bullet found its mark high in the merc's chest, the impact sending him staggering back through the shattered glass onto the wet balcony. He didn't even scream. He just fell. Oh. Fuck yes. Knox's roar of approval was the most terrifying thing I'd ever heard. I lowered the weapon, my ears popping painfully from the sound of the gunshot, and stared at the ruin I'd caused. The man on the balcony was a heap of dark clothing and cooling blood. The smell of fresh iron was already overriding the gunpowder. A cold, dark pride settled in my gut, a heavy thing that made me feel sick and powerful all at once. I'd killed a man. I'd done it for him. Knox twisted the neck of the last foyer merc with a sickening crack and stood up, his eyes scanning the room like a radar. When he saw the dead man on the balcony, and then saw me, still holding the smoking gun with white-knuckled intensity, his mouth curled into a brutal, terrifying smile of pure satisfaction and ownership. That's my girl, Victoria. That's my fucking asset. I shot him. You saved my life. He took 2 heavy steps toward me, his bloodied hand reaching out not to comfort me but to claim me. He roughly cupped my jaw, his thumb wiping a smudge of dirt or blood from my cheek. His eyes were blazing with a dangerous, consuming fire that made my knees weak. He checked my body quickly, professionally, for any wounds, his hands moving over my silk robe with a possessiveness that felt like a brand. He grabbed my trembling wrist, readjusting my grip on the Glock, refusing to take the weapon away from me. Stay with me. Don't fall apart, Victoria. Don't drop that. It's your shield. You earned it. I'm okay. Just ringing. He leaned in and licked a single drop of sweat from my temple, a raw, animalistic gesture that made me shiver. The smell of his sweat, and the metallic tang of the blood on his skin was intoxicating. I felt a rush of gratitude and loyalty that was terrifyingly similar to love, a bond forged in the wreckage of our suite. I was tied to him through violence now, a lethal partner in his dark world. Suddenly the fire sprinklers, triggered by the flashbang smoke, roared to life. A cold, fine mist drenched the suite instantly, mixing with the drifting smoke and the dim emergency lights, to create a literal hall of mirrors. Water was sheeting down the glass walls, distorting the blood-spattered room into something out of a nightmare. Amateurs. They use too much powder. The visibility is gone. It's intentional. I shook my head violently, trying to clear the mist and water from my eyes as Knox grabbed his primary weapon. The entire suite, once my perfect high-rise cage, was now a hostile environment we needed to escape. Knox took the lead, pulling me close to his back so I was essentially tucked into his shadow. We moved past the dead men, their expensive suits soaking up the sprinkler water. I stepped over a body, my silk robe plastered to my skin, and didn't even blink at the sight of the man's open, vacant eyes. We stepped into the corridor, which was filled with a white, unnatural haze of smoke and dust. Stick to my shadow. Don't trust anything you can't see clearly. I see the blood. It tracks the right way. The squelching sound of our soaked shoes on the carpet was the only thing I could hear, besides the distant, distorted echoes of shouting further down the hallway. I was numb to the corpses now. The only thing that mattered was Knox's breathing and the heat radiating off his back. As we approached the elevator banks, I spotted a subtle shadow moving behind a housekeeping cart. It was too low for a civilian, a crouched figure waiting to spring. My training, the brutal informal lessons Knox had pounded into me, took over. I didn't warn him. I didn't wait. I aimed my Glock and barked a command in a voice I didn't recognize as my own. Freeze. Hands where I can see them now. Good, Victoria. I spread my legs slightly, grounding my stance exactly the way he'd shown me. The shadow didn't freeze. A hidden merc sprang from behind the cart, a long combat knife glinting in the red emergency lights. Knox intercepted the attack before the man could even reach me, catching the guy's wrist mid-swing. They engaged in a brutal, silent, close-quarters grappling match, their soaked bodies sliding against each other. I kept my gun leveled, my finger hovering over the trigger, but I couldn't risk the shot with them tangled together like that. My fingers tightened so hard on the pistol grip that my knuckles turned white. I watched Knox's jaw clench, seeing the raw effort required as he slammed the man against the wall. He wasn't invincible, and seeing him struggle made me want to burn the whole world down. Knox finally dropped the body with a wet thud and turned to me, his eyes blazing with a mixture of lust and dark triumph. He strode forward and yanked me into a bruising, demanding kiss that tasted of iron, rain, and adrenaline. It wasn't a comfort. It was a claiming in the middle of a war zone. Mine. All mine. Get us out. Only when I'm ready. I pushed him lightly toward the service area entrance, my eyes scanning the hall past his shoulder. I wasn't afraid of the men with guns anymore. I was afraid of the world succeeding in taking him away from me. I clutched a handful of his soaked jacket fabric like a lifeline, my knuckles white. I checked the magazine well of my Glock, confirming I had rounds left, a gesture I'd picked up just by watching him. I won't lose you. Move, Knox. I taught you well, Red Gold. Follow my path. I know the path now. We reached the service corridor entrance just as a voice, amplified and distorted, cut through the echoing hallways. It was Malone, the Roche Group's lead enforcer. His tone was smug, mocking, echoing off the concrete walls. Hennessey. You lost the asset. She belongs to Roche now. Run all you like, Knox. We just need the encryption key you keep on a leash. Knox's grip on my shoulder tightened until it was painful, his knuckles pressing into my flesh. He let out a dangerous, low growl that vibrated through my own body. He wants you to hesitate. Don't listen. A distant, massive explosion from the main lobby below rocked the entire hotel. The floor buckled slightly under our feet, and the ceiling lights sputtered and died, plunging us into darkness lit only by the strobing red emergency lights. The hallway became a dance of violent, jumping shadows. I instinctively covered the back of Knox's head with my free hand as debris rattled around us. They're trying to collapse the lower floors. We can't go down. Then we go up. Rowan is on the roof. Knox pulled his tactical radio, trying to contact his lieutenant, his movement momentarily halted. That was when I saw it, a distinct tiny red laser dot dancing on Knox's sternum. It was coming from a sniper positioned in the building across the street. I didn't think, I just slammed my entire body weight into Knox's back, shoving him violently into the steel service door. A high-caliber round screamed past a millisecond later, pulverizing the plaster exactly where his head had been. The force of the shove threw me painfully against the wall, winding me so hard I couldn't breathe for a second. Sniper. They've got the sightlines. Jesus, Victoria. He pushed us into the dark, concrete stairwell, pinning me against the door for a moment of recovery. His chest was heaving, his heart thundering against my back, radiating a heat that felt like the only real thing in a world of ghosts. He whispered into my ear, his voice low and ragged with a dark kind of worship. You are relentless. You are mine, and you are magnificent. A natural-born Hennessey. I'm not a Hennessey. I'm just yours. The difference is administrative, red gold. I rested my head briefly against his shoulder, inhaling the scent of leather, metal, and his dark cologne. The accountant who worried about tax codes was gone. The woman who killed to protect her monster was very much alive, and she liked the way the cold steel felt in her hand. Knox cracked the stairwell door to the next floor and froze. We both heard it, the heavy rhythmic sound of Roche boots and shouting coming from both above and below us. They'd anticipated the escape route. Damn it. They sealed the stairwells. We have to break out onto the next floor and fight through. They expect us to stay inside the steel. Knox slammed the door shut, and we sprinted for the fourth-floor fire door. As soon as we burst through, the air changed. The corridor was choked with a thick yellow haze that made my eyes sting and water uncontrollably. It wasn't just smoke, it was a chemical irritant, a targeted aerosolized misery. I rubbed my eyes aggressively, smearing soot and water onto my cheeks, but I couldn't stop the tearing. My eyes, it's not just smoke. It burns. It's tear gas mixed with aerosolized pepper spray. Don't rub your eyes, Victoria. Breathe through your teeth. Knox's face was grim as he grabbed a fragmentation grenade from the belt of a fallen merc near the door. He looked at me with an absolute finality that made my blood run cold. He was shifting into a sacrifice play. I will clear a path. You run for the service exit down the hall. Regardless of what happens behind you, you do not stop. Go, Victoria, I mean it. I won't leave you behind to die, Knox. Don't be a bastard. This is an order. Don't argue with your master. He checked the pin on the grenade, his hand shaking slightly, the first time I'd ever seen him show a crack in his armor. He truly expected to die clearing a path for me. The audacity of this man, thinking I'd just walk away after everything we'd done. I ignored his command and grabbed his arm, squeezing his bicep hard to force him to look at me through the chemical haze. If we run together. Or we die here. Us. He let out a sharp laugh that was half hysteria and half adoration. You psychotic little accountant. Then hold tight, Victoria Cole. It's going to be a rough end. I shifted my Glock to my left hand and locked my right arm firmly around his waist, tethering myself to his heat and his violence. The screech of metal echoed from both ends of the hallway as the doors were rammed open. I could hear dozens of boots running toward us, a tidal wave of men meant to crush us. I smiled through the burning pain in my eyes, finally feeling at home in the center of the chaos. If this was the end, at least the ledger was finally balanced. We were both monsters now.
Chapter 24. Knox POV. My leg is a fucking disaster. There's no other way to put it. I'm propped up against this cold-ass concrete pillar, and every time I breathe, the shrapnel buried in my quad shifts just enough to remind me I'm human, which is a fact I usually prefer to ignore. I sliced the fabric of my trousers open with a blade that felt too heavy in my hand, and the sight of it is just great. Jagged metal tucked deep in the meat, blood welling up like a dark, shitty fountain. It's hot. Radiating heat like a fucking stovetop. I can feel the nausea rolling in the back of my throat, that copper-tasting spit that comes right before you pass out or puke. I'm trying to rig a tourniquet out of a strip of my shirt, but my fingers are clumsy, slick with my own life leaking out on the floor. It's pathetic. I'm Knox Hennessey, the guy who's supposed to be the end of the line for everyone else, and here I am, anchored to a post in a basement like a dying dog. The weight of the suppressed pistol beside me is the only thing keeping me grounded. It's cold steel, predictable, unlike the fucked up situation we're in. A simple piece of metal, a lucky shot from that Parisian ambush, and the whole goddamn empire starts to tilt. I hate the vulnerability. I hate that I'm sitting here counting heartbeats, and wondering if the next one is going to be the one that sends me over the edge into a fever dream I won't wake up from. It's not good, is it? Victoria's voice cuts through the haze, and I want to tell her to shut the fuck up and keep her eyes on the monitors, but she's already moving. She's hovering, her face all grim and focused, and it makes me want to growl at her. I don't need a nurse, I need a getaway driver and a miracle. Don't look at it, Victoria. Focus on the perimeter, I snap, but my voice sounds like I've been eating glass. She doesn't listen. She never fucking listens when she thinks she knows better. She's kneeling between my legs before I can push her away, and the sight of her red gold hair against the backdrop of this dismal-ass bunker is the only thing that isn't grey or red. She's got the medical kit open, hands steady as a surgeon's, and for a second it kills me that I'm the one relying on her. I reach out, my hand tangling in her hair, pulling her head back just enough so she has to look at me. My grip is shaky, I can feel the tremor in my palm, but I don't let go. I want her to know I'm still the one in charge even if I can't stand up. A piece of metal. I can feel the heat radiating from it, I mutter, and she just stares back at me with those amber eyes that don't flinch. Stop moving, bastard. You'll bleed out. If you want to live to kill Marcus, you will trust me. Your fever is spiking. You need more than just this. She's talking to me like I'm a child or a patient, and I should probably be pissed, but the way her fingers feel, cold and clinical against my burning skin, is the only thing keeping me from checking out. She fastens the pressure bandage, pulling the knot so tight I see white spots behind my eyelids, but I don't give her the satisfaction of a groan. I just tighten my hand in her hair, feeling the silk of it, the scent of rain and panic that still clings to her. We're in a hole in the ground, we're being hunted by the entire hemisphere, and all I can think about is how much I want to mark her one more time before the lights go out. It's a sickness. This obsession is deeper than the shrapnel. I'm completely dependent on her right now, and the thought is a fucking rush. She holds my life in those small, capable hands, and for the first time in my life, I don't want to kill the person who has that kind of power over me. I reach for the satellite phone, the encrypted piece of shit that's supposed to be our lifeline, and the screen is just dead. Static. A high-pitched, electronic whine that tells me everything I need to know. They've jammed us. Total communication blackout. They've got the perimeter sensors flatlined, which means they aren't just coming. They're already here, setting up the perimeter, making sure we're nice and boxed in before they start the heavy lifting. I slam the phone against the concrete wall, watching a piece of the finished chip off, and the jar of it sends a bolt of agony through my leg that makes my vision swim. Fuck. They've blinded us. No exit. I look at Victoria, and she's already reading the room. She's smart, too smart for her own good. How long do you estimate before the breach? She asks, her voice low. I check the imaginary clock in my head, the one that's been counting down since we left Marseille. 10 minutes. Maybe less if they brought heavy equipment, I tell her. The air in the bunker feels heavy, dead, like the oxygen is already being sucked out of the room. It smells like wet concrete and ozone. We're trapped in a tomb, and my father's fingerprints are all over the lid. Victoria stands up, looking at the console, then back at me. She knows. There's no tactical play left here. My leg is fucked, the doors are going to blow and we're out of options. She walks over to the table and picks up a small dull knife we used for rations, then she just tosses it on the floor. It clatters against the concrete, a final hollow sound. She's giving up the ghost of a fight, and she's looking at me with this expression that's half defiance, half surrender. Knox. Are we going to die here? She asks. It's the ultimate question, the one I've been dodging since I pulled her out of her apartment in the middle of the night. I look at her, and I don't see the accountant anymore. I see the woman who's been through the meat grinder with me. Tell me what you need, or I will decide for us, she says, her voice steady. You're scared. I can taste it. She's right. I'm not scared of dying, I've been ready for that since I was 12, but the thought of someone else putting their hands on her, of the Roche group taking what's mine, that's what's got my blood boiling under the fever. I need to bind her to me one last time. I need to make sure that if they find her wearing my brand. Strip. Now. Don't waste the time we have left, cunt. The words are out of my mouth before I even think about them. I don't want a conversation. I don't want a goodbye. I want possession. If they take you, they will find you stained with my mark. Don't speak. Just obey. I reach out with my good arm, snagging the collar of her shirt and yanking her toward me. I can hear the fabric protest, a sharp rip that sounds like a starting gun in the silence of the bunker. I'm a mess, I'm bleeding out, and I'm making demands, but she doesn't pull away. She looks me dead in the eye, and for a second I see that spark, that dark core of hers that I've spent too long trying to crack open. She starts to move, her fingers working the buttons of her tactical gear, her eyes never leaving mine. It's voyeuristic, watching her strip in the flickering orange light of the emergency generator, knowing that the wolves are at the door. Every inch of skin she reveals is a victory. Good girl. Look at me. That silver glint on your neck. Mine. Forever. Don't try to save me, Victoria. I want you selfish right now. She's down to her silk camisole, the thin fabric clinging to her curves, and the sight of her is a better painkiller than anything in that medical kit. I'm filing it away, every curve, every shadow, the way her amber eyes reflect the dim light. I'm going to need this image burned into my retinas for whatever comes next. I force myself to stand, my hand gripping the rough concrete of the pillar so hard my knuckles are turning white. My leg instantly tries to give out, a jolt of white-hot lightning shooting up into my pelvis, and I let out a guttural sound that's half growl, half gasp. I'm not falling. Not yet. Don't look at my weakness, I wheeze, bracing myself against the post. Hold me. Anchor me to this moment. I need you to take my weight, Victoria. Then I feel it. A low, heavy, grinding vibration that starts in the soles of my feet and travels up through the floor. It's not an earthquake. It's an armored vehicle breaching the outer gate. The metallic scrape of heavy machinery follows, a sound like a giant key turning in a lock we don't want opened. Victoria stiffens, her body pressing into mine, but she doesn't run. She pushes closer to the pillar, her breath hot against my neck. It's time, she whispers, and she's not crying. She's ready. Let them hear us, Knox. Let them know you claimed me first. Faster, bastard. That's all the permission I need. The adrenaline is surging now, masking the pain of the wound just enough to give me a window. I grip her hips, my fingers digging into her skin, and I drive her back against the cold wall. I pull her legs up, forcing her to straddle my good thigh, and the friction against her camisole is maddening. I'm breathing like a fucking marathon runner, my chest heaving, my head spinning from blood loss and pure, unadulterated lust. Take me. Right here. Use my strength, Victoria. I capture her mouth in a kiss that's more of a collision, tasting the salt on her skin and the iron in my own mouth. I drag my lips down to her shoulder and bite down hard, leaving a mark that's going to bruise before the door even hits the floor. Say it. Say, I am Knox's property. Look at the exit door. Let them know what belongs to me. She arches her neck, her nails clawing into the shoulders of my jacket, and she lets out a moan that gets swallowed by the sound of the breach. I use my thumb to pry her mouth open, forcing her to look at me, to see the monster she's tied to. Swallow your fear, Victoria. I want your filth. Don't deny me. The pain in my groin is sharp, a stabbing reminder of the shrapnel, but I ignore it as I maneuver her. I enter her with a blunt, forceful thrust that sends a shockwave through both of us. I lean my full weight into the pillar, gasping as the wet heat of her closes around me. In deep. Stay there, I growl, and she just gasps out that word bastard like it's a prayer. I start a steady, punishing rhythm, demanding everything she has left. My forehead is pressed against hers, our sweat mingling, and the sound of the internal door shuddering under pressure is just background noise. Look at me, Victoria. See the man who owns you. Hold tighter. We don't have time for softness. I'm whispering filthy, desperate shit into her ear, telling her exactly what I'll do to anyone who tries to touch her, how I'll flay them alive, how I'll burn the world down just to get her back. You're a whore for violence, aren't you, cunt? Don't you dare come without my permission. She's meeting me thrust for thrust, her nails drawing blood on my back, and I can feel the massive internal door screaming as the locks start to warp. A tiny plume of dust sifts down from the ceiling, settling on her red-gold hair, but we don't stop. We can't stop. Hold on. Hold on to me. One more thrust, Victoria. All you have. The climax is a violent, shaking release that leaves me blind and deaf for a second. I roar her name, a sound that's swallowed by the sudden, terrifying hiss of a thermal charge hitting the bay door. My body goes rigid, muscles locking around her in a final, agonizing clench before the exhaustion hits like a hammer. Ah, fuck. I gasp, leaning my forehead against her chest, listening to the rapid thump of her heart. Don't forget this feeling, I mutter, my voice a ghost. Never, she says, and for a second there's peace in the middle of the war. Then I withdraw, the cold air hitting us like a slap in the face. The door is buckling, the metal screaming. I clumsily try to help her back into her shirt, my hands shaking so bad I can barely move them. Cover up, gear up. Now. I yell, shoving her toward the pillar as the first explosion rocks the room. I grab her for one last desperate kiss, salt, iron and desperation before the world goes to shit. I'm coming back for you. Live. The bay door doesn't just open, it vanishes in a cloud of shrapnel and dust. The blast wave knocks me back, and I crash to one knee in a pool of my own fresh blood. My leg is done. It's screaming, a high-pitched wail that matches the ringing in my ears. I try to rise, but I'm pinned by my own weight. Stay low. Don't move. I shout, but I can barely hear myself. The air is thick with smoke and the smell of high explosives. Through the haze, I see a flashbang skitter across the floor. I lung forward, covering Victoria's head with my torso just as the world turns into a blinding white void and a piercing, endless screech. I'm blind. I'm deaf. My hands are over my ears, but the sound is inside my skull. I can feel the floor vibrating with heavy boots, but I can't see a goddamn thing. Then through the fading white light, I hear it. The scream. Victoria's scream. It's raw, sharp, the kind of sound that tears a hole in your soul. I scrabble blindly for my pistol, my fingers clawing at the concrete, but I find nothing but grit and dust. Let her go, you fuckers. Victoria. No. I'm screaming, but my voice is lost in the chaos. I hear the scraping sound of her being dragged across the concrete. I fire blindly into the smoke, emptying half a magazine at shadows, but then a second grenade, a fragmentation charge, goes off in the hallway. The blast wave lifts me off the floor and slams me flat on my back. Everything goes grey. I'm staring up at the ceiling, gasping for air that isn't there, tasting copper and dust. My vision flickers like a bad bulb. I see them. Two men in tactical gear, hoisting Victoria up. She's naked from the waist down, her hair a wild mess, but she isn't crying. Her amber eyes lock onto mine for one final desperate second. There's no surrender in that look. Just savage defiance. She's still fighting. Even as they drag her into the darkness, she's still mine. A pair of impeccably clean leather boots enter my field of vision. Malone. The Roche Group's lead dog. He looks down at me with a slow, contemptuous smirk, adjusting his gloves like he's just finished a round of golf. He kicks my pistol further out of reach with the toe of his boot. Look at the great Knox Hennessey. On his back, he says, his voice cutting through the ringing in my ears. Your prize is ours now. She'll finish what you started. Don't worry, we'll keep the merchandise fresh for Marcus. He crouches down, spitting a piece of debris onto the floor right next to my head. Consider this a message from your loving father. She's useful, you see. That red gold hair hides a mind worth more than your entire life. Enjoy the pain, Knox. It's all you have left. He stands up and walks away, and the cold air from the breach rushes into the bunker. I force my fingers to move, clawing at the concrete, trying to drag my broken body toward the door. I'm leaving bloody trails, my fingernails tearing on the rough stone. Victoria? I whisper, but it's just a wet, bloody sound. Outside, I hear the roar of a heavy engine. A black SUV speeds away, tires squealing on the wet pavement, and then silence. Just the oppressive, terrifying quiet of an empty cage. I'm alone. My hand brushes against something soft. A scrap of fabric. It's Victoria's silk camisole, ripped and discarded in the dirt. I grip it, pulling it to my face, inhaling the faint scent of rain and heat that's still there. My eyelids are heavy, so fucking heavy. Mine? I wheeze into the silk. The darkness is coming for me now, but I don't care about the pain. I don't care about the wound. I'm going to rise. I'm going to be the butcher again. And I will burn every living soul that touched her until there's nothing left but ashes. I will burn it all. The world goes black and all I can smell is her.
Chapter 25. Victoria POV. The noise isn't a sound anymore. It's a physical weight, a high-pitched vibrating drill boring directly into the center of my skull. My ears aren't just ringing, they're screaming. Everything is a blur of strobe light flashes and gray, choking haze. I try to inhale, but all I get is a mouthful of pulverized drywall and the acrid metallic taste of spent explosives. It's disgusting. It tastes like burnt copper and failure. I roll onto my side, my palms scraping against the wet, debris-strewn carpet, and the first thing I feel is the ice-cold shock of the fire sprinklers. They're heavy, high pressure, drenching me in seconds. The water is freezing, but it's the only thing cutting through the heat of the blast. I spit out a glob of grit and blood, my vision finally starting to sharpen through the drenching rain of the hallway. The audacity of this whole situation. 1 minute we're fighting for our lives in a hallway that looked like a 5-star brochure, and the next, I'm crawling through the wreckage of a fucking war zone. The noise, it's too loud. It's a constant piercing whine that makes me want to claw my own eardrums out. I push myself up, my muscles screaming in protest, my knees digging into jagged shards of something, glass maybe, or pieces of the ceiling that gave up the ghost when Knox threw that grenade. I wipe a mixture of blood and soot from my eyes, my breath coming in shallow, jagged hitches. The smoke is thick, a gray curtain that smells like ozone and scorched wallpaper. I can't see him. Where the fuck is he? I scan the wreckage, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs that feels like a bird trapped in a cage. The attackers have gone quiet, or maybe I just can't hear them over the hissing of the pipes and the internal roar in my brain. I need to move. I can't just sit here like a target. I reach down, my fingers brushing against a jagged shard of glass near my hip. I don't even think about it. I grab the shard, the edges biting into my palm, and use it to hack a ragged square of fabric from the hem of my silk dress. The dress is ruined anyway, it's soaked, stained with oil and blood, a far cry from the expensive armor Knox bought for me. I use the scrap of silk to scrub at my face, clearing the grime so I can actually fucking see. The air is heavy with the smell of copper. Not the metallic tang of the grenade, but the thick cloying scent of fresh blood. It's everywhere. It's saturating the air, mixing with the smell of the wet carpet and the burnt wiring. Knox? Where are you? I try to scream it, but it comes out as a choked, pathetic whisper, lost in the persistent ringing. I'm crawling now, my hands slipping on the wet floor. Everything is slick. Everything is wrong. I turn a corner past a blackened support beam, and my heart just stops. It doesn't skip a beat, it flatlines. He's there. Slumped against the concrete, looking like a broken god. Knox Hennessey, the man who's been my captor and my only lifeline, is pale. Too pale. The soot on his face makes his skin look like marble, and his eyes are closed. But it's his leg that makes me want to vomit. The shrapnel wound from earlier has been ripped wide open by the blast, and the pool of blood spreading out from under his right thigh is massive. It's not just a leak, it's a goddamn river. It's soaking into the carpet, turning the gray fabric a deep, sickening crimson. Jesus. No. This wasn't the plan. The plan was we survive. The plan was he kills everyone, and we walk out of here. I scrambled toward him, my hands landing in the warm, sticky flow of his blood. It's so hot compared to the freezing sprinkler water. The contrast is a fucking nightmare. I reach out, my fingers trembling as I touch his neck, looking for a pulse, for anything that says he's still in there. He's fading. I can feel it. His skin is clammy, that feverish heat of shock starting to take hold even as the water drenches him. I grab the long strip of silk I just cut from my dress and press it brutally against the gash in his leg. I don't care about being gentle. I don't care if I hurt him. I need the blood to stay inside his body. I lean my entire weight into it, my knuckles turning white as I grind my palms into the wound. The movement, the sheer agony of it, makes his eyes snap open. For a second they're just empty steel gray voids, unfocused and glassy. Then he sees me. He sees me hovering over him, my wet hair plastered to my face, dripping onto his jawline, and I see the recognition flicker. It's not the look of a predator. It's the look of a man who knows he's reached the end of the line. Stay with me, Knox. Don't close your eyes, I hiss, my voice cracking. I'm shaking so hard I think my teeth might shatter. Focus on my voice. You can't leave me here. You don't get to do that, you bastard. You don't get to steal me and then just fucking die. He tries to move. His hand, usually so steady, so lethal, shakes violently as he reaches out. He's not reaching for me. He's trying to push me away. He points a trembling finger toward the service door at the end of the hall, his chest heaving with the effort to breathe. It's a rattling, liquid sound that makes my skin crawl. He tries to speak, his throat working, a strangled cough bringing up a spray of red onto his lips. "Our run," he wheezes. The word is barely a breath, but it's loaded with enough desperation to break me. "See, cunt. Go." "I'm not leaving you, you bastard," I snap back, my anger the only thing keeping the terror from swallowing me whole. He's trying to be a martyr. He's trying to give me a head start while he stays behind to bleed out in the dark. The audacity of this man, thinking he can still call the shots when he can't even hold his head up. He tries to lift himself off the floor, his neck straining, the tendons standing out like cables. He's trying to get that word out, mine, the one he uses to brand me, to remind me who owns my soul, but it dissolves into a wet gasp. He looks at me with so much raw, unadulterated fear, not for himself, but because he knows he can't protect me anymore. I've never seen him look like this. It's terrifying. Suddenly, my brain clicks into a different gear. The auditor takes over. The woman who looks at a ledger and sees the hidden truth. I'm in a burning building, the man whatever I am to him, is dying, and the Roche group is coming. I need leverage. I need the only thing that makes me more than a body to these people. I reach down, my fingers steady now, and feel for the micro drive. It's still there, tucked into the hidden reinforced seam of my waistband. The encryption keys. The Hennessey fortune. The Roche group doesn't just want me because I'm Knox's obsession. They want me because I'm the only one who can unlock the vault. They can take me, but they won't get this. I slide it deeper into the seam, feeling the cold plastic against my skin. It's a tiny anchor in the middle of a hurricane. It's the only reason I'm still breathing, and it's the only reason they won't kill me the second they see me. The sound of boots hits me before I see them. Heavy, organized, tactical bootfalls. They aren't scurrying like the men Knox just blew up. This is a cleanup crew. Malone. I know it's him before his silhouette breaks through the smoke. He emerges with the squad of fixers, their high-powered weapon lights cutting through the haze like cold, aggressive strobes. The light is blinding, bouncing off the wet floor and the polished debris. They move in a pincer formation, efficient and lethal. There's no escape. There's no hiding. We're caught in the glare, two wrecked figures in a ruined hallway, and the silence that follows the click of their safeties being released is the loudest thing I've ever heard. Malone steps forward, his weapon lowered but ready. He's looking at us with a kind of clinical interest, like we're a pair of interesting specimens he found under a microscope. "Show's over, Hennessey," he says, his voice smooth and utterly devoid of empathy. "We found your asset." The word asset hits me like a slap. I'm not a woman to him. I'm a line item. I'm a piece of property that's been successfully recovered. I instinctively shift my body, trying to shield Knox from the light from the threat. My fists are clenched so tight my nails are drawing blood from my palms. I look down and see Knox's Glock 19 lying on the carpet, just inches from his limp hand. It's right there. Black and heavy and full of the violence I need. I don't think. I just react. I scramble for the gun, my fingers closing around the cold grip. It's heavier than I expected, but the adrenaline is a hell of a drug. I level the weapon at Malone, my hands shaking so violently the barrel is dancing, but I don't lower it. My hair is plastered to my face, dripping, and I'm sure I look like a fucking lunatic, but I don't care. "Back off." I scream, the sound tearing at my throat. "Stay where you are." Malone actually smiles. It's a small, cruel twitch of his lips. He looks at his men, then back at me. "Look at her, boys. Playing soldier. Adorable." The mockery is the final straw. My survival instinct has gone feral. It's not about accounting anymore. It's not about numbers. It's about the fact that these men are going to take me, and they're going to let Knox die. I don't hesitate. I pull the trigger. The recoil is an absolute shock, a violent jolt that travels all the way up my arm and into my shoulder, snapping my head back. The crack of the shot is deafening in the confined space. I see the round hit the nearest mercenary right in the center of his chest, but he doesn't go down. He just staggers back against the wall, the ceramic plate in his vest catching the bullet. I said, "Stay back, bastard." I'm screaming now, trying to line up another shot, but my vision is swimming. "You scratch hard, little one," Malone says, his voice losing its amused edge. "Too bad the cage is closed." Before I can pull the trigger again, the world explodes. Not a grenade this time, but a flashbang. It's a blinding white-hot wall of light and a sound that feels like a physical punch to my face. My sight is gone. My hearing is gone. My hands go numb, and I feel the Glock being kicked away, the metal sliding across the floor with a mocking hiss. I'm falling before I even realize I've been hit. Two sets of heavy hands grab me, tackling me violently onto the debris-covered carpet. My chin slams into the floor, a spike of white-hot pain radiating through my jaw, and for a second, the darkness at the edges of my vision starts to win. "Hold her. Don't damage the asset," one of them yells. His voice sounds like it's coming from underwater. I fight. I fight with everything I have left. I twist my hips, kicking out at anything I can reach, my heels thudding against tactical gear. I'm biting, scratching, snarling like an animal. I feel a hand cover my mouth, the smell of leather and sweat choking me, and I sink my teeth into the thick material of the glove. I taste salt and grease, and I don't let go until I hear a muffled curse. Through the chaos, I hear a sound that breaks my heart. It's a guttural, choked roar. Knox. He's watching. He's lying there, paralyzed, watching these men handle me, and the roar is full of so much impotent rage it sounds like a physical wound. Mine, it's a wet, desperate sound, a ghost of the man he was 10 minutes ago. "Don't touch me." I try to scream through the hand, but it's just a muffled grunt. One of the mercenaries gets tired of my struggling. He doesn't even look at me, as he reaches over and strikes Knox across the temple with the butt of his rifle. A sharp, sickening crack. Knox's head snaps to the side and the roar stops. He goes limp, his eyes rolling back as he loses consciousness. Malone steps over Knox's body like it's a piece of trash left in the hallway. He kneels in front of me, his shadow falling over me like a shroud. He reaches down and grabs my chin, his fingers digging into my skin with bruising force, tilting my head up so I'm forced to look at him. His eyes are dead. There's no obsession there, no fire, just a cold, calculating victory. He uses the corner of his tactical glove to wipe a smear of soot and blood from my cheek. It's the most violating thing I've ever felt. A clinical, possessive touch that says I'm just a piece of hardware he's finally reclaimed. The Hennessey crown jewel, he muses, his voice low. Worth far more than a dead fixer. Don't think I'm him, Victoria. I don't care what you like. I don't care about your little games. He glances at Knox's unconscious form, and a slow, malicious grin spreads across his face. It's pure psychological cruelty. He doesn't want to kill Knox. Not yet. He wants him to wake up in this ruin and realize he failed. He wants him to feel the vacuum where I used to be. No mercy killing, Malone says to his men. Let him taste failure. Tie that leg loosely, let him bleed but slowly. He'll be looking for her for a long, long time. The finality of it hits me. They're leaving him? They're leaving him to bleed out in a ruined hotel while they take me to God knows where. I feel the zip ties bite into my wrists, the sharp, metallic click of the plastic locking into place behind my back. It's the sound of the door closing. It's the sound of my life ending. They haul me to my feet by my upper arms. The movement is rough, jarring my aching body, my feet dragging on the wet floor. I'm being hauled backward toward the service stairs, but I manage to wrench my head around for one last look. I see him. He's just a shape now, slumped against the beam, the fire sprinklers still raining down on him. Knox? Don't? I scream. It's not a calculated move. It's not a play for leverage. It's a raw, uninhibited scream of loss. I don't even know who I'm screaming to. The universe? Malone? The man who's currently bleeding to death? They drag me down the stairs. My heels scrape against the concrete risers, and I try to jam my feet into the corners, desperate to stay in the building, desperate to stay near him. Every step away feels like a physical tear in my chest. Stop fighting, witch, or we'll break your leg, one of the mercenaries grunts. He's not joking. I feel the threat in the way he grips my arm. I keep fighting anyway, until someone slams my head into the metal railing. The pain is a sharp, white flash that temporarily shuts down my nervous system. My knees buckle and they just lift me clear of the steps, carrying me like a sack of grain. We burst through a side door into the lobby. It's surreal. The lobby is opulent, silent, and smells of expensive lilies and floor wax. It's a different world. There are staff members peeking from behind the marble columns, their faces frozen in masks of horror. I must look like a nightmare, blood-stained, soaking wet, my dress torn to ribbons, my hands bound. I see the way they look at me, and I feel a surge of pure, unadulterated contempt. I gather the blood and water in my mouth and spit it directly onto the polished marble as they drag me past. A final small sign that I'm not broken yet. Quick and clean, Malone says as we reach the entrance. Nobody here saw anything. The cold Paris rain hits my face the second we step outside. It's a driving, freezing downpour that makes me shiver violently. A dark, nondescript black SUV is idling at the curb, its tinted windows reflecting the chaotic, blinking neon sign of the hotel. It looks like a hearse. It represents the total removal of me from the world I knew. Get her in the vehicle. Now. I make one last desperate attempt to break free. I twist my body, throwing my weight to the side, nearly tripping the mercenary holding me. I'm reaching for the rain, for the street, for anything that isn't the inside of that car. Malone doesn't even look annoyed. He just steps in and backhands me across the face with brutal surgical precision. My head snaps back, the copper taste of fresh blood flooding my mouth instantly. My ears start ringing all over again. Control yourself, Malone says, his voice like ice. You're an asset, not a savage. They throw me into the back seat. The interior is plush, silent, and soundproofed. It smells of expensive Italian leather and gun oil. It's a cage, just like Knox's penthouse, but this one is moving. I slide across the seat, my knee slamming painfully into the divider. Drive? Fast. Before the door slams, I catch one final glimpse through the opening. I see the hotel entrance. I see a shadow moving on the gray stone floor. It's Knox. He's dragged himself all the way to the doorway, leaving a thick dark red smear behind him. His arm is outstretched, reaching into the rain, his fingers clawing at the air as if he could still catch the bumper of the car. He's failing. I see his movement slow, his hand dropping to the wet pavement just inches from the curb. I'm sorry, my king. I'm so sorry. The heavy armored door slams shut. The sound is final. It cuts off the noise of the rain, the sound of the city, and the sight of the man I'm leaving behind. Malone climbs in beside me, his proximity suffocating. He leans close, his breath warm and smelling of expensive tobacco and mint. He's smiling. It's the look of a man who just won the lottery. Welcome aboard, Victoria Cole. You belong to the Roche Group now. Hennessey is finished. You are my asset. I turn my face away, refusing to meet his eyes. I can feel the SUV accelerate, the powerful engine humming beneath us as it merges into the Parisian traffic. My face goes cold. The shaking stops. The frantic, terrified woman who was screaming in the hallway? She's gone. She died the second that door slammed. The auditor is back. I feel the dried tears tightening on my skin, and I stiffen my spine. I'm already mapping it out. I'm looking at the interior of the car, noting the locks, the placement of the guards, the way Malone holds himself. He thinks he has the full picture. He thinks he's captured a broken girl. Smart choice to stop screaming, Malone says, watching me. Saves us the trouble. Where are you taking me? My voice is steady. It's cold. It's the voice I use when I'm telling a CEO his company is about to go under. He doesn't answer. He just keeps smiling. I subtly press my hip against the leather seat, confirming the weight of the micro drive in my waistband. I have the keys to the kingdom. I have the leverage. Malone thinks I'm the prize, but I'm the one holding the deck. He's just the next man I have to break. The SUV hits the peripheric, its taillights swallowed by the dark, rainy night. The hotel, the blood, and the unconscious man on the pavement recede into the distance. I close my eyes, conserving every ounce of my energy. The fun begins now, accountant. I don't look back. I just wait for the next move. He thinks he has me in a cage, but he has no idea what happens when the bird starts counting the bars. The car eats up the miles in a suffocating, echoing silence, and as we vanish into the dark, I realize the only truth left. I'm on my own. And that's when I'm the most dangerous. To be continued. Next book, kept forever. Victoria. They want me dead because I matter to him. Rivals, syndicates, men who believe killing me will bring Knox to his knees. They're not wrong. There is no safe future for someone like me. No clean ending. Only survival, and the man who refuses to let me go. If staying by his side keeps me breathing, I'll stay. If loving him damns me, I'll burn with him. I stopped being expendable the moment he chose me. Knox. She was never supposed to live this long. Never supposed to matter. And yet she's the only thing I can't afford to lose. I've traded my empire for her blood, my legacy for her safety. Every enemy standing in our way is already dead, they just don't know it yet. Victoria is mine, not because I took her, but because I chose her. And I will drown the world in violence before I let anyone put her back in a cage that isn't mine. This is the third book in the Glass Cage series. Reading order, kept close, kept quiet, kept forever. Available now. Did you love Kept Quiet, dark mafia romance? Then you should read Kept Forever, dark mafia romance by Daisy Fox. Victoria. They want me dead because I matter to him. Rivals, syndicates, men who believe killing me will bring Knox to his knees. They're not wrong. There is no safe future for someone like me. No clean ending. Only survival, and the man who refuses to let me go. If staying by his side keeps me breathing, I'll stay. If loving him damns me, I'll burn with him. I stopped being expendable the moment he chose me. Knox. She was never supposed to live this long. Never supposed to matter. And yet she's the only thing I can't afford to lose. I've traded my empire for her blood, my legacy for her safety. Every enemy standing in our way is already dead, they just don't know it yet. Victoria is mine, not because I took her, but because I chose her. And I will drown the world in violence before I let anyone put her back in a cage that isn't mine. This is the third book in the Glass Cage series. Reading order: kept close, kept quiet, kept forever.
Also by Daisy Fox. Crown of Sin series. King of Sin, Dark Mafia Romance. King of Vice, Dark Mafia Romance. King of Wrath, Dark Mafia Romance. Dark Oath series. Dark Oath, Dark Mafia Romance series, 3 books in 1. Crave the Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. Fear the Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. Own the Dark, Dark Mafia Romance. Gilded Brutality series. The Deadliest Debt, Dark Mafia Romance. The Cruelest War, Dark Mafia Romance. The Final Claim, Dark Mafia Romance. He Billionaire's Game series. The Billionaire Bet, a Billionaire Romance. Rule of Blood series. His Witness, Dark Mafia Romance. His Captive, Dark Mafia Romance. His Queen, Dark Mafia Romance. Sin Wears His Smile duet. Evil Wears a Suit, Dark Mafia Romance. Death Wears His Name, Dark Mafia Romance. The Billionaire's Game series. The Billionaire Lie, a Billionaire Romance. The Billionaire Vow, a Billionaire Romance. The Debt Principle series. Lethal Debt, Dark Mafia Romance. Gilded Control, Dark Mafia Romance. Absolute Ruin, Dark Mafia Romance. The Edge of Ruin series. Stay Still, Dark Mafia Romance. Don't Run, Dark Mafia Romance. You're Mine, Dark Mafia Romance. The Glass Cage series. Kept Close, Dark Mafia Romance. Kept Quiet, Dark Mafia Romance. Kept Forever, Dark Mafia Romance. The Heiress Game series. Secrets We Keep, a Spicy Billionaire Romance. Fate We Choose, a Spicy Billionaire Romance. The Reign of Shadows series. Owned by Sin, Dark Mafia Romance. Broken by Love, Dark Mafia Romance. Built on Ashes, Dark Mafia Romance. The Safe with You duet. Vow of Honor, Dark Mafia Romance. Vow of Desire, Dark Mafia Romance. The Safe with You duet, Deutsche Ausgabe. Vow of Honor, Eine Dunkel Mafia Romanze. Vow of Desire, Eine Dunkel Mafia Romanze. What Survives the Fire series. Slow Burn, Dark Mafia Romance. Open Flame, Dark Mafia Romance. Final Ash, Dark Mafia Romance.